Are you looking for a high-quality education provider? Are you looking for an educational institution that is 100% focused on Black history? Well, you have come to the right place. At AE Learning, we provide exceptional African history education, training, resources and courses to an international customer base. At AE Learning, our e-learning courses deliver high-quality content and support teachers and students alike, ensuring that they have what they need to achieve their learning goals. Go to aelearning.net to select from our comprehensive library of multimedia e-learning courses. Our courses come complete with tutorials from our African history teachers. Within our e-learning courses, you will also benefit from high-quality videos to assist in your learning. Throughout our courses, quizzes and examinations are provided so you can test your knowledge. A generous library of downloadable resources complements your learning, and in addition, there are materials to read through. Go to aelearning.net to learn more. AE Learning, your source for quality African history education.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Sierra Leone. Hold on. Where's it at? Here we go. Sierra Leone citizenship is back on the table for Sierra Leone. So if you're interested, please visit donfo.africa. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. We are also rolling to Senegal end of this month. In 21 days, y'all, that's 3 weeks. We will be heading out to the beautiful country of Senegal and eating the best food in the world in Senegal. Yeah, I said it. Senegal has the best food in the world. If you disagree with me, let's put some money up. Again, we will be rolling to Senegal end of this month, and then we're rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Again, Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. We are also rolling to Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. Namibia and South Africa. Who's that calling me? Namibia and South Africa in November. And then back to Sierra Leone in December. So if you're interested in joining us, please visit donfo.africa. Let's jump into today's topic. I am convinced, I've been saying this for years now, that a lot of this information that we call conscious, and I'm just as guilty, because there have been times that I've chose the ghetto scholarship over real scholarship. But I am convinced that a lot of this so-called information is originating from the prison system. I am convinced. Instead of listening to Amos Wilson, hell, you could even say Elijah Muhammad, most recently Claude Anderson. Instead of at least listening to them and following their guide, we're now looking for status corrections. What is a status correction? Can somebody please explain to me, what is a status correction? Can somebody please explain to me what is a status correction? We got people pushing status corrections. We have people pushing CMOS is the cure for everything. We have people pushing that. What else? So status correction, with the Moors, Um, we the Indians. We the Indians. What else is there? What else ghetto scholarship is there? Yeah, the CMOS. CMOS was supposed to everybody. What happened to everybody that was selling CMOS? CMOS was supposed to cure everything but death. Why I ain't hustling the CMOS no more? Yeah, we the Omex. What else is there? What else is there? There's a few more. We don't need no driver's license. We're travelers. I don't know. I don't know what's out there. You know you're not. We're not in your jurisdiction. Black seed oil. There you go. Black seed. Black seed. No, and don't get me wrong. Black seed oil and sea moss are good for you. But this idea that they could cure everything but death, no, that's not true. There we go. Sovereign citizenship. You know, if you're on if you're into politics and you're on the left, men can have kids. Now I'm hearing black folks, they'd allow this about men could be women and women could be men. We have accepted and chose ghetto scholarship over real scholarship. And I'm just as guilty. I'm just as guilty. Yeah, change your last name to Bay, and that will make the law go away. Yeah, all the dudes call themselves Bay. The Moors. Yeah, change your last name to Bay, and make the law go away. That's the idea. They're gonna get you with the paperwork, brother. It's all about the paperwork, brother. It's about your status, your status, your status. Correction. Correct your status. Change your name to Bay. You make the law go away. It don't work like that. So again, we gotten away from John Henrik Clark, Amos Wilson, um, Shikanta Diop, W. Du Bois. We've gotten away from them. Claude Anderson. Instead, we want ghetto scholarship. And the reason why is because we're just looking for a delusional way out. We want the easy way. We want the easy way out. And a lot of these ghetto scholars are pushing, like, we want to feel good, we want we want to be entertained, and we want the easy way out. Yeah, brother, just change your status and you good. They can't do nothing to you, brother. They can't do nothing to you. Change your status. They can't do no. Not earn your leisure. I like earn your leisure. Earn your leisure is for I like earn your leisure. No, we can't. We can't include earn your leisure into this. We can't. Definitely can't. Definitely can't include. Nah, we can't. Earn your. I like earn your leisure. Who looks bad? He said he looks bad. Who looks bad? Yeah, and that's the thing, man. They come with you guys with this ghetto scholarship, and y'all make them rich. Y'all make them rich. Your boy, what's his name? Brother Polite, balling. The other dude with the Egyptian thing on his eye with the braid, young Pharaoh, balling. It's like all the ghetto scholars are getting rich, but our real scholars, they died poor and broke. And I ain't hating on the ghetto scholars, but I'm just saying y'all chose the ghetto scholarship over real scholarship. Guys, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. I'm going to put the link in the chat room. If you want to call in after the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the conversation. Again, if you want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the convo. But yeah, man, the ghetto. But the thing about the ghetto scholars, they only have a lifespan. They only have a lifespan online for about maybe 4 years, 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years, and then they just disappear. The ghetto scholars. 4 or 5 years, they milk it, the ghetto scholarship, and then they disappear. Something happens. See, we ain't going nowhere. Here at In Search of Uhuru, we've been going strong for over a decade. We're not going nowhere. Miss Sandman, go ahead.
Me? Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, I think that's just an effect of capitalism. You know, we live in a world now where the people that make the most money are just the most popular. They don't do the most important jobs. Like a young female with no talent whatsoever can, start a OnlyFans and become a millionaire overnight. But we
Truth.
have like police officers or fire department or firemen, risking their lives every day, and they barely getting by. So I think it's just all a popularity contest when it comes to making money in the United States. It's not based on merit or skill or need anymore. I think when capitalism first began, and it was about the two-parent home and the white picket fence, 2.5 children. The father goes out and earns for the family. That's when it made sense. For the woman to stay home and take care of the family while a guy gets a legit job. But the world's just changing, and the ability for people to make money in different avenues is the reason why capitalism might be failing. You know, also and when it comes to like who's getting rich and who's not, it's not just how much you earn, it's also how much you save or how much you invest. So there's a difference between being rich and being wealthy. And there's plenty of people who have plenty of money that don't know how to manage their money properly, who will be poor again in another year or two. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
go
it's
ahead, Elvis.
All right, thank you, Dinus, and hello to the panel and the chat. Look, I think you're being a little unfair here, right? And I get it, it's to be provocative, but I think people who follow Polite and his likes are a French group. Just how you have people like Yahweh Ben Yahweh, Malika York, the Nuwapians, and those folks. They're always followed by a French group of people. So it's not the majority of Black America who are quote unquote following ghetto scholarship. You do have real scholarships, but those are not the people that's on YouTube and telling you to come take their course and stuff like that. So you have a lot of black intellectuals who are not on YouTube giving lectures and telling you to follow, you know, certain things to be part of their group and ascribe to certain ideologies. So I disagree that most Black Americans follow ghetto scholarship, right? So you have people like, again, I don't agree with his politics,
And
but he's a brilliant.
Elvis, they do, and the reason why I say that is most Black Americans vote Democrat, and they're pushing men can have kids, um, men could be women, women could be men. So yeah,
Yeah, but that's not ghetto scholarship, right? That's a
that is ghetto scholarship.
no, that's a social ideology, right?
That
It's
is
not ghetto
ghetto
scholarship.
scholarship. Men can have kids. That's ghetto scholarship.
I don't know a lot of Black people who think that men can have kids. I don't know that.
I don't
I
know.
mean, men could have kids, but just he ain't pregnant the woman, right? But
Okay, Elvis, how can men have kids? Come on.
no, you heard what I just said. I mean, you have kids, right? That's what I'm saying. Not in the
Oh,
in the
okay,
other way
okay. Well,
where,
yeah, I do have a son. Yes, I do have kid. I
yeah,
do have a kid. Yes.
right. So the
Also,
point that I'm,
they have that thing called gene editing that's coming too. So be wary. There
yeah,
might be this next trans that's holding a child in the future.
right. The
They're
point
already
the point
doing
that I'm
things that.
making, I don't know if it will ever be a possibility where a biological male can have a child. It's just not there. The plumbing is not there. It's unnatural. It's probably not going to happen ever. And again, that's me, being short sighted maybe. But my point here, when you're talking about scholarship, I'm telling you that in academia, there are a lot of Black folks who are brilliant. People like Ben Carson, people like Neil deGrasse
Did you say
Tyson.
Bill? Oh, Elvis, did you say Ben Carter? Are you giving
That's
Ben?
what I that's what I say. I don't agree with his politics,
That's
but
what
he's
I'm
a
saying.
brilliant.
Thank you. I'm glad you acknowledged Ben Carson. Thank you,
Yeah,
Elvis.
these are brilliant people. I'm not saying because I disagree with them politically means that they're not great and they don't have great scholarship. I'm just telling you that
Because
most Black folks.
Elvis, you know the majority of Black folks that vote Democrat will call Ben Carson a coon and not take into consideration the work he's done on a scholarly level.
Yeah, maybe they can. Two things can be right at the same time. Maybe he could be jiving, but at the same time, he's a
Yeah,
brilliant new scientist or neurosurgeon. So for me, I just think a lot of people in a specific group, I don't want to say class, who are educated, who appreciate education, they tend to admire these people, even if they don't agree with them politically, but they admire their brilliance in their particular field of studies. So let's not just bring people like Polite and his lights and think that's the majority of that's who the majority of Black people follow. Because in reality, Polite was like, he wasn't even as popular as somebody like a Tariq Nasheed or even a Sinetta. He was on the fringe of those kinds of people.
I don't know. Polite got pretty big. In fact, I would say at one point, Polite was actually bigger than Turk Sheet.
Well, yeah, when Tariq was still on his, Hotep and Pan African stuff, but now at his level, he's a lot bigger than what Polite was. Plus, Polite was a criminal. Tariq is not outright doing criminality. He's more maybe grifting, but he's not outright doing criminality and abusing people. But that's just my take. I'll let other people speak.
Okay, young Black militant, go ahead.
In my opinion, the large majority these sentiments come out of the Christian church. The Christian church is the basis of all of the pseudo information, and it molds the mind into really just being anti-logic. Like if you believe that somebody rose from the dead after 3 days, somebody was digested by a whale, and then they were regurgitated up by a whale. I mean that's going to be the basis for more and more pseudo information. So as long as people are believing in these just unscientific religions, it just sets the basis to be led astray in a multitude of ways.
Black man is fair. Go ahead.
Peace, peace. Yeah, man. So right, I didn't grow up in religions and things like that. So all of my knowledge and stuff came from rap music. It came from those dudes who had a more powerful voice in the hood, or certain 5% knowledges and what I'm saying, doctrines and things like that. So those are the people that I looked up to. Those where I took, what I'm saying, lessons from and learned from. So, you know what I mean? Those were my influences. As the polites and those guys took to the conscious community and started like treating it like URL and, they battling knowledges and stuff like that. I mean, that's what it is. It gets to be about money at some point in time. You know what I mean? So I keep money as money and knowledge and wisdom, you know what I mean, just for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because those things help me have self-esteem, help me have confidence, and did something for me personally that has nothing to do with money. So I just want to say that.
Go ahead, Wildflower.
Hi, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Hi. So my take on this is, I think there's a trend everywhere, not just in the Black community, of people just not really interested in just being intelligent, or it's no longer as something that is to aspire to. You know, when you have presidents and people that talk about alternative facts, everyone has their own facts. Nobody cares what the actual facts are. This kind of, trickles down to everybody in society. And, a lot of places, libraries have been closed down. People who were once really intelligent and they were famous for being really smart, nobody cares about them. All you have to do is kind of have a pretty face, say some dumb things, and people will make you popular. I mean, look at that woman that went to Pakistan, or Niger
Oh
Robinson.
yeah.
And she's actually now got a career out of that, just being silly. And it's sort of like society in general is promoting this kind of like non-intelligent population, just be only fans and, libraries. Nobody cares about going to because now it's all very quick and instant. Rather than you going to the library and getting references and getting books out and reading, you want instant information that could be from anybody, like ghetto scholars that haven't really gone to school. They're not professional in what, they don't have the academic background to talk about things that they are confidently talking about. And plus, people don't have time. Then, I ain't got time to research this. I mean, so-and-so, he's very charming or she's very charming and charismatic, has got a lot of charisma, so they must be right. And then from then on, there is courses to be sold, and then you sign up $300. It's just, I think it's the way society is going, where a lot of our young people, not just the young ones, it's just nobody really wants to be intelligent. That's what I'm saying. It's like you can be wealthy, famous for just saying dumb things or just, selling pictures of yourself. And this is where society is regressing, to be honest. And I don't think it's just the Black community. It's just all communities. And I think, we only see ourselves because obviously we are our community, but it's happening all around us. So we're not going to be, we're not going to be able to escape that.
I disagree with that because I'm not seeing this coming from the Indian community or Asian community. Well, depending on what segment of the Asian community, I'm not seeing it. Go ahead.
I don't know, maybe because we're outside of their community, so we can't really, really find out what's happening within their communities, because I only know what goes on in the Black community.
There's a lot of debauchery happening in their communities, incest, a lot of those things happen in their community. You just don't hear about it.
So from us, for me, I would say sometimes we are, we're too busy. People don't have time. And then you've got this instant information in your hand on the phone. And it's not always, you don't have time to fact check things. Is that really correct? That means you need to take time out of your day and find information. People have lost that sort of skill of research. We don't have that. So when Brother Polite says all these random things and everybody, because it sounds good as well, it feels good. Rather than you going through like 100 pages, somebody's very intelligent, the way they speak, he just draws you in. And we're very visual people anyway. So I'll get drawn in. I'm not going to go, oh, was that correct? Should I go? Nobody's researching half of the things like Dan Calloway says. There's another guy, I don't know, there's another guy that's selling that we were Indian and all of that. Is his channel something with a K or something, some kind of weird name, but he's got hundreds and thousands of followers. Really, people are convinced. I don't know where they get their books from, but it's like, yeah, and it's very convincing if you watch some of his videos. But who's actually got the books, like, to follow up the references? Like, what are your sources? But definitely it is happening. And, like the other gentleman said, that religion also doesn't help, where we do, you're not really encouraged to think outside the box when you do follow Abrahamic religions. You take everything on face value. And already there's a setup in your mind for that. So how are you going to question things? That's my take.
I had a question for you quickly. Oh, sorry.
No, go
I
ahead.
wanted to ask, who are those people who follow the likes of Dan Calloway? What are the caliber of those kinds of people, you think?
Well, it's the people that are looking, they're having some sort of identity situations going on with them. They're not really in libraries, dusting off books and getting them out and really going through information. or just kind of, because we have to check references. People don't even know how to follow up information. So I definitely would say there is a cohort of people that are going to be interested. He's got hundreds of thousands of followers.
Yeah, but I'm saying these are low information people. These are people who, again, I hate to disparage them, but probably, don't have a college degree, are not critical thinkers. So again, these are the low.
Elvis, let me interject. I know some college degree folks that are now claimed to be Indians.
Oh man, I'd like to see them. You got to bring them on. I would like to question their intelligence.
Well, one of them
Actually,
is my neighbor.
I have friends.
Graduated from Morehouse. He's now claiming to be Indian. Go ahead.
I have people in my family that are ex-cons, and just because a person is a criminal doesn't mean that he isn't intelligent. They just, fell into the wrong path. And when they go to jail, sometimes they do read books, like the lady said, and when they come out of jail from that seclusion and all these books that they read, they do have interesting philosophical perspectives that could be learned from. And even some of the guys that's in the Pan-African spaces, I believe they're ex-cons, like Scent Police and Brandon. So you guys respect those guys as intellectuals somewhat. So I think that we there's a thing when it comes to like investigation. It's not all based on any particular doctrine or document stating that you're a scholar. Sometimes you just got to respect a person for the facts that they can bring across.
Mr. Sandman, what's your definition of an intellectual?
My definition of an intellectual is a person who thinks deeply about particular topics and has an interesting or unique perspective on that particular topic. And you could be an intellectual in any particular thing. It doesn't have to be one particular thing. You could be a genius when it comes to sports, or you could be a genius when it comes to history, or a genius when it comes to math. It's just whatever.
We call those people? We call them ultra crepidarian. These are people who think they're expert on subject matter because they know a little bit about those things. So they can't come on and try to pontificate on issues simply because they have a little understanding, but they don't have an in-depth understanding about it. Intellectuals are usually people who are groundbreaking within their fields of studies. People, like you said, people who have deep insight on a particular issue, who have been groundbreaking again in terms of taught, so let's just make it easy. Taught leaders on specific topics. Those are people who are intellectuals. Not many people. I don't qualify as an
But you
intellectual.
contradict
A lot of
yourself
people on
now.
this platform don't qualify as intellectuals. We might
You
have a
con-
little information about certain things, but really we're not
you're
intellectuals.
you're contradicting yourself now, because when a scholar does his research, who does he come to? He comes to the common man to get the information.
No, no,
The,
no, no. He
No,
might
no, no,
do.
no.
the,
He get peer review, brother. He get peer review by
you get
other
peer
scholars.
reviewed, or say for instance, if you're a scientist when it comes to archaeology, and you want to find out the history of this particular tribe in South America, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the people of South America, and they're going
No,
to
that's not how
tell
it
you.
works. You don't go to the people and ask them about the history. You do archaeologists. They tell history through relics, things like the bones and certain things that they
Okay,
dig up, ancient
example.
civilization. But
Cool.
they already have an inkling of what was there before. They just go to confirm it by digging on specific sites and saying, okay, these are the structures that was here before. We confirm that this was a civilization that's been covered up, by centuries of dirt and rubble, things like that. So they're doing their studies. They're not getting the information from the people. They already have this information through scholarship, but they're just going there to see the physical proof of what they've already suspected.
Okay,
That's different. Archaeologists
when
is a little different than historians.
when a guy goes to study the history of the Dogon tribe in Mali, does he go to the leaders of the Dogon tribe to find out the history, or does he
That's
just
more
like
anthropology, though.
Well,
That's
Mr. Man,
There you go.
hold on. That's what
That's
I did.
anthropology. What you're talking about.
okay?
That's what I did when I went to
Dynasty did that.
yeah.
And all
Well,
respect to
Archaeology
Donis,
is
I'm sure
more what he
Donis
was
don't look at
saying.
Archaeology
himself
is
Yeah.
science,
as
right?
an anthropologist, right? You don't consider yourself an anthropologist. You just
no, because I don't have the proper training or the
there you
degree
go.
certification. So
Right.
Guys,
Right.
can
Yeah, but
I
I'm
can
just
I
saying this.
can I
He
just deal
contradicts
with the
himself.
definition of what a scholar is? It says a university educated individual who has
Hmm.
achieved intellectual mastery of an academic academic discipline as an instructor and as a researcher. So there we go.
Exactly.
Right. I think a lot of people are indoctrinated into this whole system of you have to go to this university to be respected as an intellectual,
Well, the
and
bottom
it's
line,
just and all
that's how
it
you
is
get,
a hustle.
Well, hold on,
that's how you get
guy.
credibility.
I'm trying to hear, but Mr. Sandman, you got 30 seconds. I gotta pass it to Afro Man.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's just a hustle from these universities make money off of people going to post
That's the
secondary
problem. What you just said
education.
right there is the
Hey,
problem.
Kyle, I can't hear him, Kyle. I can't hear him. What did you say, Mr. Sandman?
Yeah, I was just saying that it's this hustle of thinking that you have to go to a university to gain knowledge is just a hustle from the academic center to make as much money off of people and put them in debt as they can. I mean, granted, humans do have to, or you want your people to be educated and to have some form of education. However, it's a hustle more than anything.
Well,
And
bro,
when
Okay,
you
I got let me I gotta
hold on,
I gotta pass
one
the mic
last
to
that's the
thing,
Afro
dumbest
Man.
thing. That's the
one last
dumbest
thing.
thing.
Yo, Kyle, I gotta pass it to Afro Man. I'm gonna pass it to you.
Dumbest
Go
thing
ahead,
I've
Afro Man.
heard. Damn, people
Go ahead,
stupid.
Afro Man.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead,
Good
Afro
evening.
Man.
Good afternoon. Peace, everyone.
Hello, brother.
Go ahead, bro. Talk.
I
Okay,
think his
yeah,
phone is breaking it down. He got
yeah,
to
he having
pass
some
the
issues.
mic.
Go ahead, Kala. Go ahead,
Okay,
Kala.
see, that's what Mr. Sandman just said. It sums up the problem in the black race altogether. We basically wonder why Asians are thriving and black race is down. Just that reason right there. Asians humbled themselves and realized, like the Japanese, that there was a superior civilization called China, right? They said, look, we love our culture, we have pride and everything, but we have to learn how to say, something was logical, achievable, reasonable, practical, as it always trump our emotions and our pride, So they learned from the Chinese for centuries, And so therefore, in the 1850s, they was confronted by another power in the world that was more advanced than they were. And they said, look, if we don't learn what they learn, right? If we don't learn what they learn, and what so they interpreted Western books and knowledge of science and everything like that, gunnery, whether it's electricity, whatever it was, they had to interpret and use it for you.
Then Kala, you on your Obama phone too, Kala.
No, I'm in my car. Hold up.
All
And
right,
so
to
the thing is,
defend.
black people, they'll sit there and say, like Mr. Sandman, oh, it was scholar. Tell me anybody that doesn't have a university degree that could build anything. They don't. All they got is a bunch of people like that, like the best thing you'll get is a raggedy ass hole the wall thing talking about a museum like Tariq Nasheed. That's the difference between Tariq Nasheed's museum and the Smithsonian. You see what I'm coming at? We
Yeah.
cannot look. I did a show about Diane's. We must be kindred spirit. So I did a show about the same thing the other night. It is time to get rid of the ghetto scholars and embrace real academia again. If we're
So
gonna get out of this situation.
why is it that these so-called scholars they get these doctorate degrees from these colleges when they get a regular job they don't know what the hell they doing and they
Oh
got to
wait,
ask the
okay.
old man that's
So
been working
what
there
about all these
for
doctorates that
30
turn out
years who
some of
has
the
no
best
degree
minds?
how to do
See,
the job.
this what I'm talking about. How ignorant you are. Some of the best minds that build Black America, build institutions, build businesses, multi-billion dollars. Do you think Robert Smith is a product of your ghetto scholarship, or is he a product of friggin' university? You see what I'm talking about?
Robert Smith is
Oh,
a
you're not. Now you
billionaire
disparage him.
who
He's
kisses
a
white people
billionaire. He's a
ass
working yo.
to make money.
Mr. Sandman, you don't go to a doctor who doesn't have a doctorate from a respected university to get treated medically. You don't go to a lawyer who doesn't have a lawyer degree on his wall to
That's what I'm
represent you
talking
in the
about.
courtroom.
Laziness.
You know that.
Laziness. All he tried to do is justify ignorance and laziness because they can't do anything. They can't compete. So the days of the ghetto scholar, the niggas. Excuse me. Sorry, Diane. The days.
Kala, that's to nullify.
All right. I'll give it to you. I get it to you. So I get off. I'll continue to know. The days of the Negro scholar and the ghetto scholar is over. Because we've had enough. We look at our community shambles. You got Negroes out there saying they're Native Americans. Where did that come from? It's a spiral. What next? You got Negroes talking about we from Mars and whatnot. Yeah, I was up there chilling with the Martian brothers and whatnot. This that. Look, man, it's got to stop.
Don't give them all that credit, Colin. They ain't gonna go that far.
Hey, Castro, your phone is acting up, man. You sound like you're on your Obama phone too, man.
Yeah, it's these crickets, bro. It's these crickets.
Yeah. Call back in on a different device. Call back in on a different device. You're on your Obama phone. All right, go ahead, caller.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. the reason why we the Black nationalist movement and everything cannot go because we do not have the embrace the brace of the Black academic.
Damn. Kala on his Obama phone too. What's up with these Obama phones?
Is basically being sucked up by the white supremacist power structure, right? Because they have nothing to go to, you know? So therefore, all the people that could build stuff in Black America, that could run banks, that could run hedge funds, all stuff like that, they're not interested in these ghetto scholars because they know they're nonsense. Anybody, look, let me tell you something. Before I got into insurance, I used to think like Mr. Sandman. Oh man, the man system. When I got in insurance business, when I got educated myself how the real world works and whatnot, my whole perspective changed. You know, once you go on the inside and you look at how the real world works, I realized that the problem was not the system; it was me. You
The
know.
insurance is the biggest scam in
Oh
America
yeah, yes,
outside of
that's
the
what I'm saying.
education system.
Anybody's ignorant like that don't understand how insurance works. You know.
You need insurance to identify you from lawsuits, brother.
Yeah, so if you get sick and go to the hospital and get surgery, insurance will pay for it. You can't pay for it out of your pocket. Insurance pays for it. So as I said,
Right,
when
or
people
you
think
can have universal health care like every other advanced country, but they have to pay
universal
for it.
health care is still insurance. You know, that's why I say how ignorant you are. Everything's insurance. Universal health care is insurance. You have to pool risk. All insurance is pooling risk.
All
That's
you're
all
doing
it
is
is.
throwing ad hominems because you know you're losing this argument.
No, I know. I think I'm winning the
Nah,
argument. I
Tyler's right on
always
this
stop the
point, Mr.
quote.
Yeah,
Sandman.
Kala 100 on this, man.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Sandman, I suggest you hang up the phone, go get your public library card, and start from there. That's what I suggest you do.
And you go back to the job and go hustle that old
Oh
lady
no,
for her
I work for
so you can
myself.
steal her so
I
she
work for
can get
myself. Yo,
her
I work for myself.
insulin.
Hello,
So she can get her
I
insulin
was
so you can
invited.
pay for
I went down to
that
Dallas 2
bullshit
weeks ago.
vehicle you got in your
Check this out.
garage.
Check this out. I was basically down in Dallas 2 weeks ago because my agency is one of the top agencies in the country. Can you do that? Can you put up what you do for a living against mine? No,
Sure
I
I
hear the
Oh
can.
yeah,
man
yeah,
just
yeah.
saying,
Listen,
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
we
let's
not,
all
we
you
not,
generate
we
into
shouldn't
not,
that.
we not,
Yeah.
we
you
not about to
shouldn't
do this
mention
tit for
library
tat
card with
contest, man. We're
Sandman.
not
He's
gonna do it.
mortally
Hey, I gotta pass the mic. In fact, Casher, it's your turn, Casher. Go ahead. Then I'm gonna pass it
yeah.
to Nigel and Afro, man. Go ahead, Casher.
Thanks, Dynas. I appreciate that, brother. Hey, you shouldn't have mentioned library card with Mr. Sandman, Colin. He is mortally offended now. You've offended his ancestors by doing that. I agree with the brother earlier who attributed this rise of pseudo scholars to religion. The way that we learn religion over here in the West is through force. Whether it's Christianity or even Islam, it's through force. Like we were forced to adhere to that religion, and because of that, it's created like a deficient mind. A lot of people don't like intellectual work. They don't like to learn about science and technology. They think it's boring, you know. So, I have these people in my family. I can't have one intellectual conversation with anyone in my family. You know, we talk about ancient Egypt or anywhere in Africa, any ancient civilization. We talk about dinosaurs with paleontology, like anything with science. Everybody just tunes out, or they act like they don't hear you, or they'll turn it into a joke. You know, this is it's a cultural thing with us. So I think because of the pseudo scholars that's around right now, they're around because you know our 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 willingness to engage in these Abrahamic religions, even though we know the legacy that it comes from. You know, we know how it was beat into us. That's all I gotta say.
All right, let me pass it to Afro, man. Then I'm passing it. No, it's to Nigel, then Afro, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead, to Nigel.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and greetings to the panelists and the chat and to the viewers. Yeah, in terms of intellectuals, and I think some people, I think Norris will say something about intellectuals have to be basically like PhD holder. It doesn't necessarily follow that way. You can be an intellectual if you are clever enough in any area and you can, critically think about a specific topics in specific context. It's not everything you have to know. So there are people there that they call polymaths that are widely read because they know so many different topics and they can address those topics to a reasonable degree. It doesn't mean that they hold PhD or professors in those fields. But that said, regarding the community, I think I see some flashes of hope that some people are moving in the right direction. My only concern is that it's not it doesn't seem fast enough and it doesn't seem organized in any way like you see in other communities. No one can say that there are no African Americans in technology or even owning tech companies or billionaires out there. They are there. They are moving. But it just doesn't seem to have a direction and it has not run deep into the culture yet. I don't know how it happened because it's really strange because it's not only the African American community, let's face it, it's happening within the European community too, whereby, especially in the American and the English side, where they kind of started denigrating science and all these critical thinking kind of courses. They make it look like it wasn't cool, and it went on for a long time. I don't know how that happened, why it chose that direction, but the fact that we took it on, the Indians didn't. The Indians didn't. The Chinese didn't take it on. They just saw these people acting crazy. Like you can be crazy all you want. We are going to keep pursuing our own knowledge, and we are going to keep advancing. And the black people follow the white people instead in that direction. And I don't know. We are very, very susceptible to the whims of the dominant culture. That is what I find if you look at the patterns. And if you look at even the dominant culture, they are beginning to retrace their steps. They say at the same time, the black people are retracing their steps. So I don't understand why we are so.
That's not the argument we're having today. That's not the argument we're having today, bro.
What is the argument you're having?
Okay, well, the story we're having today is about ghetto scholars and whatnot, how they've been screwing black community up for years, right? With loud talking, intimidation, bullying, and whatnot. Because look, let me tell you something. I was around these guys probably before a lot of you were born, I realize now they're all full of shit, and I had my head fucked up when I was a kid too. How you gonna have people? We'll talk about Dr. Sebi. You need to know this too, Niger. What's going on? So you're gonna have people that love Dr. Sebi, right? Man who died young, kind of, and basically didn't cure nobody, right? And they just gave everybody snake oil salesman. But yet you don't like Ben Carson because he's a Republican. It's like this is what I'm talking. The mentality I'm talking about.
See, Kala, that stuff. I think I thought about it from that direction, but what I found was that you have them in every community. You have Alex Jones there. You have all the crazies there talking all kinds of crazy stuff. The Chinese, they have them. So communities have this sort of charlatans that mislead people. There is what
other communities know.
I would like to defend ghetto scholars.
Yeah, Kala, you're Obama phone, man. I guess you're driving. Go ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, I think communities. It's not only in the black community. You have them in the white community, the Indian community. They mislead people. There are a lot of people that believe that the Europeans are being erased, even if their population is higher than it was in the 70s and 80s today. Some people believe that they are from Lemuria. The white people are from, all kinds of weird stuff. Some people believe in aliens. They go around, and these people have followers. They have real followers, millions of people who listen to them. So there are charlatans everywhere. I'm not, for me, what I see, that part is not the disturbing part. How susceptible our community is to those kind of stuff is the one I'm looking at. And what I see is that we tend to be susceptible to things that the white people are doing. If something is affecting them, it affects us more than it will affect the Indians or the Chinese. Other people are able to resist it, but we are not. We fall into whatever direction they want us to travel. The question you want to ask yourself is that why is that the case? Don't we have black leaders that are supposed to be educating and ensuring that our people have guardrails to prevent all this stuff from this thing happening? That's what I see.
I see that we've lost our black leaders. They've been killed, they've been shot and killed, and we've seen how the intellectual people talk down people.
We need think tanks, like other groups have think tanks that kind of sit down and they put visions together how they want the nations to be. This is up from just ghetto scholars. These are think tanks. This is where we want America to be or Africa to be. And people these are the people that influence government policies. They're the think tanks. Where is the black think tanks?
But I mean, on an individual level, you can't really blame a quote unquote leader on this. At an individual level, people just have to take accountability for their own education. I mean,
Right.
even through the school system. But as
Let's
a
just
community,
just admit to the
we
lady
need to
that they
value
don't exist.
education more because
But sister, I had a question, right? What are those think tanks for? Are you trying to socially engineer society, or you like society, grow naturally and people ascribe to certain ideology naturally, or
No,
do you want to social engineer it?
the think tanks are there to direct government policies. They're the ones that come up with policies, and then governments have to implement those policies. So these are
Exactly.
like we need
But
our
yeah, but
own
black people are
version.
not running their own government, right? It's the government ran by the white folks. So you can't have black think tanks that are going to make policies that's going to be implemented by the white government structure. Can we agree on that?
Not necessarily. You had the NAACP at one time, who basically had think tanks, and they influenced the civil rights movement generations ago. So that's not entirely true. You know,
No, we're talking about government policies, right, Carla?
yeah, government
Fighting for
policies.
civil,
Into the
yeah, fighting for
civil
civil
rights
rights, but we're
education was
talking
government policy.
socially,
No, no, listen.
socially here.
Yo, busing. Where do you think busing came from? People sitting around thinking, saying, we need to bust people together, bring people together. We need more black people in white schools. We need more money for black businesses, affirmative action. All these things were created by think
So what
tanks.
is a pressing issue in black communities right now that the
All around they said, hold on,
NAACP can help
every
social
last single
engineer?
black community is not the same anymore. Before, it was very clear what black people wanted. We wanted access to jobs. We were tired of racism. We were tired of segregation. We were tired of all these things and whatnot. And so you had a policy that was easy to implement. Now it's not clear about what Black America wants. It's still because some
We
some
always
Having a
wanted
think tank is not an option. You have to have it. It's not even like, oh, should we have it or not? It's an essential tool. You have to be able to analyze your surrounding, with proper data and be able to devise strategies to be able to navigate the society. It's not even an option. You have to.
oh,
I
that's
get I
correct.
get that, right, Tunaja, but then how do you disperse your findings and how do you implement
check this
the
out.
change
Now,
that you want if you don't have
now,
governmental
by
power?
hold
by
up.
lobbying government
Now,
officials,
for the
getting
last
into
5
government.
years, Black America has been settled on one issue: reparations. Right? Think tanks are all over the place talking about reparations. Whether it's going to actually be implemented and when, that's another thing. But Black people just said, you know something, everything else is too hard. Let's just sit around, focus on how we're going to cut the check. That's
Tyler,
what it
this
is.
platform is split on reparation. You're not in favor of it. I think Dionys
I know
himself is
that,
not
but
in favor of
but
it.
what I'm saying is most of the talk, right? Talk in Black America, right? The talk that's organized and everything is around reparations, nothing else. Not
So
nationalism, not anything else.
we need a think tank that's going to go either with Democrats or Republicans and start telling them this is what the policy should be. This is what the think tanks in Europe do. They go for one party or this party, and then they will be formulating the policies of the actual government when it gets into government, the
But the
manifesto. So
dynamic
do we
the
have that
dynamic in the
power?
United States is different, right? Because the black people here are not the majority and they don't have the political power to implement
You
some of
don't
these
have
things.
to. You just have to know that you can galvanize the black vote. There's still the black vote is really important who gets into power. So if they actually can leverage that power that they have, they can have a
And we
think
did.
tank
We
that's
had
coming
Black
out with
Lives Matter.
policies that really help Black America, and they'll be in whatever party, Republicans, Democrats. You go in there. Do you understand?
Sister, they hijacked the Black community. They related to the LGBTQ, the Black Lives Matter, all the stuff like this, reparations, and basically all the energy that was supposed to be doing something constructive was sucked up into these pseudo groups. And that's the thing. As
I
long as they
think we shouldn't
control
worry
social
too much
media,
about others sucking anything up. The point she's making is that you have to have a way of collating good ideas, and because those good ideas also create good paths to having those ideas executed. Because it's not only about just getting ideas; the ideas also gives you the path to getting it done. you can get an idea now. You say, okay, if you go to the Democrats based on the environment that is in America right now, you get the idea through. So those sort of there's nothing wrong with being smart. You know, and that's what think tanks do. You are supposed to be smart about things and not just be groping in the dark and blaming. You know, if you just don't do that, you just be walking in the dark. And that's what other people do. You just have to have it.
So
Hey,
Kyler,
Kyler, you got a lot of background noise. That's why I muted you. But let me pass it to Changa Mira. Go ahead, Changa.
Yeah, no.
I thought I was for
Oh yeah, that's right, Afro. I'm
before
sorry.
him.
Go ahead, Afro man, and then the Sean. Go ahead,
Okay,
Afro man.
thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, peace, everyone. Once again, Dinah's very good topic, and I'm happy based on what I'm hearing from the panelists that most of us, if not all, agree that ghetto scholarship is not only a reality in the Black American community and spreading now to Africa via the Black American community, but it is a leading problem that is inimical to the cause of Pan-Africanism and the Black struggle. The question that I want to ascertain is, what are the roots of ghetto scholarship in Black America? How come that we transitioned from qualified, bona fide scholars like Sheikh Anta Diop, Chancellor Williams, Ivan Van Sertima, John Henry Clark, and the like, to now where people who are high school dropouts, who are ex-cons, some of them are just outright scammers, are the scholars in the Black community. We are now listening to Sanata, we are listening to Brother Polite, we are listening to Supreme Mathematics El Bay, and all of these people, okay, who have no expertise in Black history
Billy
or
Carson's
economics.
another one.
Yes, exactly, okay. These are the people, okay, who have the minds. And if you look at it from my perspective, okay, the problem is that at a certain point, if you sounded intelligent, if you dress a certain way that is decent, okay, it is associated with you being white. It's associated with you being a sellout. So if you come with a PhD and you wear a nice suit and you speak refined English, okay, they're not going to listen to you because they associate you with the mainstream. And since they are fighting the power and the mainstream represents the power, then you are part of the problem as an educated Black man who has expertise in the field that concerns Black people. So as soon as that happened, there was a vacuum, a lacuna in the space of the Black Power movement that were filled now by people who were self-taught. And there's nothing wrong with being self-taught. The leading person in that space was Malcolm X, for example. But the difference between Malcolm X and Brother Polite and Billy Carson is that Malcolm X sounded intelligent because he allowed the facts, data, okay, and evidence to drive his speeches and debates with white people. He wasn't just speaking for the sake of speaking. So he was able to handcuff a lot of intelligent white people. He debated people with PhDs because he allowed the facts to direct him. Now, when you look at, take for example, the two leading ideas now in the Black American community. One is that we are, and by we, I'm talking about Black Americans, are Native Americans. And then the other idea is that they are Israelites. If you follow the umbilical cord of these ideas, I'm telling you, it goes back to someone, okay, who has no expertise in the subject. It goes back to someone who's not a scholar. It's either a street scholar, aka a ghetto scholar, or some religious figure who looked at the Bible diced it, and said, okay, you know what? We are the children of Israel, regardless of the facts. Never mind that if you pick any so-called black Israelites and you test their DNA, invariably it goes back to West Africa or Central Africa or some part of Africa. Okay, I have yet to see any DNA of any Israelite, so-called Israelite, okay, that says that yes, you are from Israel, or you're from Palestine, or you're from Syria or Jordan. It always goes back to West Central Africa. Yet the idea still lives on that somehow these people are Israelites. Then you have those who talk about they are Native Americans. It's the same thing. It goes against the facts. When you watched Lord Jamal, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Lord Jamal. Okay, I believe he belongs to the 5% Nation. Okay, when he debated, I think it's called Dave the Science Guy or Dave the Professor. You know, it was evident that one person in the debate, and this was, you know, the white guy, came there with the facts and knew what he was talking about, whereas Lord Jamal didn't. And whenever this happens, it's an embarrassment to us as
It
black
was
people.
a it
It's
was
an embarrassment.
debate about flat Earth, right? That was a debate.
Exactly, the flat earth. Okay, it's an embarrassment to us, not only as black people, but those of us in the so-called conscious community, because it's as if we are all in one bag where we don't know our left from our right. And so it behooves on us, those of us in this space, to ensure that we have sound scholarship returned to this arena. We can no longer afford to have the polites of this world to lead us, or the Billy Carsons. Okay, I mean, Billy Carson like this is a complete scam.
Yeah, yeah. He's a
I'm not.
pseudo. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. When he talks, listen. Billy Carson himself gets his ideas from a white man.
Hello.
I think he's passed now, called Stitcher, about the origins of the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Stitching himself was a pseudo scholar. He was a
Mhm.
self-taught person. Okay, he was not. He was actually an economist. Okay, who then dabbled in Assyrian history and Sumer. He didn't speak the language. He has been debunked over and over again by the scholars in the field. His interpretation of the Anunnaki coming from out of space, landing on Earth,
And
and
killed
then
and yeah.
exactly all of those things have been debunked. He doesn't speak the language of the Sumerians.
But who
Okay,
followed
he
Billy
doesn't
Carson?
speak.
You think he's one of the people who's well followed?
I wouldn't say he. Well, yeah, he is.
He's got lots of
He has. I
followers.
mean,
Some
Really?
yeah, he
thinks.
has lots of followers. Yeah,
I
he has
think all
lots
these
of
things.
followers.
Yeah,
In
millions
fact,
of followers.
Wow.
exactly. When he and
Hey,
then
Afro man, you
as
got
you
30
know.
more. You got 30 more seconds. I got to pass
Okay,
the mic. But
all right. When Bill Carson himself debated another white guy, I've forgotten the name of the guy, Wesley something.
The
Okay,
Christian, the
again another
Christian guy.
embarrassment. The Christian guy, another embarrassment, and it's an embarrassment to us in the conscious community
Afro
and
man,
to
real
us in
quick.
black community.
Afro man, real quick. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes,
Was the so the debate with him and the Christian guy? How can that go bad? How did that go bad?
it went bad because Billy Carson was claiming certain things that were outright wrong. For example, okay, he mentioned some. I think he said it's. He mentioned something. He said it's in the Egyptian Bible. So the white guy asked him, "What is the Egyptian Bible?" There's no such thing as the Egyptian Bible. Are you talking about the
The Book of the
Codex?
Dead or the Book of the Dead, right?
It-
Or no?
no. There's a certain codex, which is simply a translation of the
Yeah.
Hebrew Bible that was done in
Yeah.
Egypt.
And
Okay,
he
The
speaks
Coptic Bible.
Greek. He speaks Greek and Hebrew.
exactly.
I'm trying to let Afro go ahead, Afro man.
Exactly. And so he basically debunked him on that. And that has been one of Billy Carson's standing points. That particular argument that he made, that was debunked. Then he mentioned some other things about Anunnaki, okay, where he said that the Anunnaki, the word Anunnaki means from those who from space came to Earth. And the white, I said, that's not true. That's not the meaning of the word Anunnaki. It simply means seed of the royal ones or sons of the divine or the gods. Okay. It has nothing to do with space people moving from space to Earth. Okay. And again, he challenged it.
I think I can help you out here.
Well, hold on. It's not your turn yet. It's are you done, Afro Man? Well, yeah, you're done.
Yes, I'm done. I'm done.
Changa Mirror, go ahead.
Yeah, now real quick, I was just gonna say, everyone in here has a valid point about intellectualism. Like, there's no right or wrong answer in my view, because the silver lining with the so-called ghetto scholars is that, you know, it brings in all of the kids who are probably, you know, out there, you know, they can't really sort of relate to, I guess, the serious grown scholarship. You know what I mean? And I was one of those kids, you know, real talk, guys like, he might not be a Pan-Africanist or whatever right now, but you know, Tariq Nasheed's DVD thing called
wait, hold on.
when he went back in the day when he did that show,
I'm not
Hidden
trying
Colors,
to be an asshole, but
you know, things like this. Like it's so it's like, you know, there's always a silver lining, there's always a value in what we see, as it's not all muck, you get me? It's it can be valuable. At the same time, you know, it's good to have a standard of I guess resources and people who are validated, that you can fall back on and say, okay, this person isn't a Billy Carson type person. You know, there's a fine line between you know, value and nonsense. We're seeing that more and more trending nowadays on places like Instagram, and you know what I mean. So but at the same time, I just want to say that, yeah, when it comes to thought leaders and think tanks, like, this is one such thing. Like, people coming on a panel just like this, you know, to express ideas. That's a think tank in my expression. So it doesn't really, like, you don't have to lobby so much. You just have to have a majority following, if you will. Like, once that happens, no one can ignore you. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be ignored. So it's like, for example, Africans didn't need to have a Eurocentric governed system of higher learning. You know, in the ancient times, we learned so many things from just, you know, hearing things online, or, you know, reading books from these relays, which I call them relays because, you know, I like to take the stigma off of things done by Black people, because they're going out their way. You know what I mean? They're still going out their way trying to sort of, I guess, enlighten the masses. So it's like, I just call them relays. I'd rather not call them ghetto scholars, because they're just relaying information from the actual old school, or the old generation of hard learning, you know what I mean, higher masters. So it's like, you know, we learn things about Africa that, you know, in the ancient times, we had these Shango bones, you know, we created mathematics, we had the University of Sankore, you know, we had the Dogon cosmology, all of these things. So it's like, when you have all of these things coming from our heartland, which is Africa, we have to also sit down and think that, okay, cool. So there's no one way to do it, because when you think about doing things a certain way, that's when you get people like, what they call them, gatekeepers. And so when things become too so formalized, you get gatekeepers, and then they also slow our progress down, because they are also just stuck in doing one thing one way. They may not know it themselves, but they may also be manipulated by a certain system that doesn't benefit our progress, so to speak. And I noticed that the brother said that, you know, Asians are not they're not like I can't even say the word susceptible.
Susceptible.
They're not so influenced by the way the white people make decisions. But I feel that really and truly everyone in the world has been influenced by the way that they have made their decisions. The structures that they have around them, the Asians followed that to the T. Because when you see Japan's history, when they modernized, they pretty much just threw everything that they knew in the bin, and then they started to dress just like the white people. They started
I gotta pass
just like them.
Go ahead, Hugh.
Hey, is my turn to speak?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So, just out of curiosity, actually not out of curiosity. I recently saw a video. It was a black woman asking white people what it's like to be white, and I thought, okay, let's see what what she thinks. And whenever she asked that, I sort of thought of like the Sistine Chapel, all of our cultural achievements dominating the world for the past 200 years, actually 300 years. And then I wondered, what is it like to be black? Because when you look at blacks, first off, they're 13% of the population of the United States, yet around 55% of the violent crime is committed by blacks. And I thought,
Finance, you got to cut him off right now.
well, hold on, I'm not.
No. It's let them talk.
Oh yeah, let them speak.
Let them talk. Let them talk. It's an open platform. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think like over 70% of black children are born out of wedlock. And when you look at interracial and intraracial, so overwhelmingly whites kill whites and blacks kill blacks. But when you look at crime between races, blacks kill way more whites. So like, why should we tolerate you fucking people? Why do you fucking exist? Like, why are you?
There you go, Diners.
Why are you in our country?
Let
Why
them
should we
talk.
tolerate you being around here? Because the majority of
Well,
you,
anyway, back to what I was saying, yeah, because this guy's a
not
pussy, innit?
shut
Bro,
up.
let them
Forget this
talk.
guy.
Fuck
Don't
up.
be
Forget this
emotional. Let
guy.
them talk. Let them talk.
Shut the fuck up. I didn't
Bro, he's got
interrupt
nothing to
anybody.
say. It's nonsense. We're talking about
Bro, let
something
him
scholarly.
talk. Stop being
This guy wants
emotional.
to
Let him
interfere.
finish. Let him
He's a
finish.
stalker.
Let him finish, bro. Let him finish.
All right, is it my turn again? I'm just wondering, like, with all these facts, why should we tolerate you? Why should you be around us? Should we just get the fuck away from you? Because I don't like being around black people.
And where would you go?
But that wasn't the
Where the
topic.
fuck would you go? This is a white country. Where the fuck would you go? That's what I'm asking. Where in the fuck
We're not
go?
we're not going anywhere.
Oh, you don't fucking stand. If you come to my doorstep, I'll put a fucking bullet between your eyes, you motherfucker. You cocksucker.
There you go, Diners.
You
There
have
you go,
fucking.
Diners.
We gotta go. Okay, we gotta go. Okay.
I mean, come on. We saw that from a mile away. If you guys didn't see it, I mean, come on.
No,
I mean, but no, you have to let him
I
do
saw
it.
it coming, but again, I just let people come on and
Yeah.
They
I just
show.
want to
They
add
show.
before.
Let them
Can I
show
Sorry.
defend?
themselves.
Can I speak on the ghetto scholars? I have a point.
go ahead.
So I was just thinking what the gentleman before me was saying. It was kind of sort of it kind of reminded me of something where are we sort of just thinking that white supremacy, which dominates academia, that it's not completely inclusive, and academia within the white world is geared towards keeping white people on top. So when we are saying ghetto scholars, they don't have degrees from white institutions, and I'm kind of defending them, that we should just silence them because they have an unusual approach to learning. They're on the streets, on the internet. They're not done this research that's approved by white people. Again, I see that we're in a way discouraging our own people to think outside the box. Because if you look at academic institutions, they are full of white racists. Whenever they find information that shows black greatness, they hide it, because you can't assume that these people are objective, because they're not. Even in academia, they are not objective. So if we have our own people saying, you know what, let me go out there, let me, bring the information to my people, because also the academic field is full of upper middle class people. Yeah. And they're in the business of not providing the world with information and truth. They're in the business of maintaining white supremacy. They do that in technology, medicine, science, history. So when you're like, oh no, we should let them approve us with PhDs, it is still within their system. And it's only when you go out of the box and say, no, we're going to do, because Africa was the place of learning. Mali, Kemet, we were the leaders. When we came in as Moors into Europe, we civilized and educated them. Now they are educating us. And they're not educating us for us to learn. They're actually brainwashing Black people. So yeah, you know, the ghetto scholars or street scholars, they have a point. They are trying to democratize the education sector, but in their own way. And yes, they don't have all the facts or what we think is the facts, according to what the white man thinks. But we should not really discourage them in a way that, you know, they are not wearing white man's suit, speaking white man's language, using white man's references. Peer-reviewed reference is all about them maintaining control. If you write an academic paper, you have to get it peer-reviewed. Who are the peers? Are the white people? You know, they'll look at
you send your kids to learn from a ghetto scholar?
Perfect. I've written journals. Your journals could be perfect, and they'll throw it in the bin because it's all about maintaining control. So let's not go so hard on the ghetto.
Would you send your kids to learn from the ghetto scholars rather than sending them to academic schools?
Academic schools are run by white supremacy, which is the case.
That's the point that I'm asking you.
In Africa,
it's not.
Even within Africa, they still control our education system.
Exactly.
When you think outside the box, you are not allowed to think outside the box that white supremacy has created. They're not just in history books, they're in education. They tell you what is correct, and that's not always correct. And the reason why Asians are so successful, because they push back.
So are you telling me 1 + 1 does not equal 2?
They move within their own lane. I'm not talking about basic things. They move within their own lane.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you to an extent. But when it comes to these ghetto street scholars, a lot of the basis of their information is coming from these same white people that we are saying are white supremacists, which they are. But the thing is,
a lot of them are relying on Black scholars. A lot of them are reading Black scholars. If you look at the problem, if you look at the issues, really good Black scholars have experienced a lot of racism because the white field is about them. And if you go in there and you say the Egyptians were Black, all of white academia says Egyptians were white or Middle East or whatever, when we know they were Black. If you go in there with the real information, they're not going to peer review your work. See, it's a cult.
So the answer is to get our own journal. It's not about ghetto scholarship. The answer is get our own journal and publish in our own journal. It can't be acceptance of ghetto scholarship.
Ghetto scholarship lacks methodology and it lacks logic. That's what I'm saying. White people don't own methodology.
Who came up with a methodology? I've written literature reviews. Who came up with a methodology that we use? I've written review papers. It's them. We are always operating within their systems.
Not true. Africans have been using herbs for centuries before they came to the West. They test it and try and see what works. They hypothesize on different herbs. That's how they came to certain conclusions. The white men use that same method.
When I write academic papers, I have to use the method they've produced, they've formulated. You're always operating within what they've created. This is what I'm saying.
Not true. I'm just telling you. As an African, you know our ancestors used herbs, and they did hypotheses on the different herbs to find out which works and which didn't work.
Ghetto scholars might not be perfect, but they go in different ways about it, and you're going against them because they're not using the white man's methodology.
No, that's not the case.
I mean, you're smart enough not to listen to ghetto scholars. You know that. You want to send your kids to go learn from a ghetto scholar.
What she said, she said they democratize.
Why not? Because they're not following the method that you feel is more approved by whiteness.
No, it's not that they're not following. If you go,
I gotta pass the mic to woman. Go ahead, woman.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm a little bit confused about the discussion in relation to the topic because when I think about ghetto scholarship, you know, the average everyday Black person who's existing is not really following the so-called ghetto scholars. And then the actual people, the actual Black people, the Black faces in the high places who are having some effect on our day-to-day lives, they're not following that either. So the topic is a little bit confusing for me because I don't think that it has helped us or held us back, because these people are functioning within smaller little circles. They're not actually affecting any change in American society. And the people who are affecting change are not, they're not concerned or bothered by that at all. But I will agree with Wildflower in that when you start categorizing ghetto scholarship versus, what she rightfully defined as the European kind of standard, the Western standard, what you're doing is you're forcing everyone to have to function within a system that was created by the Europeans.
Exactly.
Right. So I'm not someone that's big on the white supremacist this, the white supremacist that. No, because I believe that we have to go back to our roots, go back to our ancestors. And a big part of that kind of ties into the conversations we've been having for the last several days about what Pan-African is and it being kind of two-sided. As an African that was not born on the continent, I'm hoping and praying that those of you who have been there, who have your lineages back to your great-great-great-great-grandmothers and all those people, that you can create systems based on what we were doing in the past before the Europeans came in and kind of start to underdevelop Africa. I'm hoping that you guys are the ones that are going to create new systems and new ways that we can have scholarship. That's not us forcing ourselves to function within what the West has decided is scholarship. So, for example, as she rightfully stated, okay, so in the field that I work in, the American, whatever association, I work in the field of psychiatry. Ultimately, all these journals are a bunch of people who worked in the field, psychiatrists or whatever, got together and said, let's start this thing. Let's put these rules in place and says that based on these rules, this is right, that's wrong. And then everyone else that followed them has decided that is the standard. That's literally all that happens, okay? The American Medical Association, a bunch of doctors got together and put some rules in place and said, this is this and this is this and this is this. And then everyone after them decided to follow them. That's literally all it is. So us as African peoples, there's no reason why we can't get together and based on our history and how we've done things in the past and what our ancestors did and etc., put together our own groups and our own set of rules and say, hey, this is what defines this ABCD, and then we follow that going forward. As the other gentleman mentioned, there is gatekeeping that happens, right? Because
all the time,
right, in the university systems, at least within the United States, what we've come to see in the last several years, they're doing nothing more than indoctrinating kids into this far left culture, right? And these are the standards that we go by. If you have a master's degree, a PhD, as someone mentioned, one of the debaters that the people that Malcolm X debated had PhDs, and he still won those debates. Well, those PhDs that you mentioned that to make it seem as though these people were supposed to have some kind of edge over him because they were formally educated. Those PhDs were given to them by the same universities and colleges that are now teaching kids that men can turn into women, women can turn into men. Those are the European standards.
Exactly.
That's what the colleges and universities are teaching nowadays. So if we're using that standards and those type of standards and saying, we have to, in order for us to exemplify real scholarship and to be taken seriously, we need to fit within we need to fit, meet those standards. No. Those standards are arbitrary and they're set by random people in random places and everyone just goes along with it. There's nothing wrong with us completely deconstructing and rearranging what it means, what scholarship really means for us as African people, and going by that.
Woman, are you college educated? Respectfully,
yes, I have a master's degree.
Do you think there's value in your education?
There's value in my education as far as it allows me to be a higher earner. But the things that I learned working in my field, I learned working in the field. I didn't learn them by reading the books, to be honest with you.
So you think you could have went into your job without your college education and done fine?
As I said, because getting the field that I'm in, the more degrees you have behind your name, the more certifications you get, the higher you're able to earn. So I wouldn't have been able to go into the job that I'm in right now and earn the same thing without my certifications and without my master's degree. However, as far as learning and being adept at what I do, I could have learned that had I simply, if there was like preceptorship, just a preceptorship, or what do they call that with like with the
apprenticeship,
right, or through an apprenticeship. Exactly, that's 100% 100% the reality of it. And I think that, part of what I want to do when I get to the continent is hopefully I can do it that way. The field that I want to be in, the business that I want to start is doing something like that, where we can teach women how to do what I do within the field that I'm in through apprenticeship, and they don't have to pay a bunch of money to go to school when they can learn these simple things by simply reading a book and having the hands-on experience.
Can I
Why
ask
would
you a
we need to
question?
pay? Yeah.
Just one question. Okay. Would you have allowed Dr. Sebi to operate on you?
Well, Dr. Sebi never said he was a surgeon.
No, but he was
Exactly.
what you would call
I think
an
we're all smart enough to
alternative
discern what's rubbish
doctor.
and what's valuable, bro. You ain't
I'm
got to
sorry?
say that. We're
Would
all
you
smart
have
enough to
allowed
discern
Dr.
what's rubbish
Sebi
and what's valuable.
to operate on you?
Dr.
If he
Sebi
told
never.
you,
Discernment. We can
Hey,
discern.
guy. Listen, there's too many people talking. He asked one person a question.
So Dr. Sebi
Yes.
never claimed to be a surgeon, so I would not have allowed him to operate on me because he never said he was a surgeon. Now, what I'm saying, I'm not saying that we should completely disregard every educational institution and every standard. Absolutely not. Surgeons learn, and actually, it's interesting you bring up surgery, because I was watching a very interesting podcast. Actually, I think it was a Tucker Carlson interview where a surgeon was speaking about how surgeons are coming out of school now and they don't know anything. They can't perform simple surgeries, and how shocked he was at that and how low the standards are. Okay?
Like Africans
So
was operating on people's brains. Africans were operating on people's brains, like before the surgeons, before the actual brain surgeons.
In
were
Africa,
actually
we were doing surgeons without ever meeting white men. So
I think we have to be
and I
careful.
also want to say that
Just hold on for a second. Just hold on for a second. I think we have to be careful here. There are
You got
30
seconds, so I got to pass the mic.
Yeah, there are certain things we are mixing up here. In terms of what the white people did, they discovered a method of gaining knowledge. That is basically what they did in terms of the scientific method that they created. In other words, when you claim to know something, you have to be able to verify, repeat it, and ideally be able to scale it up. And it's also peer reviewed. That aspect of what they discovered is very, very powerful.
Peer-reviewed usually their own friends.
Let him finish. He's making a sound point. Let him finish.
What I'm saying. This is very, very important because it goes to the very crux. It goes to the very crux of our very existence as human beings. Human beings are here to discover the truth of our existence. And if you can't find a way to capture information and truths more accurately, then you will likely grope in the dark. And in terms of having pseudo scholars going around saying stuff that are unverified, not peer reviewed, and you can't repeat it, it's not scalable, then you are just walking in the dark. You can see that I'm all the way here in the UK talking to people all the way in America. How did that happen? That comes from studying the very fundamentals of nature itself.
Okay, I gotta pass the mic. See, I gotta go ahead. See, Agana.
It's okay.
I gotta pass. See, Agana, go ahead.
I'm just popping on, so I don't got much to say. I wanted to catch that Scythian that you had on there, talking that trash. I wanted to address him, but I'm gonna let it come back around. I know what the topic is.
See, you're taking up a spot. If you don't have anything to contribute,
yeah, I got something. What do you mean if I don't have anything to contribute?
Well, contribute.
Yeah, I came on because, as I just said, I wanted to address that devil that you had on there talking.
He's gone. What do you want to contribute?
Okay. Now, so when you're saying, okay, so you seem to be confronting me. Okay, so I'm just going on, but you seem to be confronting me. You won't even let me relax for a second, but that's okay. Okay, so when you say pseudo scholarship, what scholars are you talking about that are from the like a Pan-African community? Are you talking about any of our scholars when you're saying that black people follow pseudo scholars? Who are you talking about?
You have the brothers claiming to be Hebrews, Indians,
but those aren't scholars, right? Scholars.
Well, they're being credited like scholars by some.
No, they're not being credited as scholars. Who credits them as scholars? You know what it is to be a scholar. You earn a scholarship, right?
We got to define how do you earn a scholarship,
right?
Okay, how do you earn a scholarship?
Let's do that. We don't earn it by someone saying, "Hey, he claims to be a Jesus or a Hebrew or something." That's not how you earn a scholarship. That's not a scholar.
So see, how do you?
When you are trying to do scholarship,
hold on.
Following that is called following a cult. That's called following a cult. That's not scholarship.
Okay, so see, I'm asking you a question. How do you?
It's
earn a scholar. How do you earn a scholar? How do you become a scholar?
You learn under a scholar. You learn under someone that's intelligent. You know what I mean? That's certified. that knows what they're doing, and you're accredited.
Yeah, that's subjective. I mean,
Certified is
your
objective.
criteria is
Certifications
subjective.
are objective.
Certified according
You have
according
to
to
be
this is where it
certified
gets
by
murky
the
Okay,
though.
well let's do it like
institution.
this though. We know we know what not being certified is. Okay, so if that we know what not being certified is. We know that you just we know that you just can't proclaim something and then everyone say, oh, that's a scholar. You just can't proclaim to be you can't claim to be from
Let the man
the
speak.
you cannot claim to be from the Super Friends or from Mickey Mouse or from Bible or any kind of make believe thing, and then say, "Oh, I'm a scholar." That's not how it works. You may be a theologian or something, but you're not a scholar. You're not a scholar, man. I mean, that's
A theologian is
you're
a
dealing with
scholar.
make believe. You're dealing with make believe. You know what I mean? And no,
Okay.
and y'all for you to come up with the show, and then y'all suggest that these are scholars that black people are following. That's what the
They
problem
are
is.
following them. What are you talking about?
Yeah, people may follow, but they're not. But those aren't scholars. They're following.
To
Those are
become
That's
a
following cults.
to
subjective though.
become a
Don't it be funny?
scholar, you need to develop. Can I just
See how
say
you
this?
wanted me to talk, and
Can I
now I
say
can't
this?
talk. See how that works? I wanted to relax, but now when I'm trying to talk, it's difficult. See how that works?
Do not interrupt. Sir. You got 30 seconds. No one interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, that's what it is. I started off with the question because I wanted to know what people that we would determine did black, when you said, oh, black people following pseudo scholars, I wanted to determine who it was. So when you start to point out these little cult groups and everything, we know that those aren't scholars, and your black people, African Americans, do not follow them. Those small little cults within a giant multitude of people, of 50 million people. That's a small group with a few thousand that mess around and follow
It's
these
more than
little
a few
groups
thousand.
that are online following these little groups within the thousands when you see them. You know,
It's more than a
the
few
Indian groups, and those aren't none of those scholars. Those are all just posers, people that just make a claim that they can't back up. You know. That's pretty much what you're dealing with. Those are so when you say real scholars, if you talk about the Amos Wilsons and John Henry Clarks and things of that nature, you know what I mean?
Those are real
We couldn't have
scholars.
made a
Oh
mistake by
yeah, he
following them.
prefaced that before
Very
in
difficult
his
to talk
opening
though. It's
statement.
hard to talk with someone
already
talking.
pressed it.
You know what I mean?
I talked about that in the beginning. Sorry.
You did what?
Okay, let me pass to Mr. Research. Go ahead,
Can
Mr.
I
Research.
say something?
Diamond, you gotta black this dude, Rhodesian. He's typing out the word.
Well, Marie, block Rhodesia. Go ahead, Mr. Research.
So let's have an intellectual conversation. So this isn't to say nobody's lesser, but let's just not perform. Anybody can be a journalist in this day and age. It used to be, and I think sometimes when people have these conversations, they go off used to be qualifiers. It used to be you had to be an academic to be a journalist. Now people classify themselves as journalists just based on the label. It used to be you had to have a master's in biology to be a biologist. Now you just got to have a basic class to be a biologist. And the same thing with scholar. It used to be where you had to come from some accredited academic. Now, so many people are just labeling their favorite speaker as a scholar. And this
isn't that lying?
Wait. Let's learn together. It doesn't matter whether we currently agree with it or don't agree with it. That's not the point. The point that he's making, my brother, is that people are being labeled as this, followed as this, and addressed as this. And therefore, we have not been consistent in saying that the academic, hold on, I'm going to give you the microphone. I know you just want to be the only one speaking. I get it. But what he's trying to say is we have not been consistent on making it a academic accreditation thing only. Now 20 years have passed and everybody's calling themselves a scholar. Here's my last point. What the sister said is true, and I'm gonna pass the mic. What the sister said is true, is that we got a lot of people that we could fix if we all just stuck together, but we got so much arguing. And these mayonnaise people are not arguing at the high percentage that we are. Even when they're wrong, which is what the stage is saying right now, they're agreeing on their wrongness to get their agendas passed. So everybody on stage may be correct that these are wrong speakers and they passing poison information, but guess what? They're sticking together long enough to make the information sound valid to the person that just turned 18, to the person that just turned 17, while
This
we're
is what I'm
sitting
saying.
and arguing.
We're countering it. We're trying to counter it. We're trying to counter the nonsense. You know what I mean? They're presenting a lot of nonsense, but that's just that's not only with Black people. You can find that with any group of people. You see plenty.
Nah, you don't see
Yeah, you
this
see,
among.
you do, man. That's why ancient aliens and all that, like
Mike, you don't
ancient
see this
aliens, white
you
people thinking.
You don't see this amongst the Chinese community and other Indian community like we are the Black community. No way.
You do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You definitely do.
No, you don't.
And you find it in the white community. What is ancient aliens? You really believe that?
They
think the ancient civilizations, they think aliens came from outer space and made pyramids and things like that. That's them. That's the people you.
Yeah, there's a lot of them around.
That's super pseudo. Think like that.
Yeah, Donnie. I mean, mostly like he's right. Donnie is right. You don't see it in the Asian community, but you do see it in the white community.
You see it in the Asian community. You see it in all those. Not all hate, man. You see that in all kind of communities, man.
Let's assume that we do see it in all kind of communities. It's not at a high percentage. It's barely 10%.
It's not a high percentage in our community.
Oh, man, stop it, bro. Come on.
It's not.
We are the conspiracy theory kings. We
Here's the difference, though.
No, this is the way you feel about us. This is the way it
ain't
is.
how you feel.
Like
it ain't how you feel.
It's the way he feels. You feel that we're most pseudo.
What, Mike? I'm not here. I'm not seeing any Indians, East Indians talking about correction status.
What?
Say
that again.
I'm not seeing no East Indians or no Asians talking about correction status.
Correction status. I'm not even sure, but I do know they have a lot of pseudo beliefs and things that they follow. So I mean, you know,
a lot of white people do flat earthers,
right?
You know,
that's what
conspiracy theory, New World Order.
Right. So to think that there's something that's just a Black phenomenon, it's just self-hate.
What's that QAnon thing? QAnon, whatever it is.
QAnon. There's another one. Right. Right. We have tons of them.
So hold on. Let's move it forward. Let's just agree with you because you're not going to let it go. So let's
just agree with me. It is
about it because you're not going to let it go. Let's agree with you on that. How about we in spaces where we're competing intellectually? How about that?
What about spaces that we're competing?
How about
now, let me ask you about these spaces. Are these racist spaces?
Brother, are you the only one that's speaking? Do you want us to
I'm asking you. You asked me a question. I want to qualify.
I didn't act.
You said how about places where we're dealing, with intellectualism, and I just said, are these spaces racist? I just wanted to clarify it before we looked at those spaces and looked at, production in those spaces. That's all I was doing.
Are you finished?
Yeah, you gonna answer the question?
No, because you haven't allowed me to finish my question. So why would I answer a question if somebody just cut me off?
Go ahead.
You want to make it clear?
So the question I'm asking is kind of like what the lady said. Where are we on the intellectual plane where we're able to go and discuss this stuff, even if it is racist, to where we're intellectually dissecting it? What you're trying to say is let's police certain things that you approve of, so that way we're limited on these discussions.
That's your assumption. That's not what I'm saying. But okay. You want to answer the question though? Those intellectual spaces that you're talking about, are those racist spaces? Yes. Are those racist spaces or those spaces where racism is taking place?
Yes.
Which one? The racist spaces?
Yes, racist spaces.
So in racist spaces, you want to compare our production in those spaces? Is that what you're doing? Are you saying in spaces that we're being cheated at, you want to compare our production?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? You want to compare our production in places where we're being cheated?
He said yes. How many times do you want him to answer? He said yes.
This is why I say you're not here to have a real conversation. You're just here to control the microphone.
I'm sorry. The reason why I kept asking, I didn't understand the answer. Okay, so how does that make sense? I mean, if they're cheating, then of course the numbers ain't gonna look right. You know what I mean? Of course, our numbers will look terrible when you're dealing with someone that's cheating against you. You in a program that cheats against you, of course your numbers are gonna be lopsided. So when a person asking me that question, as if he thinks those numbers are supposed to represent something, they're supposed to represent our failure somewhere when we're being cheated. You see what I'm saying? That's why I asked a few times, like you couldn't possibly be saying that. You couldn't possibly think
I will
rationally and
answer
ask
when you
question.
finish.
You didn't answer a question like that.
So I will answer when you finish. So I am good enough to be able to take their cheating information, redirect it to them, expose it to them and their children, to let them know that, to let even their children know that they're lying, and be able to have that conversation.
We do that
the
all day.
greatest thing, sir, you keep interrupting, even though we're being polite to you. The greatest thing in an intellectual discussion is taking somebody's information in a debate, in a discussion, and turning it back on them the same way we do in hip hop, where we take your lyrics that you just did and remix it in a better way. The
Isn't
same
that
way
what we do with history?
Sir, you keep interrupting. This is the last thing I'm going to say, because I see you're here just to fight. It's the same thing if you go to the poker table and they cheat. You got to be able to call it out and sit up here and expose it. You don't sit up here and just run from it and hide it. But you have the last word, because you just want to dominate this microphone.
All right, thank you. All right, so, you know, just you hear this dude say it, I'm totally lost with this. We're not countering it.
So,
which obviously our scholars are countering it. You know, and y'all
let me
had
ask you a
opportunity.
question,
I actually was in the comment section like, man, because I seen a white dude come up
Can
on
I
here
ask you a
and
question?
lace. I seen him go in and
Can
no
I
one
ask you a
challenged him.
question?
I seen him, yes, sir.
Can I ask
Go
you a
on.
question?
In the middle of
Okay,
me talking,
all right.
sure. I heard all that stuff he was saying about him talking. Now I see what he's saying, but go ahead.
How did the Chinese do it?
Do what?
Did they have to
How do they
scrap
do what?
how did they, right now they are basically second to the US, okay? They have the second biggest economy, okay?
Okay.
They are producing more PhDs than the US, okay? So how did they do it? Did they have to reinvent scholarship, or they
All right,
simply use
when you said Chinese
They had
people,
a
you talk about.
culture
I'm trying to ask you the
revolution.
question.
Okay,
I'm
so
trying to
I'm
ask you
trying
the question. Okay, go
and I'm
ahead.
trying to answer your question. All right, so when
I
you
haven't
say
finished asking
China,
it. Okay, you go
okay,
ahead.
so when you talk about China, are you talking about an established country that's been there for 2,000 years? And you're
He
comparing it
doesn't even
versus
know what you're
people,
talking
and
about.
you're comparing China, a people who've been in China and civilization for 2,000 years. You want to compare their production with the people who've just been out of slavery for 160 years. Is that what's going on?
I am
Oh.
Just to
talking
be clear,
about
I'll continue. Is that what you're doing?
I am
Are you
I am
comparing?
talking about, oh God.
No, it's just a yes or
I am
no. That's a yes
talking,
or no. That's a yes or no type of
you are
question.
asking me, I am talking about the People's Republic of China.
Can I
Yes.
answer that
That is in
question?
2,000 years old.
No,
Yes, a
That is not
civilization that
2,000
has
years
been
old.
around for
Afro man,
2,000
answer
years.
your question.
Yes, so
I
I
am
said,
talking about the
so to
People's
answer your
Republic of
question,
China.
so to answer your
The
question, I
People's
just wanted
Republic
to
of China
qualify.
is not 2,000 years old.
It
So
is.
get
It's
your facts
China.
straight.
China is China. China is
I
China.
said the people's, listen to what I'm saying, okay? So you can actually sound intelligent. The People's Republic of China is not 2,000 years old. So get your facts right. I'm not talking about the Qing dynasty.
Right, a
Answer.
dynasty is just a dynasty of a civilization, just one. So I know you're not talking about that. That's not the entire China. China has dynasties that continue on. That's why I said a 2,000-year civilization, not dynasty. You have to listen so you can sound intelligent.
All right.
Now, when
So
I
I
asked that
guess
question,
you,
there's a reason why I asked you that question. You know what I mean? I
I'd like
asked
to
you that
answer the
question.
question.
So I wanted to
okay.
know if you were comparing a people that are from a civilization that has been in progress for 2,000 years
I'm wasting my time
versus a
on you.
people that have been
So
out of
I guess you
slavery.
don't know.
No, man.
We're just wasting your
I'm
time.
wasting my time
And my
on you.
question, and the question I'm asking, and the question I'm
the answer.
asking, and the thing that
You
doesn't
ain't
make
got
it
the answer,
easy,
bro.
the question
You ain't
I'm
got the
asking is a yes or no.
Ghana. If a white supremacist comes back on, I'll bring you on, bro. You ain't got.
All right, but see how you get mad and
Go
upset?
ahead,
Why you mad upset, Dinus? Why
You
you
ain't
so
got
upset
you
when I
ain't
come on the
got the
show?
answer, man.
You
You
ask
ain't
me
got the answer.
questions,
Let me pass the
nobody's
woman.
swearing, there's no fighting, you're still
So
mad.
here's
The
the
king is still
answer
in the
to why
bunch.
I gotta
China
pass the
has
mic.
what it
Like
has.
Okay, pass it.
China
Pass the
has
mic.
this thing about
Pass the
saving
mic.
face.
I
Pass
gotta
the mic
pass.
because
China
he's
has
not going to
this
answer
thing
the
about
question.
saving
I
face.
gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, woman. Go ahead, woman.
Can't answer the question. Pass the
You
mic.
ain't got the answer. Go ahead, woman.
So Afro Man, essentially what you're asking is how come the Chinese economy is successful and their society is successful and they didn't reinvent scholarship? Am I correct?
Yes. How come they are beating the West at their own game?
Well, they're not beating the West at their own game, okay? Because what the Chinese government did, number one, they do not have a democracy, right? As the West has been forcing the African continent to have.
I'm
And number
talking about
two,
their educational system.
okay, hold
Let
on.
her answer.
The Chinese, the People's Republic of China is not, or the CCC, whatever, they're not their economy is not booming because of their educational system. Their economy is booming is because they decided to be the manufacturing capital of the world. When the West was saying, we don't want to manufacture in our countries because we have to pay these people too much, China said, hey, no problem, we'll pay our citizens coins and you send your manufacturing to us. That's why the Chinese economy is booming, because they have excelled in manufacturing. Now, it's not because they're producing all of these intellectuals and these scholars. No, absolutely not. Their economy and their country is doing well because of manufacturing. And that is different from the West, because what happens is America and other Western nations those companies do not want to pay their own citizens to manufacture goods and products because they'll have to pay them a higher rate. So China said, no problem. We'll pay our citizens absolutely nothing, and we'll do all the manufacturing for everywhere. Everybody just send your manufacturing over here to us, and we do it for cheap.
Let me come in here real quick.
Hold on.
That's partially true.
What, Mike? Mr. Research, can you answer this question, please?
Yeah. So
go ahead.
So I'll be quick. His thing is about education. So there are 8 different types of people in China. Many times what you're looking at are the people who are mainland people, and they are from the higher echelon families. Let that sink in. Everybody in China is not educated. The people you're looking at are the people who are connected through cousins or whatever to certain families. What she said is very true. And I want you, as the person who asked the question, look on a map and say, why is everything only Hong Kong and Shanghai? Why it's never about the Yellow River? Why it's never about Wuhan? Why it's never about these Cantonese places? Because her answer remains true. The only success story, the only glitz and glamour is those 2 places. That one little edge of the water. The rest of the place is in a slum.
Actually, that's false.
It's not.
Diners, give me 30 seconds, please. I've been quiet for a while. Please.
You can have it. Let me land and you can have it. Let me land and you can have it. So for the people who are saying that's false, as I give this guy the microphone, ask him, is Wuhan educated like that? Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Let me come here, Diners.
So,
look. Wait, 1 second, brother. The Chinese, 1 second, please. The Chinese, they're the same way the Africans do. They send a lot of their people to the West to get educated. A lot of them. From Duke University, from Harvard, a lot of Chinese came to the West to get educated. And also, in China, you got places like Chengdong, you got places like Guangzhou, that's very, very highly developed and highly successful. It's not just Beijing.
Shenzhen, so many cities.
Shenzhen. Yeah, so there's a lot of cities that's developed. The thing with the Chinese is that they're rigorous when it comes to their education. Kids go to school for like 10 hours a day. They spend most of their days in school. They learn. I mean, you got to understand how the Chinese educational system works in China. It's very rigorous and grueling for the kids. That's the difference with them. So they do put an emphasis on education and manufacturing. It's a combination of both. You have Chinese engineers who are building $200 billion dam. You think they did it without education? These people are highly educated, but they're also so populous that they can become the manufacturer of the world. So it's a combination of highly educated people and manufacturing. Let's not be like
So hold on. Y'all notice he didn't say anything about Wuhan. Like I said, he wouldn't say it. And for all of you who are interested, Shandong is 50 miles from Shanghai. He's proving my point.
What is the point?
What does that mean? It's a highly developed city. Have you seen Shandong? How highly developed it is? It's like a futuristic city. What are you saying?
Have you been to China? Have you? I'm asking you who asked the question. Have you been to China?
Yes, I've been to China. I used to stay near the Yellow River. Yes. What's your
Okay,
next question?
so
No. What's
then
your
you
next
should know.
question?
Okay, that's what I'm asking you right now. So you should know then that China is a leading producer of PhDs
Sir,
globally.
here's the problem. You're making this claim, and I'm not disagreeing
It's
with
not
your
like you
claim.
can fact check it. You can fact check
No,
it.
I'm not
You can
disagreeing
fact
with
check
your
it though.
claim.
It's all online.
But I think what you're not understanding is you're omitting the culture and how the CCP, according to what she said, and which is true, designs for you to think that way.
I don't
Shanghai
get you.
and Hong Kong and all the provinces that are close to there are the glitz and glamour. Yes.
But that's true for every country.
But
Every
you
country you
can't
have
say the
city and
same
then you
thing
have the
about
countryside.
Wuhan. I'm gonna let you have the last
I'm
word.
saying that is true for every
I
country.
guarantee you can't say no. You can't ask a question for a question. I guarantee you can't say the same thing about Wuhan. It's in China. You can only talk about the province that are maybe Beijing.
Wuhan is a fishing province.
Never
It's a
mind. You got
seaport.
it, sir. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying you got to understand. There's different places in China. Wuhan is a fishing place, and is also a place that's highly known for medical research. For science. So you can't. Everywhere is not a big city. There are certain places that specialize in fishing. Certain places that specialize in trade.
And
The
that's what I'm trying
premise
to tell
is
him. That is
education,
true
sir.
for
You
every
got to keep
country.
up with the conversation. The premise
That
that
is
he
true for
asked
every
was
country.
education.
And I'm saying, okay, that is true for every country. You have areas that are
Everywhere
more
is not like
productive.
Massachusetts where you have high level universities, right?
Yeah,
Certain
it's
places
true
you
for
got
every country.
farmlands like Iowa and in Idaho, right? And certain places like California, you got the tech, a hub there. So everywhere is
That's
different.
You
not in
cannot
dispute.
compare.
We're not disputing
You
that.
cannot compare Springfield, Missouri, to New York City. So that's true for every country. It's not only unique to China. So I don't see your point.
You don't want to
The
see the
point
point
is, the
because you're.
Chinese economy is
Go
not
ahead,
based
lady.
on
Go
their
ahead.
intellectual. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No. We have been talking too much. You go ahead, lady.
No, I was just going to say that the Chinese economy is not booming based on their intellectual class. The Chinese economy is doing well because of manufacturing, and this is why that's where Trump decided to hit them with the
What are they
tariffs, and that's
manufacturing?
the problem.
What are they manufacturing? What are they manufacturing? How do they
They
Everything.
manufacture?
manufacture all kinds of crap. You ever been to Dollar
They
Tree?
Exactly.
manufacture cars. They manufacture
That takes
computers,
skilled
smartphones. You think
labor.
they didn't get
That takes
education to do those things,
skilled
woman?
labor. Listen
They
to me. That
manufacture
takes
cars.
skilled labor.
What
It's not
is the
as if you
point?
It's a
have
What is
combination of cheap
unskilled
labor
no,
people.
and
no, no,
highly
I beg you.
advanced,
What is
production
the
of
point of
Exactly.
the
that
So
you
when
need
you tell me
I
education
it's
don't
not
for.
because
even
of
know
your
what the
education,
argument is about
it is
now.
not factually correct.
What is the argument about? I
The,
don't even
the,
know
the
what it's about
Chinese,
You
at
know,
all.
so
can I come in because I've not
economy.
spoken for a while. I want to say
I
something.
just want to finish
I
up
don't
my
even know
point.
what it's about anymore.
It's really sad to see so many whitewashed minds. The Chinese economy is doing well because the Chinese
Exactly.
government has a system in place where there's lots of unskilled, cheap labor. That's the reality. If that was not the case, then the tariffs would not be an issue for them, right? Why is it such an issue for them if they have this highly skilled labor force that's
Exactly.
do you know
China exports 15% to the United States. Of its export, only 15% come to the United States. You
But
know,
nobody's disagreeing on that.
But I'm saying
That,
she thinks
that
that
is why
China
what I say.
is going to affect them as much as they affect the United States. Only
America.
15% of their exports come to the United States.
Okay,
The
Elvin,
rest go to other places around the world.
you know everything about everything. You're on
No,
here all
I
the
know a
time.
little
You
about
know
I know a
everything.
little bit about a
But
little
let's
bit. But
If
just
that's,
assume
that
he's
was
right.
not the
Let's just
case,
assume he's
Can I
right. What's the
say
point?
something?
then there would be
Can I?
no problem. But there is an issue now. There is a back and forth. If it was as simple as, okay, well, fine, we won't export to the United States anymore, then there wouldn't be a problem. And like I said, it's not just the United States, it's every other country in the world, all of the major Western nation, everywhere. Even in my little country in Guyana, everything is made in China that goes there.
who's back?
So what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Are you saying that this is more consequential for China than the US when they do
You're
most of the
not keeping up with
manufacturing?
what
I
she's
don't
saying,
understand.
sir.
Hey
China
guys,
gets benefit off the doubt.
I gotta read these super chats real quick. Already read checks. All gas, no brakes. Thank you for 999 holla. This conversation is pointless if we cannot agree on who are the respectable black scholars. Colin Nation, thank you for the $4.99. You $5 short, Colin. All gas, no brakes, 999 holla. Thank you. You are concerned about adults being proper scholars when our children can't even read, write, and do math proficiently. Why are we wasting time trying to correct adults? Ace 22, thank you for $2 holla. This is what they do. No accountability, just blame. Yeah, King, thank you for the €6. Everybody learned in school about their own history. Only in Africa, we learn about King Henry, Napoleon, etc. Are we Europeans or Africans? Yeah, I can't thank you for the €6. Why is it that black folks are always trying to be smart and right? This is why we are on the bottom as a group. We got bigger fish to fry. Live and learn. Thank you for the $10 holla. 0.06 of Americans identify as transgender. Why are pro-blacks obsessed with it like right-wingers? Search for who? I don't understand the obsession with such a small minority of people. I don't see pro-blacks being obsessed with transgenders. I mean, I see the Democratic Party being obsessed with transgenders, but not pro-blacks. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, go ahead.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Wildflower.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the ghetto scholars question, that why are people, getting, attracted to their approach to spreading information. Some of our people might not be interested in the traditional way of receiving information. And if these people are, they have the charisma, they know how to speak, they can spark your interest, that might actually get you to think, oh, I want to find out more about that topic. Obviously those speakers might not be right about everything. They might not be right about the first thing, but if it can get in your interest, because a lot of people, if it's not about music, eating, holidays, they're not really interested in bigger topics outside of the box. So if there are people who are flashy, they speak well, they can, get your attention. Because when it comes to teaching, it's can you motivate your students? Yeah.
Exactly.
If they can motivate our young people who normally won't really give a toss about learning about these big topics, and they might be interested just in sports music, but if they can be like, oh my God, I didn't know books were such a cool thing. So and so, he's got these amazing skills. He's very charismatic. He knows how to speak. He can gain your attention. Because I've had teachers that were really boring, and I couldn't listen to them because I was just like, I lost interest. But if these ghetto scholars can gain people's interest, maybe if they would, do more field research on their own so that information can be also verified by other people that agree or disagree with them, that would be better. But to kind of discredit them and say, they're completely useless, we need to look at the advantage of these people, because they're the ones that are going to get our young people interested in learning, not that boring school teacher.
The thing is these ghetto scholars, which we're separating them from actual scholars within our community that are actually Afrocentric. The ghetto scholars are not promoting literacy or doing any, and they're not going to be willing to do any field research, because most of the times they're just doing it for a means of income. Most times they're charlatans, to be honest. The ghetto scholars, not Afrocentric scholars that are actual scholars.
We have scholars that are not as exciting, but they've done their work, they've done their research, they've been in the field, they've done the primary research, secondary, they've done the whole yarn, but they don't get the interest of the young people. And I'm like, we have to educate the children because they are our future,
But that's a product of our educational culture, because there again at the same time, just because you somebody's yelling and doing all type of grandstanding, that's not necessarily conducive to an educational environment. I know there needs to be some alternative means of education, and it needs to be, I agree, like non-traditional, but some of the methodology that they're using is just not conducive to learning. It's really just grandstanding, and it's just feelings, and it's about emotions.
If it motivates the young people to have an interest in finding out more, like, do your own research. Like a lot of them, I hear a lot of people now say, do your own research. This is what I know. This is what I believe. This is what I think. But I encourage you to do your own research. So getting our young people to think like that, not to say I know everything because I know how to speak. I know how to get viewers and followers. You know what I mean? So we can't really just be like really just going hard on them, because they're trying as well not in the the formal way that people learn. They're trying to get our young people where they are. They like flashy things, people that speak well, people that look well. They're not going to listen to a boring teacher. We've all had boring teachers. And some of the traditional black scholars that know a lot, they're just boring. They're not really going to interest our young people. I'm sorry.
They're going to do research
That's more of an indictment on us as a culture.
They're going to do research on genealogy on how they're Indians, right? And this has to do with some psychological cycles that have been passed down in our families. But I say that there's usually three ways. You're going to either learn self-taught, you're going to go to school or university, or you're going to go through an apprenticeship. And the apprenticeship is an old model that, for example, a young person that wants to blow the trumpet, wants to play jazz, he's going to study with a jazz master. He's going to study with a trumpet player master for a couple of years, and then he's going to start off with imitation. So these things are some things that some of the scholars, the Black Studies scholars, have found that we practice. We kept that tradition of apprenticeship that you'll find throughout Africa, and in not only Africa, but those are some of the ways. We also had universities. So going way back, we've had universities. So we've had these things. The problem is, or the challenge is that when you have access to the information like we do today at our fingertips, you can be self-taught. You can study these things, but is the information going to be the right information? And how far are you going to go down that rabbit hole? Because you can be self-taught. I think that when I was coming up with the kids, they used to love to hear about the things that would interest them, is that people that look like them created these things that we didn't know. These things that we math, science, all these things, right? We thought that came from the Greeks or the Western world. And when we started finding that out, it got their interest. And then when you can tie it into their own history, like I mentioned, apprenticeship, you can tie that into even their recent history. It further gets their information, their interest. And then the arts is another thing that you really get people interested in. That's how a lot of people get involved in African spirituality. They started with the music and dance, and then they got further in. They go into the spirituality, and then you can get them interested in politics too, and studying politics and government, that type of stuff. So you've got to kind of get in there and look like them, right? And talk some good shit. You can't just be shooting out some boring information and be very Western in it, because the Western school is regurgitate. You learn it, you regurgitate it, and then a lot of times it's short memory. It's not going to last with you. Whereas with our information, it was more about relating to nature and relating to self, and how you can better yourself, and how understanding this information can help you in the real
Learn
world.
by doing. Learn by doing and observing.
So
yeah, and it's not just some
let me go
theoretical
next.
shit. It's not some theoretical. We were just talking about Frantz Fanon in another space. They're espousing Frantz Fanon in the 40s. He did this research, great work he did, that still applies till today, with understanding how these different systems are set up. Amilcar Cabral studied him. A lot of the Black studies scholars studied him and advanced on that in a way in which they were able to apply that knowledge that Frantz Fanon was talking about to other subject matters, psychology, science, these different things. So I didn't get Frantz Fanon straight. I got it through these Black scholars that studied him. And so I'm just saying that we've got to really get our schools. We got to build our own schools, y'all. Or if we don't, if the public schools, and I'm gonna land on this, the public schools, we need to take control like we were doing in the 80s. But guess what? While we're taking control of these public schools, right? The opposition is trying to uh, counter it, and eventually, what happens is all of the work we do, they undo the work. Look at what's going on in Florida. And look in general what's going on. They're undoing a lot of the work that we've done. So we've got to, like Francis Cress Welsing says, play our next play. I'll land right there.
So what I was going to say is that, it is true what all three of you have said. So I'm trying to be fair to the discussion. So let's start with the, charlatan. I got to invite the charlatans too, brother. I can't police it. I just got to put the cream of the crop up there to be able to let the charlatan finish and then politely give counter information. See, that's where black folks got to get back to that 1950, 1960 way of debating.
You're talking about a YouTube conversation,
I don't
right?
care if it's a charlatan at this point.
You're talking about a YouTube
Yeah,
conversation,
stop.
right?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Sir, you please listen. I'm talking about a college debate on a college stage, a black college stage. I'm talking about a professional debate amongst on BET. We don't have the cream of the crop on the microphone. We have performers. And let me get to this other part of it. The performers many a times are limited. I just came earlier, well, yesterday, from a economist discussion where we were talking about GDP. And the way I broke it down is different from the labeled economist and how they broke it down. And then even some of them had to admit, well, there is a certain thing called capital GDP versus intimate GDP. Yeah, but you didn't say that. You didn't present that to everybody. You labeled it as just GDP across the board. People got to understand how that works. Every part of the phone is not classified in GDP, but the phone itself, finished product, is GDP. And if it was done inside the country, those different parts would be classified as GDP because they're within the country. Oh, everybody was like, yeah. But then the darn two economists didn't say that. Do you see why I said we got to allow it all to come? Because at the end of the day, if we're truly trying to do it for the children of 2030 and 2040, we got to let all the information come. My last point is this. Brother is right. We got to go back to taking over these schools. Get with some of the people in your school district. Me and my people over here, we control our high school. We control it. They try to close our high school 11 times, the one we graduated from. The gangsters, everybody dug into their pocket and they bankroll lobbyists to protect our high school here in California. You can do it too. Get with people on a Zoom call, go to that rec center and meet. And I meet with a bunch of people I don't even like at the rec center once every month to talk about my little cul-de-sac where we live. It isn't that I want to, I have to. So yes, we can do that. My final point, I'm sorry for being long-winded. My final point is sometimes the charlatans don't want to come into the discussion because just like the other brother, everything's racist. Everything's racist. Cool. Now let's compete. Yeah, but I don't want to include that. You can't police that. I can't police Dynast. I can't police none of y'all on stage. I gotta let it all live. And then when it's my turn on the mic, provide the people who are listening a different type of information and let them decide. What we're doing as Black people, we're trying to police who can be part of the microphone. And that's not fair.
I just wanted to also ask this question and add this to the conversation. To all of the people who are very much in favor of scholarship can only be defined by fitting into this, how it's been defined by Western culture. Okay, so for hundreds of years, right, since we've been freed in the United States, Black people, Black children have been following traditional Western educational systems, right? We've been going through the motions, we've been following that. So, and not just Black children, but everyone in the United States. So why is it that when a 12th grader gets out of high school, less than 50% of them are even reading at grade level? How can we explain that? If this was this system that you guys are so in favor of, that you don't think needs to be dismantled and reformed to better suit us, why is it that we're not succeeding in that system? How come we're so far behind in the United States?
I mean, as in my opinion, in my subjective opinion, I think I'm not going to say that the current Western education system is effective, especially in regards to us. But I also do think, as a community, I could just speak for African Americans specifically. I don't think we value education to the point that we once did. I think
Wow.
before in prior times that we were doing better education wise, but I mean, as far, I think that there does need to be some new concepts as far as education is concerned. But to just try to all out say, because like as far as like objective subjects, like for mathematics, for example, like how can you put racism into math? Like, I understand like history and all the liberal arts. I'm definitely agreeing in
I'll
agreement
give you
with
an
that. But
example. I'm in a math class, and the first 2 days of class, they're talking about the history of geometry. They start off with Pythagoras, and I'm listening to this, not knowing I'm in high school, not knowing I did algebra, kind of late because I did algebra in the ninth grade, and the white folks' kids was doing algebra in the sixth grade and the fifth grade. So they talk about Pythagoras. That's a lie, total straight up lie, and that.
but that's
What?
semantics, though, brother. I
No,
mean,
no, no.
No,
That's
no, it's a
important. You know
lie.
why?
It's a
You know why
lie.
it's
but
important?
no,
It's
I know
important
it is.
because if I had known that mathematics, that geometry and algebra and trigonometry was started by people that look like me, it would have been a whole different fucking ball game in terms of my interest with it, because I would have been wondering like, what, black people did that? And not only did black people did that, what they were doing it, how they applied it, what they used it for, and the whole thing about that, it would have hit my fucking soul like you don't even know,
I
because
think,
it.
brother, I think, but to me, this speaks to the inferiority complex we have as a people, because
I was about to say that. I was about to say that.
these Indian subcontinental people, these East Asian people, Oriental people, they go in those math classes and they thrive, regardless of if it says specifically Pythagoras or not, and they're getting reinforced at home with their history of their homeland. So
I think you're
You can't
missing the
we put
compare.
point.
too much
It's
Can
emphasis
I
on
hard
the
to
just
system.
add?
compare them
We need to
with
Can
take
I
them.
just
control of
add?
our children's
I think
education.
Nah,
it's
nah.
important to know that mathematics came from Africa by African men, black African men. So for you to dismiss that and say,
Absolutely.
oh, it's an inferiority complex, we should have a superiority complex, because the mathematics that the world uses was started by black African men. And if they're teaching this to kids here in the UK, like I have to learn maths, that we weren't told, because the Greeks stole black people's knowledge, information, and brought it to Europe to say it was ours. So if you're sitting there as a child in the UK or in America and they say Pythagoras, this Greek guy, he didn't bring that knowledge to the world. He was a black person. So it will be correct for this information to be taught to the children correctly by
Yeah, both
starting to
ways are
credit
correct.
it
But
exactly.
why
And
isn't that
But
affecting the
Then
other nationalities that are thriving
because
in
they have a
yeah,
mathematics?
history.
because can
They
I
have
just
a
add? Can I
history.
just
They
add
have a
real quick
history.
before I
And
go?
by the time you get to the 12th grade and you don't see your people in history except for slavery, and then you're espousing, this is the latest stuff, that your history, you are an enslaved. You're an African or American descendant of slaves.
But we're
That's your
talking about
Yes.
name.
Okay. But
No,
mathematics.
can
no,
I just
no,
add
no,
real
How
quick
no,
is
mathematics.
everything
no,
before I
relating
no,
go?
back
It's
to
no. You
liberal
don't
mathematics.
have
arts
a
and
place in
history?
history, and you're in the 12th grade. You don't have a place in history. But when you learn the truth about what the place that you have in history, it's the beginning. And not only is it the beginning, we had understanding of before the Greeks and all these folks, we had understanding of anatomy, some information about
The medical
physiology.
equipment that is
I
used
mean,
comes from
brother, you
Africa.
got to
That's
be
used
fucking
today.
kidding.
So
There,
when it
the
comes to
beast.
Can I
medicine,
just say
science,
something to
it
sum all
was the
this up?
black moles that brought medicine to Europe. So when you're
Yes.
studying medicine, you're studying black people's knowledge. It matters to give us our credit rather than, oh, the Asians use our knowledge and they're doing well. Who gives a toss? It is our knowledge and we need to claim it, because Europeans are claiming African people's knowledge and passing it off as theirs. That creates a superiority complex within themselves, which they don't deserve. When you talk about geography, they tell you that Egypt is in the Middle East. That's another lie. And we're talking about geography. So
I never heard Egypt was in the Middle
racism
East.
runs throughout all their institutions.
Definitely
They'll tell you that
conflated.
Europe is a continent when it isn't. So they're lying in they're lying in maths, they're lying in history, and they're lying in medicine.
Are you
Yes. Can
are
I
you
just
of
jump in real
African
How
quick?
can you
Let's go
lie
in.
ancestry?
in
No, let
math?
me jump in.
Are you
Let
of
me jump in
African
real quick.
ancestry, brother? Are
Let me
you of
jump in real
African
quick.
ancestry?
Yes.
Okay,
Yo,
good.
let me
I'm
jump
glad
in
to
real
How
hear
can
quick.
you
that.
So
lie in
all
math
of
though?
this can be
I
summed up.
don't get it, bro.
You don't get it?
All of
That's
this
too
can be
You
bad.
summed
lie
up
I
about who
don't,
found,
because
you lie about who
validation.
created.
Pythagoras.
Yeah, you
All of this can be
lie
summed up for
using the
validation. Black
Pythagoras
people don't
theorem.
You don't know
validate
who you
You're
black
using the
are.
theorem for
knowledge
someone
No,
better
I
else.
than the
do.
white man's
You
knowledge.
don't know who you
Putting
are,
a
and
name on
therefore,
it does is
without
not
knowing
to
where you
change the
are in
formula.
history,
Our people,
Look at
whether
look
you
at the
call it
Greek
what,
man was the father of
without
medicine. Imhotep was the father of medicine, but they give it to a Greek man. He was a genius.
Okay, so how is that? Okay, so you put it as
The
equal.
mere fact that you're
It's
asking the
in
question,
psychology.
the mere
Black
fact
people
that
are
you're
not
asking that
validated. What do you
question,
think
how
of
does that
yourself?
affect us now? What does that do for us now?
Black
The,
people are
You
not
guys are
validated when it comes
missing.
to knowledge
listen,
nowadays.
the question is
Okay, but
about
That's
to
the
there's
ask.
a
problem.
bigger
The
point here.
overarching
That's the
narrative,
problem.
Let's slow down. Let's slow down.
the overarching
I don't know
narrative
why
and
we are
inferiority
making it look
complex is
like
that black people are not
I think
validated.
that guy, you are making a valid point why we keep making it look like they steal everything from us. We were around about 150 years before even the first white man walked the face of the earth. So I don't know why we even have to worry about that right now. The point is, people learn from people all the time. That's how life has always worked. And the English or the Western people, they learn from the Arabs, and the Arabs learn from the
They
Greeks.
learn from
Greeks learn from the
Africans.
Egyptians.
Thank you.
From
Because
Africans.
it's
Thank you.
always been like that. It's not new.
No,
Otherwise,
no,
you are going
no,
to
The
hold
no.
on,
public
hold on,
school
hold on.
system
Let me
is
Don't
from the
finish.
17th
trivialize it.
century.
Otherwise,
Guys,
you
you
have to
guys
start
are being
afresh.
distracted by things that don't matter. The reality is, we
Hold
all
on,
learn. Hold
hold on.
on, I
You
just
don't
want to
understand.
complete
Let me
my
just
thought
say my piece.
because you guys are getting distracted on things that do not matter. Okay,
You've
so
been
we all
talking.
learned the Pythagorean theorem. Who gives a crap? Why do we need to learn that? I've never ever in my
Oh
adult
my
life
God.
needed to use that. That's what I mean about
Hold on. Okay,
dismantling the
Look,
system. Why
enough.
should I
wait, but
have to
no,
learn it? It
You
doesn't
are
make
now.
sense.
geometry is
You're
definitely
not being
valid if you're
stupid.
trying to construct things.
Wait,
Come on, now we can't do
let
this.
me make my point now. I think this is getting out of control. What
That's
this lady is
crazy.
doing is actually downright wrong, because you can't just say learning stuff because it's some other person that did it. You can't learn it. What that's madness. You
That's
have
not
What
the
to
do
take
point.
you
if
that
somebody.
what we learn in
Hold
You
on.
school
missed the
does
point.
not
Somebody
help us
says
in our
They have
everyday life?
lied.
We
They have
spend a
literally
lot of
set up
time.
institutions and
hold
lied
on.
about history. They have
But
said that
this
we
In the
did not do
United
it.
Do you
States,
They have
in
it
the
said that
does
they
United
help in
States,
your
did.
everyday life
They have
if you
taken our
implement it.
Let
It's
me
it's
history.
for
does.
finish.
logic
Can you let
and
me
In
critical
the
finish?
thinking.
You,
United,
Niger.
okay,
They
but you
have
can, in
taken
the
our
United
history
States,
and
they
lied
teach us
about what the fuck that they did and what we didn't do. You acting like that didn't count or that doesn't mean anything. Are
No,
you
it
other
does
serious?
matter. It
This
does
has
matter
It
nothing. That
because
has
matters
nothing
a
to do with
lot.
mathematics.
Because
It's
if you don't
science.
know, if you don't it know this matters a information, lot. you'll be saying that you're a descendant of
let me
slaves
say
and
something.
that you don't want to be
Let me
African.
just say something.
That's why young people say that they're descendants of
Nobody
slaves
said
and
that
they
that
don't want
doesn't
to
have
be
a
Let
place.
Africans.
me finish
Right.
what
That's
I'm
why they say
saying.
that because
Let
they
me
don't
Nobody
know who
saying
they
that
are.
liberal arts and
They don't
history
know
doesn't have a
where
place.
they
let
are,
me finish.
and they
Let me
don't know
just
what time it
finish.
is.
Let me
But
finish.
your
Human
premise
beings.
is already
Let me
off
just finish.
already.
Let me just finish. Human beings are learning how to learn faster and faster. That is basically what it is. This AI that we are using these days is just an addition to the process. We are learning how to learn faster and faster. The way we used to learn before, you can see that in earlier societies, they have a lot of superstitions. And how do you get rid of those superstitions? Is you have to develop different methods to learn faster. And now there's AI that they are using to learn even faster. What you should be asking yourself is, how do you combat such a system whereby they've developed ways to even capture truths of life faster? This is not a joke business where you just talk about, oh, they shared they learn stuff from us. That was a long time ago.
Brother, if
Now,
you study But they're still
it
Ifa,
doesn't
you'll using our knowledge. I understand think you'll you're understand the mistaken. theory of
doesn't
quantum.
matter. What
If you
matters is
study
that
Ifa,
It
you'll
matters a lot.
know that
no, if
superposition
what
and
matters is what
quantum
you are
theory
learning
has
now.
has been 10, 20,000 years old. You don't even know that. You don't even know how Ifa is connected to quantum
Exactly.
theory. You don't know how
IFA,
Ifa is connected to base
IFA
2
is a long
mathematics.
time
You don't know
ago.
how, wait,
Oh
listen to
my
this.
goodness.
Listen to this. You don't know that Leibniz in 1500, the father of calculus, studied with an African diviner and got base two knowledge, base two mathematic knowledge, and he studied religion in Paris. Leibniz in the
What does that
1500s.
tell you?
He's the
Ladies,
father of
what does
he's the
that tell
father of
you?
calculus, right? And if you
That
go
tells
down the
you that there
line,
are
if you
objective
go
truths
down the
in this
line of
world.
calculus, if you go down the line, you'll begin to understand how those people were the foundation of quantum
I
theory and
don't
quantum
think you even
mechanics
understand what
and
you are talking
physics.
about.
No, I do know. I know.
There are
Why
I know
aren't
this
we
about
using
Ifa
why aren't we using EFI in a similar
no.
capacity then instead of
because you
just
don't because you're not
for rituals?
interested.
Let me
It's
address the
Because
voodoo
IFA you are
and you're
you're
talking
not
not
about. Let me
interested.
looking
No,
within. You're
that's
not
not
It's
looking
it
voodoo
was
within.
just
and you're not
rituals.
let
You're
me
interested.
not
just
You don't
looking
even know what
within.
Ifa is.
let
I
me
You're
definitely
address
not
it's a
looking
divination
within.
system.
let me address
You're
I
not.
the
It's
definitely
IFA
know
That's
what
noticed.
know.
divination
I
system.
have
That's all you
noticed
know
that a
how
lot
to
of
do. Right.
people here.
Can you guys just
I've
You don't
listen?
even know
noticed
what
a
it
lot of
is.
people here are not
Can you
looking to
this
listen
area
to
is
where
an
if
area
you
of that I am very
if
passionate about. Just hear me out. This Ifa you are talking about, when you hear about Ogun, Ogun is related to iron smelting. Iron smelting is a way of understanding iron and what is iron.
He's
Something that
also
is in
related
this
to
world.
fusion.
It
Did you
has
know that? He's related to fusion, the process of fusion.
It's a way of
He's
understanding
related to
life.
fusion
Jesus
too.
Christ.
Are you aware of that
You're
process
not ready to
of
learn.
physics,
Just
fusion?
go on.
Did
Go
you
and
know
learn
that?
what you think you know.
That's the layman part, right? Is iron, and he's the person that deals with creativity in terms of technology. That's what Ogun is. He's also
Always been
creative.
about
He's a
Exactly.
learning things
creative
of
force,
life.
but he
This is
also
common
deals with
knowledge.
fusion. And watch this.
Always
I'm
been
gonna
about
lay
learning
this
things
on
of
you.
life.
I'm
Not
gonna
just
lay this on you. In the laws of opposites, the Imale Otun, Imale Osi. The Imale to the left, that the most mildest one of those 200 Imale, 201 Imale to the left. Ogun is the 200, the 201. He's the mildest of the Imale, the laws of opposites. He's the mildest to come into this plane. The others are so destructive, they can't even come into this plane. So this is another aspect. This is fusion.
a
And
plane that you
fusion
land
is the splitting of
kind of
atoms.
superstition you just want to follow.
Fusion
How
is
did
the
we get to fusion when
splitting
we're
of
talking about
atoms.
how did we get to fusion? Listen, you guys are missing the biggest point that needs to be made with this conversation about black scholars, okay? The reality is, following the traditional education system, I'm going to talk about the United States because this is where I grew up, this is where I was educated. We are not preparing young black kids to be successful in the world around them. Why do you need to be learning all of these things that we're not using in everyday life, like calculus, okay? Hold on, we don't teach kids about income taxes. We don't teach them any kind of financial knowledge. We don't teach
You
them
don't
about
learn
bank accounts.
calculus.
We are not teaching kids. Can you hold on a second? We're not teaching kids out of high schools when they're legally considered a full adult. We're not giving them the basic things that they need, the foundations to really start their life. I'm not against teaching basic math, and I'm not against teaching reading and history and other things. What I'm saying is the system that's in place right now, it's not preparing us to be successful. We need to be able to be successful.
Right.
We need to be putting financial knowledge within our school systems. We need to be I'm not gonna lie. I've only used and known about this Pythagorean theorem in high school, through high school. After that, it's never been used in my life. And the same for everything I've learned in calculus. Never been used in my life. Why did I need to spend all that time on that when I could have been learning about? I could have been learning the tax system in this country. I could have been giving financial information. We could have
It's
been learning
about logic,
other
though. That's
things.
that's
Okay,
why they
y'all. I
teach you
gotta
the
pass.
basics.
I gotta. I
It's
gotta. I
logic.
gotta pass the mic. I gotta pass the mic. Yamo, go ahead, Yamoja.
Hi, Dinus. Hi,
Hey.
everyone on the panel and chat. Thanks for allowing me to join. I've been listening for a minute. I have a doctorate. I have several other degrees. I have quite a few certs as well. I have book knowledge and practical knowledge. And I would say that as it relates to the ghetto scholar, unless that ghetto scholar is talking about the business of education, I see no value. And by that, I mean, if your child is going to college for accounting and they aren't learning how to start an accounting firm and they aren't getting that knowledge from that ghetto scholar, they need to go with an academic scholar. And if that academic scholar isn't teaching them how to monetize their knowledge, then they bring no value either. I think we
Oh, Yamoja got that Getro Obama phone.
What about learning for the love of learning? Everything has to be geared towards capitalism, like profit. What
Can you
about
hear me
learning because I
now?
love learning?
Okay, all right, you're back. You're back. You're back.
Yeah, we don't
Your
have
Obama
time for
phone.
fun. We're behind on a lot of things and at the bottom of a lot of lists. So I've worked in the tech field for quite a few years, and I would say back in maybe 2016, IBM, Apple, and a couple of other firms got together and expanded and took white collar and blue collar and made new collar. And so they focused on the change in that you didn't need a degree to do some of the high functional technical roles within their organizations. So they brought people on. Some had a high school diploma, some had a few years of college, some had a associate's degree. And that is in line with where we are today, where we're hearing the word meritocracy. So that's being spoken all through government now, and it's about ability. So we missed that mark of those organizations driving the US towards not requiring a degree and being able to show and prove. So passing a coding assessment after an interview or during the interview process. So here we are today where they're talking about meritocracy.
Well, that's that Obama phone emoji.
Are the ancestors?
So
Pardon?
your phone keeps going out.
Oh, I'm sorry. So let me try to change rooms. So I would say that we have this great opportunity to get a skill set, balance it with whatever other educational opportunities we can use, and also think about business. But we don't have time to be debating with charlatans and shysters about anything. If you have that amount of time, you need to be mentoring a child, getting them to the point where they can get a degree, get an education, and also start a business. That's all I have to say.
Well, I hope that they have a critical
Education should not always
mind
be about
that
They will
relates
trying
have
to
that
to
find
critical mind. That's what
employment.
the
a
education brings
critical
them.
mind that
Education is not just
relates to
about
wanting
finding
to
employment.
build their
Pardon?
communities. They want to build their communities,
I'm
right?
sorry, I was
They have a
listening to
critical mind.
Wildfire.
Right. No, they have a critical mind that leads them to want to build their community so that their education answers
Starting
the
that business
problems.
will build the
Starts
community.
no, getting a job, getting education to go
I
get a
didn't say
job and
anything
work
about
for
a job. I
IBM and
said
start a business is
starting a
not
business.
enough. That's not enough.
The
You need a
function of
That's not
business
enough
and you
education is
need a
not
because
for
we
me
job.
to
have
get a job.
businesses.
It's for me to
We
become a
have
well-rounded
businesses now.
person.
We got a lot of black people that got good jobs. We got a lot of black people that are millionaires, and we got a few billionaires. And it is not changing the condition of our people because those people don't have the right political education. They don't have the right historic education,
When
which
they
is
have
what
a
we're
business
talking
that
about.
they're focused on, they'll step up and talk about politics in their community. They'll be
Right.
concerned about their
Democratic,
tax
Democrats
base.
and Republican politics. Right. That's the
And I
politics
just
they're going to
say
talk about. We're
the
talking about the
function
Well,
of
you
politics
want
that
them
you
to
get
learn
education.
from
about
reading
what
France
Can I
Fanon.
Egypt
just,
was and what
can I
We're
just
talking
say
about
was.
the
the function?
politics.
No, listen. Your emoji just came out. Let your emoji to go ahead, emoji. Emoji there.
I'm about having that balance. We need both. We need community leaders that are participating in the tax base. And doing that is through working and through having a business. I'm
We
for education. I
Is,
got
is,
several degrees.
is
We need all
education going to
three.
lead
It's a
to my
trifecta.
liberation?
It's
Because
a
I'm not into.
trifecta. It's a trifecta. Education,
right.
When it comes
career,
to our young people, education is not
business.
just about getting a job. It's about becoming
Exactly. But
well-rounded,
you need to be able to
empowered black people.
finance
Being
yourself. So what
empowered
are you
is
gonna
not just
do?
being part of the capitalist machine. It's about knowing who I am, every aspect of me. But
And how do you
That's
eat
when
not
off
we
of
what
put
she's
that?
saying.
education into
How
just
do you eat
getting a
off of that?
job,
It's
getting
about
a
She's not
job,
solving
that
the
is
saying
it.
that
That's
problems
not
in
though.
the
your
function of
community.
That's
education
not what I'm
to build a
saying.
She's
business.
not
Perhaps
It's
saying that.
bigger
that's
than
you
that.
need to
It is
It's
bigger
comprehend
than
about
that.
what I'm
addressing the
saying.
problems in your community. If your education doesn't deal directly with the solving the problems in your community,
And my
what's the point?
individual problems make community problems. So my individual problems become community problems. Education is not just about going there and getting a job. It's bigger
When
than
did I
that.
say
It's
that?
about
It
becoming.
Yeah, she
creates a
you
No,
she
you
balance.
were
that's
saying
she's
that we
not
need to
saying
do
that.
Trifecta.
businesses, we need to get education, we need to know about accounting, all this. Education is bigger than that. You should
But
know
that's
that.
Education
not
is
she
all
didn't
three.
she didn't say that that's the only sector or aspect of education. She's saying that that's one that you should specialize in because it's pragmatic. She's not saying ignore
Why
all the
should we
liberal
special?
arts and
If
Why
you
should
historical
our
want if you
schools.
focus
want to get
be
an
on that part of
education degree, you
education
need to learn
when
how to
education should
monetize
be
your
I,
about
education.
I
So
should
you
empowerment
need
and
to
disagree
start
with
an
that.
liberation?
academy.
Education should
Hey,
be about
guys,
empowerment and liberation, not
read
just
the
about
super chat. I
employment.
gotta read the super
How you
chats. Age 20.
gaslighting her?
Thank you for the $2 holla. This is what they do. No accountability, just blame. Yaya King, thank you for the €6. Everybody learned in school about their own history. Only in Africa, we learned about King Henry, Napoleon, etc. Are we Europeans or Africans? Yaya King, thank you for the €6. Why is it that black folks always trying to be? I already read that one. Here we go. My bad. Here we go. Living already read that one too. Yaya King, thank you for the €6. Only a black person will say that it's not important where something comes from. My sister Wildflower is 100% right. We have a long way to go change. Yaya King, €2. Thank you for the self hate is our biggest problem. Go ahead, Willie.
Just in terms of what type of education we should be looking into, if you look at particularly like HBCUs, one of the biggest degrees that comes out of there is African studies. And in the real world, in terms of jobs, careers, things of that nature, it doesn't pan out to a successful career. I personally think that The answer is STEM. I think for any
100%.
Oh, Willie, on your Obama phone, Willie.
I'm in
That
your
Obama
city.
phone.
no, my
I'm in
bad.
your city, Dinus, and it's going out.
My iPhone cut off the screen. But no, I was saying
You on drugs or
any
something?
I'm saying any community going into 2026 and beyond needs to be looking at STEM. If we're going to be talking about how we're going to compete in this new AI world and economy that's going to happen, we're going to lose a lot of jobs. The benefit could be being involved in the computer science, in the engineering that is going to be the dominant, factor in the world going forward. So yes, learning about our past is great, but I do think we need to put a lot more attention into learning the things we need to learn for the future.
Why does it have to be one or the other? Because we're not
It doesn't.
saying that. We're saying that's only part of it. And everybody's not going to be a computer scientist. Everybody's not
I
going to be a
agree.
psychologist. Everybody's not going to be a an engineer. So we need
Maybe
black
they
folks in
should.
all these areas. All we're saying is that as you're becoming whatever it is that is going to be the good thing for you, that you also understand clearly who you are, where you are, and what time it is. Those are the three things you need to know, and those that
Exactly.
deals with history, it deals with psychology, and
I
it deals with
understand that. I
understanding
do, but
politics.
I'm a bit more practical in terms of wanting to figure out the problems in terms of things that we don't have that could propel us forward. And in my opinion, STEM has been the thing that we haven't really dived into with both feet. Everyone has an Afro Am degree. Everyone has an ancient African studies degree, right? But where are our next chemists coming from? Where are our next computer engineers coming from?
Cybersecurity specialist.
You have
Who
the
hiring in those fields?
we
Who does
already
the
Yeah,
have
hiring in those
people
the
say they
fields?
We've
have
we,
degrees and
we've
they need
got
to
more
tell us what
computer
degree
scientists
they
than we
have.
do African
Because I don't
studies,
want to be
Africana
reading
studies, or Black studies. I'm
African
sure.
studies master's degree.
You sure about that? Do you work in that
100%
Absolutely,
space?
doubt
a
that.
Because I
hundred
work
No,
in
well,
that
percent.
space and I don't see people who look like me. I've been in this
Yeah,
space for
majority of our people
years.
major in liberal arts degrees.
Okay,
Like,
thank you.
Right,
That's not even Black
right.
studies,
That's
though.
the problem.
That's
That's
no,
not
not
but
black
Black
I'm
We
studies.
studies.
don't
saying
have
I'm not
critical
saying it's
thinking.
black studies specifically. It's just things that
We're
are just
saying you
really
can bundle
pragmatic.
all those degrees together. Yeah, liberal arts, Afro Am, ancient African studies. You can bundle all those things together. But the question is, can you really build a business on those things?
and
Can
it
you
all goes
take
back to
things?
money
Can
too.
you take things back to the continent that can
right.
spark this
Why
Can you
industrial
participate in
revolution that
white
why would a
we
business
capitalism?
be a
That's what it is.
solution?
That's not
Why
what I
would a
want my
business be a
education to be
solution?
about.
Why do you
Why
But
think
would
you're
you?
finance
trying
is
to
a
say that
solution for
education should
oppression?
function
What are you
as a
talking
tool for
about?
white capitalism. Can you
well,
build a business?
I wanna answer
I
that
want an
question now.
enlightened mind.
I want to hold on. I want to answer that question about why business would be important. If you're listening to Thomas Sankara, he's talking about economics. Business is one of the cornerstones of economics. And if we're talking about empowering ourselves through economics, we need to be in these spaces. We need to have,
What?
dominant
How do,
companies in the science and tech space.
If FBA spreads like it is, then nobody's going to be thinking they're even African. Or if they do have African ancestry, they're going to be mad that their ancestors were sold into slavery. That in of itself is a plan, a master plan by psyops that is working. And this is what I'm saying why it's important that we control our education, because when we control our education, we don't have to deal with that because we'll be grounded firmly in who we are. We won't need to delineate because we already know who we are as a people that has had the experience of being in the United States for 300 years or for whatever many years. We'll know exactly who we are. We don't need to say that we're FBAs or ADOS. We will be happy to say that we're African or African American or Black American, whatever it is.
And
That's
this
I'm
is
it.
the
saying,
problem.
I'm
This is
saying
the
I can
problem
teach
because
my
in
children
Africa, can I
I
just
can
say
teach
something?
my children who
In,
we
in
are, right?
Africa, we
I
have,
can
we
teach
have,
my
can I just say
children
something?
about
Can I,
Thomas Sankara. I
can
can
I
teach
say
my
something?
children, hold on.
Can I say something
I
about
can hold
education,
on, hold
controlling our own
on. I want to
education?
One at a
respond to the
time,
brother.
crying out loud.
I want to respond to the brother. I can teach my children these things. But when we're talking about electronics, when we're talking about, robotics, things of that nature, this is when scholarly education would actually value us. This is where we need to be. If we're
And
Right.
you're
All other
and
cultures
you're
have their
saying
other schools, cultural schools on the weekend. Chinese have their cultural schools on the weekend.
right,
Even my
that
ex's children,
trivializes
let
that
me finish.
trivializes
Let me
understanding
finish.
history.
Even my exes who was Yoruba, they had Yoruba
Can,
school on the weekend. But right
can I
now,
say that
his son is a
controlling
doctor because
controlling
he
our
was
education is
focused
very
on STEM
important.
as a child,
Hey,
not
let
who
Emoja
he
finish.
who
I'm a
he
student of
was.
V5, and
So we
Golly, let your Emoja finish.
I just think that we're missing the mark. We are behind because we are not focusing on what is important to sustain ourselves in this economy.
Behind
That's
We're
coming
where?
not.
now.
We're
You're
missing the
saying
Yeah,
that we
mark.
right.
have to.
Yeah,
You're saying
behind.
that we have to focus on what's important. What's important is what's
Focusing on
dictated
this
by the
liberal
white
shit will get
people,
us
living
nowhere.
living in their
Nowhere. We're
society,
drowning.
their economy, in their
I don't.
capitalist
You can
system. That is
show me a
exactly
black
what you're
system that
saying.
we can
We
pop
can't
into
create
right
our
now
own
and
models if we're
sustain
just focusing
ourselves.
on this existing
You're
within their
talking
model.
about this shit.
We're
How
I
about
behind
don't
you're
think, but
behind?
crackers.
that's
How
not
about
the
you're
case
behind
though.
because how about you're behind because of oppression? Maybe that's a possibility. Maybe
Right.
it's not. Maybe it's not your work ethic. Maybe it's what someone's doing to keep you back.
Thank
You ever
you.
consider
But
that?
if
Exactly.
you no, but if you're technologically advanced, if you have the technological apparatus and know-how, there wouldn't be no behind. If
Yeah,
we
no,
would
it
if we
doesn't
were the
work
most
like
tech
that. No,
if we
it
were the
don't work
most
like that, man.
technologically
You live
advanced
in
But
people on the
you live
planet
in a
Earth,
society,
there is no
brother.
behind.
In
You
this
technology
live
is
in a
not
society,
society.
the
you would
only
You
just be
can't
an
act like you be
employee,
if
and
you
they would
got
be taking
technologically
your.
You
advanced,
have
those who have more
It's
money would buy
time.
it
technology,
from you.
definition of
Those who have more
technology.
power from
What
you
is
Guys,
take it
we
from
have
you.
technology.
You can't
We
be
have
But
technology.
technologically advanced in a place
if
where
you
people have
think,
more power
if
from you,
you think,
more power
I just want to say
than you, and
this:
they can take from you.
they
if
can't
you
Yeah,
take
think
the
the
power from you if
epidemic
you have
of the
they
if
can
you
ghetto,
take
have
it.
better
So
if
what I
you
technology.
mean by that,
hold
what
on,
I
hold
mean by
on,
that is
hold
There's
on,
no power
interventions.
to take if you're
You're
hold on,
advanced.
hold
technologically
on, hold
advanced,
on.
brother.
Everything you do will be for the
I want to
empire.
say this though,
When you
right?
live within
If
the
you
That's
empire,
think,
not
everything you
true.
run
do,
out of
all your great
time,
achievements
please.
will be for the
if
empire.
if
Right.
you think the epidemic of ghetto scholarship is, you know,
There's no epidemic of it.
well, that's the topic.
What's our
And
topic?
I do agree that it's problematic. But if you
It
think
is.
it's bad now, imagine how bad ChatGPT is going to make it. And if we're
Right.
not in this space where we're controlling the information that's fed into these models, we're going to get even more garbage out. And it's going to totally mislead and confuse even more people.
That's
It's
what
our
they've been
computer
doing.
engineers. It's our computer engineers that are going to help dictate what Chat GPT pushes out. And we're
Chat
not
GBT
looking
is
at that.
something new. Mental colonization is something old. They've been approaching us with this for 500 years.
Exactly.
Come on.
It's not
We
a new
still
But
don't
concept.
And they're going to
you're
use
not, hold
AI
on,
because
to
we
do
hold
the
on.
haven't
same
studied
thing.
it enough.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I'm
No,
saying
true.
with
They definitely
AI, it's going to be on PEDs. It's going to be on
yeah.
performance enhancing
True
drugs, right?
indeed.
Times 10.
We counter that with the truth. That's why we fight with the truth.
Man,
That's why I was upset earlier with the title
But I'm going to be
when
honest,
they say
bro.
that's
I'm
why
going
I
to
was
be
upset with
honest.
the title of ghetto scholars, because it's like,
But
nah,
I'm
it's
gonna be
like
honest, bro. If we're depending on the truth, we have to look at the fact that without ChatGPT, you have all these goofy aboriginals out here right now. So the
we
truth
do.
hasn't been working. You know what I
Right.
mean?
No,
Like
no, it's easy to beat them down. Well, they run from me. I don't know about you, but they run from me. They never want to talk to me.
I'm
It's
saying, these
easy. It's
communities are
very
growing
easy. I
though.
go to their pages, I go to their channels. It's
See,
very easy.
see how you don't get it. You like it seems like you're in your own like echo chamber. These
I don't get what. I don't because I disagree
don't
with you,
talk
I
over
don't
me.
get it.
Don't talk over me. Thank you. Don't talk over me. I'm the host. Like Willie said,
What's
these
wrong with you?
communities.
What?
Like I said, Nick, you gotta get him out of here. Like Jesus, just shut up. Goodness. All right, like I was saying, these communities are growing. That's like my neighbor is a graduate from Morehouse. He's now talking about he's a Native American. So yeah, I don't think you get it. Like you can say what you want about, our real scholars. We are real scholars, but this ghetto scholarship is growing, and he just doesn't get it. It's like people getting their feelings. That's the
And
problem.
a
People
lot
just
of
get too emotional. I got Amos Wilson books at my house. How dare you say ghetto scholarship ain't growing? Like it's growing. I'm sorry, it's the
and
reality.
my point, my point is,
I got the Claude Addison Powernomics 1, 2, and 3 diners. What you talking about? No, I'm just telling you
and
what's going on.
here's the major difference, right? A lot of people will criticize and critique our scholars. People press enter and they take everything Chat GPT says as the gospel. They don't know about hallucinations in the AI space, where AI makes stuff up because it knows what you want to hear, right? So that's a place where, when I'm talking about STEM, I see a huge need for us to be involved.
Yeah, they don't know
It's going
about
to
prompt
benefit us on
engineering either.
multiple levels. Yep, I agree. I
I
agree.
mean, so
Can I
it's
just?
Let me pass it to Mr. Go ahead, Mr. Research.
So I can't. I just came back up to interject this about STEM because this is a very good conversation. Dinus, you'll really enjoy this. Anybody on stage? What is the human resources qualifier for STEM? Hmm.
What kind of
what was that
question is that?
question? What was the what qualifier?
What is the human resources department qualifier for STEM?
They don't know. They're the ones who are writing these job descriptions, and they have
Qualifier into what?
Yeah, I think that's kind of a loaded question.
What kind
It
of
could be
question is that?
certifications, it could be a degree, it could be work experience, it could be a number
What,
of things.
what do you need to become to get into jobs? What qualities do you need as a human? It's a brain that works.
because for my team, you have to have a level of interest and a level of comprehension, being able to read and comprehend and break
Science,
something down.
math, engineering, and mathematics.
Well, Mr.
What do you
Research,
need to get into
Mr.
that?
Research,
Intelligence,
answer the question,
critical
Mr.
thinking,
Research. Hold on,
think outside the
Yeah,
box.
solve the puzzle.
answer the
All
question,
right.
Mr. Research.
So before
No, no.
anybody interrupts me, let me just finish. Let me just complete. So when people say go into STEM, there is no qualifier for that. The same way when Trump says that he is going to be merit based only, there's no qualifier for that. What qualifier means is a level of measurement when I present this certificate that says STEM. You now put me in a higher rank above a person that has time on the job, time in that particular field, degree. You slide me in a 1, 2, 3 spot. There is none.
No,
There
that's
is
not what
none.
that's
Wait,
not what it
wait,
is.
wait, 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 wait. I gave you your opportunity and you're coming off the mic.
I
You see,
am,
you
because I
see the
want to stop
problem?
you from this
No, I was trying to
misinformation.
respond, bro.
So
When you
wait a
asked
minute.
me,
Because
Wait a
I
minute.
was up for a
Are
managerial
you trying to
role.
control the microphone? You
No, I just
had
want to
your
keep this. I want to
opportunity.
keep this
You're
misinformation
trying to
down.
I
be
didn't
Go
have
ahead.
disrespectful at this point.
I didn't
You're
have my
being
opportunity.
disrespectful. Wait.
Go ahead.
You're being disrespectful. Just wait.
You're being misinformative, but go ahead.
You're being controlling, lady. Come on. I gave you the opportunity. So in the human resources, they don't have a way to qualify that.
That's not
But go
true.
ahead, since you want to be disrespectful,
That's
give the people your
absolutely
version.
untrue. I
I'm
was up
saying it's
for a
qualified.
managerial role, and they gave me a reasoning test.
Right.
Reasoning. Because they want to know your ability to reason, to solve problems, to use critical thinking skills. That was a qualifier for a managerial role that said you needed to have a PhD and 3 other certs.
It's
Met
certifications, it's
those
degrees,
qualifiers,
it's
met those
standardized.
qualifiers, but they wanted me to take this test that I
I
felt
agree.
was elementary, but I did it. Of course, passed with flying colors. So I'm sitting here like, bring on the next thing. Bring on the panel of 10 people. Bring them
But
on.
that's what usually happens. They have a panel, they have a test that you do, and then there's a panel that you meet with, and you have you score with this panel. So these are these county jobs, and in this case, it was with the health department, right? You do these, you write out this stuff to. They ask
But
you
at
these
any
questions
rate,
and all of this stuff.
yeah.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. So the point that I'm making is, okay, all of that is fine and good, right? However, we get back to the issue of what are we going to control? What are we going to do to build our own businesses so we don't have to go to these white folks to get hired? When we start building, and that answers the problems of our community. We begin to start to build our own businesses and our own and get into industry where we start building these industries. We don't have a grocery store chain. We don't have hospitals. We don't have enough banks that we own. We need to get those basic things and create them in a big way so that we can grow our food and distribute through these grocery stores. We're not dealing with that. Why? Because
I
we're
said that
taking
earlier.
step, we're taking
Education,
STEM and step and
employment,
getting jobs to go
and
work for
business,
white folks because
and
that's
that
what our
we all needed
education
all
gives
three.
us. That's
I
what
Exactly.
I'm
agree with that.
saying.
I
We
agree
missing
with
So
a
that.
now
lot of
y'all
points.
heard both of them. So you in the audience, you heard both of them, and you heard me politely not interrupt them. Now you in the audience get to decide. I challenge to you in the audience. They made no reference to STEM. They made to no reference. They talked about a separate linear test that has nothing to do with STEM. This is the problem when we're having debates. The people who want to interrupt are jumping to a totally different.
What happened to him?
I'm not jumping to anything.
Phone
I'm
must
in
Ancestry.
have
the
died.
space. I'm doing what I'm saying. I have a master's in education. I have a training academy. I use both. I use that master's to teach at the university level, but I also have my own teaching academy. That's the thing I was saying before.
How many
Taking that
students do you have?
education and
No,
monetizing
no,
it.
you just
Pardon?
ignored what he said.
How many
It
students are in
varies.
your
He was
academy?
It
addressing
varies. It could be
STEM.
40. It
He was
varies.
addressing STEM and it was completely
Yes.
ignored. Maybe that is
I
an
teach
aspect of
cyber.
critical
I
thinking.
teach people how to be cyber auditors. I teach them how to be cybersecurity analysts.
Are you
So if it's two
a
students,
cybersecurity
one student,
analyst
50
yourself?
students, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Absolutely.
you
I'm a
should be.
doctor of IT
How
within
Okay.
many black
cybersecurity.
businesses are you placing your students in?
How many what?
Black businesses are you placing your students
As
in?
many that are available. As
Right.
many
That's
that are
good.
available.
Right. And they're not a
We
lot that
have
are
students that
available.
come in from
Right.
pardon?
There are
It
not
does
a lot of black businesses that are available to place your students in. And that's the problem.
Yeah,
Oh, no, no,
what you're
but
saying is
the grand
definitely
fault
right.
of
I
trying
agree.
to help students get into the industry. I think I don't see anything wrong with that. If there are black businesses,
It's
then
good.
you can
It's
send them
good. I
there.
think it's
No, but
good.
what the brother is saying is correct though. We do have to start acquiring these skills to obtain autonomy, whether that's in a business sense or in a pragmatic sense. But even if you have to go get a job, the ultimate goal should be to start your own corporation. If when you're acquiring these skills to help our community, which I agree with, which that's what Amos Wilson says.
Ownership
You
ownership
can't
is
disagree with that.
one area that is very critical. However, within, like, when you check the top tech CEO company, this in the CEOs in the world, top 50, I don't see one black person there. No, not even in Africa or African America or Europe, anywhere. Not one black person. So it tells you that we are in the industry, but we are not rising up the chain as much as we would like to. So I support the idea of owning your own business, but you have to own areas that are important, not just owning businesses. Anybody can own a business, even roadside people can own a business, but you have to own strategic businesses, pharmacies, the weapons manufacturers, all kinds of big, serious businesses that are actually strategic. That's the areas that we don't get into, and we don't do a lot of STEM in America, which is shocking. Actually, I would have thought that we should be shifting in that direction by now, but we have not started moving in that direction. STEM is critical. It's life. Personally, I believe that we should have a technological revolution within the community. In Nigeria, that's what I'm advocating. We have to have a technological revolution whereby almost everybody has to an extent, learn technology. If you might not be good at it, but you will have an idea, just like learning English. You have to learn technology, and 60% of them should go on to learn it even in an advanced level. Because, like the lady said, I think Yemoja said, we are behind. You don't have a choice. If you want
And
to catch
where
up, you have to have a generation that is tech minded, a whole generation.
where are our chemical, electrical, civil engineers are Nigerian? A lot of them Nigerians. A lot of them are African Americans. Where are they? They're working in the United States for these white companies. That's where they are. We have them. We have scientists, doctors. My brother's a biochemist, has a master in chemistry. So we have them, but
But
we
where are
don't. We
they
don't.
in the CEOs? That's the problem. You don't see them in the higher levels.
Well,
That,
I
that's
mean,
that's what I find
even if we
strange.
could just channel that into building industry in Africa, because we have the need in Africa. We have a lot of things that could use that those the building of those industries. I mean, to build railroads, build chemical factories, or whatever it is that they do. The chemical engineers. We need to
Yeah.
we need to start doing that. We need to start getting these doctors back to Africa. and teaching, starting these teaching universities. In Ghana, they're building a big, huge teaching medical center.
Okay.
So I mean, we need to start doing that, and that's because they're locking us out in a lot of ways. We have all these things they
We
want us to
need,
just work for them. They
we
lock
need
us out when we try to start building these industries and these businesses. They lock us out and do shit to keep us from not having them. It's war. It's a motherfucking war.
even education, there's war happening. What I'm saying is that in Africa, we have the curriculums that were left over from the colonial masters. So we can't even design our own curriculums to suit the needs of our students. So we have
Maybe
these
you can call them
relics
British
that's left
Europeans, not
over that
masters.
teaching our children about English royals, which is nothing to do with them. We're not focusing on making, finding solutions to African real life problems.
Why flower?
So
Let's not
when
call
our,
any. Let's
when our
not call
students
any
leave
other people
education, all
masters.
they want to do is apply for visa and go
You'll
to
be
Europe.
surprised.
That's been
Maybe
complete
surprised
waste
that
of
you went
time.
on even saying that you shouldn't copy something for other people and you're calling them masters. Maybe young people shouldn't be hearing us calling other people masters. They are
Well, they
Europeans,
are
they are
colonial
British, they are
masters in the
French.
past. Were
They are
colonial
French.
rulers,
They're not
or
anybody's
colonial
masters.
invaders.
Yeah, you can call them that. You can call them British. You can just call them anything,
Yeah,
but they're not
yeah.
my masters.
Okay, I stand correct. Colonial invaders left curriculums in place in Africa. So a lot of our students, they go there, they study day and night, only to come out with having sort of like, oh, Europeans are better. I must get a visa to go and live there. We're not really finding solutions to our own African problems, and they're teaching you about this king and this king in Europe did this and how colonialism was all wonderful and gravy. And then our children end up getting the wrong information, more indoctrination in the church and the mosque. And then you speak to some of these African graduates and you see them, when they see a white man, they think, oh, this must be a god or something. It's because of what's happening in the education system. We need to have control over our own education, write up new curriculums that are Afrocentric, that deal with the issues that Africans face.
Yeah, I mean,
And
anybody that disagrees with that is an idiot. So I'll definitely agree with that.
Like anybody's gonna
right,
disagree with that.
right.
We are all for that now.
But the Europeans are catching up to us because they are now at the end of the road with their advancing their sciences in a lot of ways, especially in the area of physics, which is why they've gone into quantum physics and mechanics. They have this concept called qualia, right? Where now they're talking about the that talking about consciousness and where it comes from, and that it is the conscious mind is that's doing all of this um, informational investigation, and that it can't get out of the fact that it is the one observing and doing this work. It has to be included in terms of understanding these theories, right? They're basically trying to catch up to where we've been probably 50, 60, 70, 80,000 years ago, and
Look,
it's
when
quite
I'll
evident.
give an example quickly. They talk about this is in psychology and in mental health. They talk about generational trauma. In Africa, we've been saying this for years and centuries that you are a collections of the people that have lived before you, and you collect their energies and all the traumas that they went through. Now they're calling it generational trauma. They're calling it epigenetics. But Africans have been talking about this for thousands and thousands of years, and then they present it as new knowledge when it's not new knowledge.
No, it doesn't have to be new knowledge. It just has to be categorized now. It's like Mungo Park going to discover River Niger. It's not because that people didn't live there. It is for them to be able to categorize it and say, okay, it's now part of the academic this knowledge base. Some of all these arguments, I think we just tend to throw things out and without taking time to think about it. I think we should take time to think about things a little bit
They're
more.
just repackaging our knowledge. You
Thank
know,
you. And they're going to come back to you and talk to you about EFI and from a quantum mechanic point of view. And Africans are going to go, oh my God, this is really amazing. And it's the same shit that they have in their
Human
own
beings have been
culture.
talking about flying
It's
for a
going to
long
take a
time,
white boy to come and
but they are
teach
the
you
ones
about your
that
own thing.
human beings have
now
been talking about
complaining
flying for a
about
long time. Why is it
epigenetics.
that they
We
are
knew
the ones
about
that
that years
actually
ago.
created
We knew
aircraft,
about
created
epigenetics
spacecraft?
before them.
See, people have been human beings have seen birds fly. They were talking about flying for a long time. Why is it that they are the ones that went on to create an aircraft, create a spacecraft, create a train, and we are talking all across oceans right now? Why is
Yeah.
it? Don't you ask
Yeah,
yourself that
yeah. When you
question?
look on that
That
wall in the
there
pyramids,
were
you
black
can say a
people
lot of things
involved in
about
the
Egypt, but
creation
when
of
you
the
look at
You
that
aircraft.
those
think we
carvings on
we
the
are the
wall
ones that
at the
all
Temple of Abydos, and
we
you see
owe
those
ourselves
those
that.
when you look at those carved figures in the temple of Abydos, where they took it, saved it from the water, reconstructed it up on land because they flooded all the fucking information, right? And you see these figures that had wings to fly and shit is clearly a flying machine that is fucking
Uh,
4,000 years. No, no, no.
I don't know
No,
about
you
that.
can interpret it differently though. But many people are interpreting it as it had fucking wings to fly. It was not
I
no.
mean, we can't assume that they had aircraft just because
No,
something written on
but
the
we
wall
can't
that.
see with our eyes. We can't see with our eyes what they carved in those in the
Yeah, but I
stone.
mean, they're not here to interpret what they
We
carve,
don't, but
so
that's
we can.
okay. That's okay because there are people that are reading it. People that can read Medunetter. There are people that can read it. In
No,
fact, I
I
wanted
know,
to
but
introduce this into
there's
the.
no glyph. There's no glyph that's that has a aircraft. I mean
Yeah,
that was just a physical depiction of something. We can't say
of
it was an
something,
aircraft.
right? Something.
Yeah.
Okay, so I agree with you on that. We'll leave it. We'll leave it at that. But let me say this about the Nibisi surgeons of the Gurunsi people in northern Ghana. There's a group. There's these women, guild of women called Nibisi from the Gurunsi people called Nibisi surgeons. They practice surgery for hundreds of thousands. Well, I won't say thousand, but hundreds of years. These are the same people that talk about they migrated from Kush. This is in their folklore story. So I know, Dynas, this is not something that you want to get with.
Are you
That
surprised that we
we
did
came from
something?
Kush and Egypt,
Sure,
ancient
sure.
Egypt.
Why are you
You can't
surprised we
trust
did
you,
something?
but
We did
that's the
something in the
thing
past.
though when it
What are
comes
we
to
doing
oral
now?
history.
Why are we always like we didn't do anything? We were around for
Can I
150,000
say
years. We did
that?
something. Yeah, move
Can I
on.
say that the C-section was actually done in Uganda first before it was done in the UK? The C-section properly, and then they called it the cesarean section. But women in Uganda, in other East African countries, were actually doing the C-section successfully. All the procedures were documented in the 1800s. The British doctor that saw it wrote it all down, and he went back to the UK and he said, look what these Africans have been doing this for years. And women in the UK and other parts of Europe were dying through labor, but Africans were following, we were sterilizing the equipment, everything. And then they call it the C-section when it's actually, that's not what it was. See, they take our knowledge and relabel it and sell it back to us.
And we talk like we don't have it. The brother that taught the white boy inoculations in the Yoruba man that taught the white boy inoculations in Boston
Okay,
back
I
in the
didn't.
1700s.
You guys are not moving on.
Yeah,
You
that's
just want to make yourself feel better than you discover
yeah.
something.
That's what I'm saying. Like it becomes like a self
Please,
esteem
man.
thing. Like
No, it's
oh,
just the
That's how it feels.
facts.
It feels like a
It's
self-esteem thing. They're just
facts.
trying to kind of reassure themselves that they are. Yes, we did those
yeah.
things. Big deal. We've done them
No, it's
before.
not a big deal because we need to
Look
go.
at where we are now. That's what
What
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying
Like
about
we
that,
have to use that innovation.
here's the thing. The thing is, not only did we do those things, what were we doing exactly with those things? Because when I look at the people who practice the agriculture, right? This is the Orisha Oko people. They had agricultural practices, and they dealt with a deity that was helping to assist them in these practices. Why aren't we going and researching that today to use that knowledge today? Because we think it's some voodoo
Because it doesn't.
bullshit.
It doesn't. It's not going to deal with the challenges of the
It's not
future.
gonna work. That's what I'm saying. And you
No,
do this mass
I'm
aggro
not
growing.
necessarily gonna
Challenges
say
of the
that.
future.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
don't
ask
agree
you
with
now.
You
Let me
do
ask
this
you this
massive
question. Let me
aggro
ask you.
growing and all the
Hold on now.
problems that come with that instead of
Let me
studying
ask you a
the
simple
stuff that you
question.
were doing.
Let
We're
me
not
ask you a
doing
simple
that.
question. Give me one country in this world, one people in this world that emerged by going backwards.
Well, we're not going backwards. We're trying to remember the
The
shit that we
Europeans,
lost.
Present it as new
That's not going
information.
backwards.
It's not going
my
backward.
We didn't forget.
the
We have to
Renaissance,
say we didn't
yeah,
forget.
the
Y'all
Renaissance
forgot
definitely
too.
happened. That's
Renaissance.
true.
We
The
didn't
Y'all
forget.
been
Renaissance.
brainwashed just like we have with that colonialism and
Yeah,
that Jesus
We
Christ
didn't
and that
forget.
Islam. Are
No,
you
we didn't
kidding
forget.
me?
Who told you we forgot? How can you forget who you are?
Because you're not talking about it.
Bring it to you. You
We
think it's
spoke
new
about it
information.
already.
Right.
You
You're
are
not
yet to
talking
about
about
it.
it. You're not doing it. You're not doing it.
nah,
You're
I
doing
agree that
Western
Hey,
the
world
cultural
shit.
basis,
You're
the
doing
cultural
Western
basis
world
does need to
shit
be
and you're
broken.
acting as if that's the best and good and only
I
thing
thought
to
you
do.
said the Western world got their knowledge
Museums,
from us.
museums
Now
are
I'm doing
literally that.
Western world stuff. How
Yeah,
you can't
you're
equate it
not
and
going
have
to
it.
you're not going to an Ifa priest to get information about what moves you should make. Why would you why would you go to an
about dietary observances of your family line. You're not doing that. You're going
why
to
would you
a
go to
regular
an IFA
doctor who's
place?
going to give you an
IFA
allergy
place
test and say
IFA
these are
place
the
was
allergies
thousands of
that you
years
got.
ago.
This is what
That
you
runs
shouldn't
in your
do. Instead
family.
of getting that information in your family line, you're not
Oh
doing that.
my. I okay. I just feel like you need to think a little bit more
Well, I'm not
before we
saying
start.
you
But
specifically.
you said it's
I'm
still
not
our
saying you
knowledge,
specifically. I'm
and
saying
now you're
black
saying I'm
folks are
thinking
not
like
doing
that.
that. I'm saying black folks are not doing that in Africa enough. Where
Want to make
we have run away from that
you want
and
to
call it
IFA
voodoo and devil
immunizations?
worship and
Like, what are you
witchcraft.
talking about?
No, but I
So
agree.
you
I
want to
agree with
make
what he's saying
IFA
as far as
immunizations?
no, I agree with what he's saying as far as having our own cultural basis, but sometimes we take it a little bit too far. But I definitely agree that like a lot of I would say continental well not I can't say just black people period. Like we do need to value our culture more and look for ways of innovation that
Exactly.
and
We
concepts that are
undermine our
original to
culture.
us. But as far as
I
just
totally
ignoring
disagree. I
everything
think
that's
we value our
pragmatic
Destroy
culture
from
too
culture.
much.
I think destroy
No,
their
we
own
don't.
I
We
culture.
do
honestly
not.
think
we
we
don't
value
value
our
it
culture
enough.
too
The
much.
Chinese are weird because they value
That's
their
how
culture.
that's how you
We have
start
to
getting all
input
the
technology
groupies.
and ways
That's
of
how you
doing
start
things.
getting all the
You're talking
groupies.
about
Valuing
appreciating
culture.
history. That's what you're talking
I
Right.
about.
can
We're
understand
talking
African
about
Americans in terms of
specifics.
culture
I think
because
we
of
need to start
immigration,
valuing
but
science.
Well,
the
I'm
Chinese
speaking about
Now we
science,
appreciate
do.
am I
We
culture.
not?
need to do both. We need to do
And
both.
science
Isn't
isn't
not
European.
the Guild of
It's the
Arisha Oko and
science.
all of the things
Exactly.
around agriculture science? You saying that's not science?
How many
No,
immunizations did
there
they
are more
produce?
advanced
It's the
scientists
science.
now.
It's the technology. It's the way of
How
doing
many?
things. The way
Hold
we
on,
pass
y'all
on things.
always
What
ask
are you
me
talking about?
questions. How many immunizations has
There were a
EFA
lot.
produced?
Inoculation was a
Immunizations?
commonplace then.
Yeah, we had that. We had
Please,
that with
please put me on.
we would do
We
Please
had
put
that
me
in
on
inoculations.
like what?
Africa.
We would use
We
also
didn't
use mold and bread from for penicillin.
Give me an
exactly.
example. Give
Well,
me an example of an
Let
illness.
me off the top of my head.
Hold on. Good.
with Africa, we have all types of medicine for everything that is not to do with the
No, you
European.
have
And when
immunizations that
you're
the
in my
white
country, they
man
will
makes
ask
for you.
you
So
if you have an
No,
illness,
the
okay, you
You
want
have
the
inoculation was
immun.
the
medicine of the
Guild of
African medicine. You
Omolu
Listen,
make your
or
choice.
Babaluaye,
we talk
they
about
they
Burkina
did
Faso
inoculations
all
from
the time.
smallpox.
Burkina Faso just administered a bunch of measles diseases. I mean measles immunizations and everything else that came from the Pfizer's, that came from the Amgens of the world,
You can't
not
really trust
EFA,
that. You don't know what they
not
Okay,
have in
EFA.
there. Go
so
That's
keep
a
on
do
fact.
you
trusting
know about
European.
smallpox,
Keep
That's
on
a
brother?
fact.
trusting European
Brother, do you know about
vaccination.
smallpox
The
Of
inoculations?
women
course,
in
Do
Kenya
you know
now, a lot
about
of
that?
women in Kenya are
of
sterile,
course.
are
You do?
infertile.
What do you know about it?
There are 8 billion people in
Keep
the
on
world.
trusting European
And you want to go
vaccines.
back
Yeah, you see
Right,
what happened to
my
women in
power.
Kenya. Go on.
My
right.
power. There are 8
We
billion
don't know
people in
what
the
they're
world.
putting in
And you
that.
want to go back to the old ways
So
where we
this is my
and
point of
I don't
why we
understand
should be
why
making the
we don't.
immunizations.
Yeah,
So,
but that's
and
what
I'm
I'm
saying
saying.
that
We are
we
doing
should
that.
do
We
that.
are doing that. We are
We
we're
doing
should do
that.
that,
actually
and we can
You don't
advance
know what
on
Listen,
that.
happens in Africa.
But
We
I'm
do
saying let's look at what we
immunotherapy.
were
We have
doing. We can
yeah,
advance
I
medication.
agree
that.
with that. I mean, you have
Yeah,
to marry the concepts together, in my opinion.
yeah,
Because
yeah. I agree, and that's what the Chinese do.
but the stuff that's not useful though, we don't need to keep doing it just because it's tradition. But I
We're
Right,
not
do
talking
agree
about
that
the stuff that's not useful. There's
right.
plenty that we have that is very, very
no,
useful.
definitely, I
Right.
agree with that. I
And look
agree
at the
with that.
Chinese. They have accredited their school of medicine here in the United States because they have power as a political and economic power. That's how
Yeah.
they could get accreditation for their system of medicine, which the
Mhm.
Europeans don't understand and can't explain.
we have
I go to them
accreditation.
all the
Black
time.
Americans have accreditation for their system of medicine.
And what is that?
It's called the HBCU. It's where
That's the
all of our
system of medicine,
it's where all of our doctors come from.
and that's a system of medicine, or
It's
is that
not.
just a school?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You
That's
were
a
talking
school.
about. Hold on. You
Mahara
asked me a
is a
question.
school that produces a lot of black
You
doctors that
asked me a
practice Western
question.
medicine.
You asked me a question. You were speaking about the accreditation of Chinese schools. Now, when I present you black schools doing the same thing, you you say
Chinese
they're just
medicine,
schools?
Chinese medicine, and their
Jesus
schools
Christ.
too. The system of medicine that they teach at Mahara,
Y'all are wildin'.
right, is Western medicine.
Exactly.
That's my
What are you talking
point.
about?
That's
What are you?
my point.
Okay, no, that is not what I was saying. No, I was saying that their system of medicine is not the same as Western medicine.
So what is their system of medicine? Because
And
their
that's the
system of
question
medicine is
that you
Harvard.
should not
Their
be
system, their system of medicine is Harvard. Their system of medicine is
Harvard.
the Bronx,
Okay,
is the
I'll explain this
Bronx.
much to you.
Their
It's it,
system
it
of medicine, no, let me explain something to
you
you.
don't
Their system of medicine is the Bronx High School of Science.
you can't
Their
explain it
system
if
of
you don't know it.
medicine is Western education. I know
No,
it
that
because I
means you
went
don't
to
know
these
it.
schools.
You don't know
I
Chinese
know it.
medicine. Oh, really?
Jesus Christ.
That's what Chinese medicine is?
Yes. In
Okay, let me
America,
explain to you
yes.
what Chinese
It's
medicine
not
is.
acupuncture. It's not none of that goofy ass Wuhan shit. It's
Okay, so then
Asians.
I can't have an intelligent conversation with
Yeah,
you
you
about Chinese
can't.
medicine.
Because you said, because
No,
I
I
don't
can't.
care about
Cause
that.
you
I
no
don't
no,
care
cause you
about
don't know what you're talking
acupuncture.
about right now.
I am not Bruce Leroy. I'm saying
No, you don't know what you're
Chinese
talking about.
Americans are depending on cancer medicine from
I'm not saying they
Amgen,
don't use that.
from Pfizer. I'm saying that's
I'm
where
not saying they
Chinese
don't use that.
doctors, I'm saying that's where Chinese chemists go.
No,
What are
let me
you
say this.
talking about?
Their system of
Nobody's
medicine
nobody's fighting
is based
nobody's fighting cancer with Wuhan
yes,
techniques
yes,
and
they're fighting
acupuncture.
cancer with their herbs, brother. I go to
Sound
the
crazy,
Chinese
bro.
medicines. I go to the
Sound
Chinese
crazy, man.
herb
Sound
stores.
crazy.
If you
They have
eat
a
raw,
whole
you can
system that's
prevent
based on
disease.
organs
If you
and
eat raw, you
earth,
can prevent cancer and
water,
other diseases
metal.
that are caused by Western lifestyle.
You have no fucking clue. You don't even have a
No, I
clue.
do have a clue.
No, you
I have
don't.
a clue. I have a clue
You
that
don't know what you're
Asians
talking about.
all.
And
I have a clue.
I'm gonna end on that note with
I
you and
have the
Chinese
clue
medicine.
right.
You don't know
I
what you're
end it
talking
there.
about.
I end it there. Move around. I'm saying Asians go to primary care physicians just like everybody else in America. What are you talking about?
They also go to their own herb
But
practitioners and their own
primarily,
medicine
but
doctors too.
primarily they go to
That's
doctors
when shit
and
gets
their and
when it
their
gets extreme.
children and their children are becoming our doctors.
So
They're not
that's when it becomes
their children
when it
are
becomes out of
learning
control. They'll go to
acupuncture.
Western medicine. But
Their children are learning acupuncture.
to
Their
prevent,
children are going to school to be successful,
you said
wealthy
the same thing
doctors.
over and over
That's a
again.
fact. And so have you.
No, no, I'm not
And
saying
so
the
have
same thing
you.
over. I'm about to say this, which is not the same thing over, which is this.
Now let's prove it.
When the medicine
Now
when
let's
they
prove
get
it. Let's source up. I sourced up with the
hold on,
scholarship
hold on, hold
yesterday.
on,
I
hold on,
sourced up
hold
with the
on.
scholarship
I
yesterday.
don't want to hog
Let's
the space
source
up,
up.
Dinus. I don't want to hog your space up.
Let's
But
source up.
I want to end and say this: that
I want
when
to
it gets
source up.
extreme, when it gets extreme and it gets to a place where it's out of control, that's when they go to Western medicine. But the preventive medicine is going to the Chinese doctor where they have herbs and they have their own way of dealing with disease. It's more preventative. Just like if you were to go to an Ifa priest
Yeah,
or an
that's
Orisha
great.
priest
And
for
when
healing,
Maylin
it's more
gets
preventative.
cancer,
But if
she
you get hit
goes
by
to
a
a
car and
hospital.
you're bleeding, and you should be taken to the doctor so that they can sew you up and do all the things they need to do. But if you
And
go
when
to a
you get
diviner,
cancer,
if
and
you
when
go
you
to a
have a
diviner
seizure,
and the diviner
and when you
tells
have
you,
diabetes,
right, if you
they
go to
go
a
to
diviner and the
hospital.
diviner tells you stop doing certain
Prevent
such and
cancer.
such thing, if not, you're going to have a bad situation and you don't listen, that's when you have the car accident. You get it?
No, I don't. That's
I know you
stupid.
don't.
I'm telling you,
I know you don't
I've
get it.
gone, I'm telling you, I've gone to school with these Asians. I see what they study. I see how they excel.
You
They
see
are
Chinese
excelling.
medicine?
Hold
You
on,
see the
let me
Chinese
finish.
medicine they
Yes,
study?
No,
I
no,
know.
that's my
I know you
point.
don't.
Western
That's my
medicine is a good
point.
type of medicine.
You're
Is
only
that right?
seeing one part of it.
So you're saying
Let me
Western
hold
medicine is
on.
better than
Let me
other
land my
medicine?
plane. Let me land my plane, right? They are not only successful economically, but on a health level as well, because they are their own doctors. They're our doctors as well, right? I'd like to make a comparison. I'd like to make a comparison to the Asian doctors that lead the most accredited schools versus the Wuhan acupuncturists. You want to source up?
Not all of
Do
it
you
can
want
How
to
do you
source
medicine
source
up?
up?
acupuncturist.
How?
It's very
How?
rude.
That's my
How?
point. That's my point. I
No,
can
no. How are you
source
going to
up.
source up?
I can source up mine. You can't source up
And
yours
what are you going to do
because
by
it's
sourcing
not
up? What are
real.
you going to do? You're going to put
I'm
some
going.
stuff in it. Where are you going to send the information? You're going to source
I'm
up how?
going. I'm going to show you a
Where?
plethora. Can I
How?
answer? I'm going to tell you, and then I'm going to do it. Just like I sourced up with a scholarship yesterday. I'm going to tell you, then I'm going to do it. I'm going to show you Ivy League schools and the graduation rates for Asian kids in the medical field. I'm going to show you what they make a year.
How?
These Asian doctors.
How
It's
are you going to
always
show
going back
me?
to money, isn't it?
Through statistics.
What about
Every
How?
time
healing?
we,
Where are you going to do it
Money.
though? Where?
I just told you, I'm
No,
going
you
to
told
show
me,
you.
but
I
you're is
said
that your sourcing up? Are you
I'm,
telling me?
I'm going to show you the
I'm
graduation
asking
rates.
you, how are you going to show me?
I'm telling you, I'm
No,
going to
that's
show.
it. You're going to
I'm.
tell me. You're
You
going to source up
asked.
by telling
You
me.
didn't ask me the
Are
source.
you
You
going to give
asked
me a
me.
link?
You asked me how I'm going to do it.
I've been
I'm
asking
telling you
you.
how I'm going to do it, and I'm
You,
telling you how I'm going
you're
to do
telling
it
me how that you're
before
going
I
to
do
tell
it.
me. You're telling me that you're going to tell me
You don't even
that's how you're
understand
going to
your own
source up
question.
by
You don't
telling
even
me.
understand your own question.
I thought that you're going to send a
You
link
don't
to me
even
some kind of
understand
way.
your own question.
I know
You
what I'm
said,
trying to
how am
say.
I going to? I know what you're trying to
Right.
say too,
But what you're
but
what
you're
you're
not
not
doing a
doing
good
is you're not
job of
saying I'm
saying
going
it.
to send a link in the back channel so that you can see it, Sha. I'm going to send a link where you can see this information that I found. You're not saying that though. You're not. You're telling me you're going to tell me. This is what
Here, because you guys are getting caught up on this small little detail about. Listen, the reality is everything is not for everybody. And as we do know, it's proven science, as some people want to say, scientific fact that there are plenty of herbs and different alternatives to modern, quote unquote, modern medicine that can be healing and is healing to our bodies. So, as far as the topic of conversation for today is, the only measure of whether or not something is helpful or reputable, or if whether or not something is from scholarship, should not simply be the Western model. There are plenty of people who learn how to mix herbs and boil this and mix that and that and can give it to you and drink it and you feel much better versus if you go to and buy Tylenol from CVS. So the only standard that we use should not simply just be, did you go to university and get a degree? I think that's the bigger point that everyone has to recognize.
And the
and when you
pharmaceutical
apprentice
The Western
them,
companies
model is
are in
130
capitalism
years
to
old.
make money, by the way.
So I just dropped my first source in the back.
Hold on, really?
I just dropped my first source in the back. 21% of American physicians are Asians. Please show me a comparable number doing acupuncture and Wuhan treatment.
Because
Show
they want to get
something
paid
that can
more.
compare with
Because the
that.
pharmaceutical industry has a lot of money to be made. They probably
No, but the reality is,
That's my point.
right?
That's my point. When we're talking about economic development and the needs of our people, this is a space we want to be in. So when you're talking STEM, the science, the S, the first letter, that's our doctors. Doctors come from STEM. So when the brother asked me, what's the great qualifier, that made no sense to me. Because again, STEM encompasses science and engineering. Just those two. Forget the T and the M. Leave those out. What would be a qualifier for doctors and computer engineers? It was a stupid question. So once we take our time and actually talk, then it starts to make sense. 21% of US doctors are Asian. That has led to their economic success and them being able to treat their own, right? This same medical field acknowledges that black doctors treat pregnant black women better, right? You see less deaths. You see
That's,
more successful pregnancies.
that's not
So
correct.
we know we need to be in this space. I'll land there. I finally got it off. Thank you.
Asian doctors are only working to a European model because they know that's where the money is.
I got a link for him
Don't
too
forget
that I'm
that this
trying
European
to get the
standard of
link to
living
copy it.
is being enforced
There's
everywhere.
500,000
If they were
traditional Chinese graduate medicine school graduates that worldwide 500,000 a year. That's an estimated number, which far exceeds anything you're talking about in the United States with just Western medicine. And I'm going to put that in the back link for you to see. What does that do?
All I can say is that the Western public education system is 130 years old. So, like, we have a lot of like time down the line that we have to sort of look at. You can't just judge uh, education from that point on, because what about all those centuries prior? And we find that most of the European age of exploration, age of discovery people, like most of those people weren't even qualified. And if they were qualified, then they were in private school systems. It wasn't even a public school system back then.
I
Most of
think
those
that
private
we
school systems were to do with apprenticeships, and that's how they passed on that knowledge of mastery. So I think when it
But
comes to Black people, Black knowledge, and academic knowledge, it just has to be not seen as inferior. Like, we have to stop perpetuating that our knowledge is somehow more inferior to other people's ways of thinking and discovery.
so
I don't think
bro,
that's what he's saying
my
though.
my nah, my retort to that would be eh, like knowledge is owned by humanity, right? Science is owned by humanity. It's not a white man's science, it's not a black man's science or Wuhan science. Science is science. Science builds off of previous information, right? So we know most people come to this country for what reason? To get involved in Western education. So why are we acting like we shouldn't have a more pinpoint focus in terms of what we're doing in that space? So when the conversation comes back to Black Americans in particular, we're spending too much time trying to learn about Africa. Everybody's leaving with an Afro studies degree. Nobody's leaving with computer engineering degrees. They're not leaving with doctorates in science. And those Afro Am, those ancient African civilization degrees, they are equal to $15 an hour in the work world.
Unless you did what I
I
did,
don't
which is
disagree
I
with
created
you.
my own work. But let me respond to that and say this: that when you study African science, you begin to understand how the Europeans were not able to digest all the information. They only got part of it, and that was the physical part of the information, and that they built on that physically because they could not understand the fullness of the information. And so as time goes on, you realize that we got to a certain point, a certain place. Europeans took and advanced the aspect of our science that we studied for thousands and thousands of years to made observations of nature, and they took it and ran with it to the degree that they could, which is why, and here's at the end of the day, is look at the condition of the world. Look at how people are living, and look at nature right now. Look at how we are in the world as human beings. This is the result of Western people, Europeans, taking
Absolutely.
science and advancing science. And guess what? That science is not given to everybody, even though humans, you say, according to you, it belongs to humanity. It doesn't belong to humanity because Africa needs a transfer of technology.
I saw a
Africa
group of
needed the
black
A.
kids,
Africa
right?
needed the COVID virus
I saw a group of
vaccine.
black
They wouldn't give it
teenagers,
to us. They
right?
No,
wouldn't give it to us. Wait a minute.
A
Wait a
group
minute.
of black
Let me
teenagers
land.
that
Let me
focus
land. Let me
on
land.
STEM.
Let me
They
land. Let me
created
land.
a
Hold on.
device
Hold on.
to
Hold on.
administer
Hold on. Hold
inoculation.
on. Hold on. Hold on.
They
Let me
created a
finish. You
device
can't you
to
can't
do
let me finish
diabetic
because you can't
injections.
let me finish because you are
That's where we
triggered.
need to
You're
be.
triggered and you don't understand what I'm
Now you
talking
just
about,
take too
maybe.
long, but go ahead.
No, I don't take too
You
long because
take
I
too
didn't
long to
stop
say
you.
nothing.
No, I didn't take too long. So what I'm saying is that you don't realize that the Western world is at the point where now they can't advance their highest level of science or an aspect of their science, which is why they're going into this quantum, talking about quantum consciousness and shit, which really reverts back to really spirituality, really. And so at the end of the day, we need vaccines. They have the vaccine codes and everything that is needed for us to
I
use those
see science
vaccines.
advancing
They
every
need
day.
we need technology transfer, like China got technology transfers from the Europeans because the Europeans want to go
When you
make
say
money
the
in China.
Europeans have hit a point where their science can't advance, That's
saying that.
goofy to me.
Well,
I
I'm
see
saying I'm
science
talking about
advance every
physics.
day.
I'm talking about physics
I'm
specifically, though.
talking about physics too.
Okay, so
I see
what are you
science
saying about
advance.
physics? What if
I
they
see.
advanced in
I'm
physics?
saying I see science advance every day.
Okay, speak on it with physics then.
Autonomous cars. You don't think physics is involved in that?
Autonomous cars.
Yes.
And what does that have to do with what? What does that apply to in
It's a
human?
science
Okay, what is it about?
that's still advancing.
Okay,
You're the
what is
one
it
that
about though?
you
Tell
try
us
to
what atomic cars is about. What is it?
you try to pigeonhole it to physics.
You don't even know what
I'm
it
saying
means, obviously, because you can't explain it to us.
I don't know what Tesla means.
No, you don't know what atomic cars means or whatever
I
you
don't know what
said.
Tesla
We're
means.
Nah,
asking you
he's
what it
saying like a
means.
vehicle. He's saying a
I don't know
vehicle.
what Tesla means.
Okay, so atomic cars
I
is a
said
Tesla vehicle.
autonomous. I didn't say atomic.
No,
Autonomous.
he's saying
I don't know.
cars. He
I
just
don't know
Autonomous
what
messing with the R.
driving.
I don't know what an
Autonomous
atomic
driving
car
is
is.
physics.
I don't know
That's
what an
not,
atomic
brother, that's
car
not
is.
physics.
Did you guys see that Zimbabwean inventor that invented a car that
Yeah,
runs on something?
but that is to be proven that it is actually the case because I've been
That's
asking
physics.
Zimbabweans, is it really real? And I've only gotten one finally after a year or two of asking people from Zimbabwe, have they heard of him? Is it real? One
I'm
brother,
from
which
Zimbabwe. I heard
I'm
of
not
him.
gonna go with
That's
just this one
physics.
brother, is
And
saying
I agree
that.
with what the brother
Why are
said
you
when he
talking when I'm
said,
talking?
because you keep talking.
Yeah, no, I'll be quiet
You keep
though.
talking.
I'll be quiet and let you
Talk
talk
some
or
more.
somebody
Go
else
ahead. Talk
talk.
some more.
So
Talk
if
some
I'm
more.
gonna
Go ahead.
talk though, let me finish my little point. And the point is that the
Your
brother.
point never finishes. Go ahead.
That's what I mean. You just trolling right now, whatever they call that, right? So the brother, basically, I've gotten some feedback that brother is not really he's a phony, but that's only one person that I've been able to get to talk about this one brother that created an energy, and this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking to Africans to create a new energy source or a new something, right?
I don't think he's phony, but he
Let's
tends
slow
to
walk
learn to
this.
get his
Let's
Yeah,
slow
but
walk this.
yeah,
You made this
we're trying
statement
to
that
problem for you.
European science has hit a cap and it's not advancing. Did
With
you make
physics,
that statement?
specifically with physics,
Did you
though.
make that statement?
Right. With
All right.
physics.
Would you
Right.
consider
And you
autonomous? Would you consider autonomous cars which implement physics as an advancement?
yes, I would. But
Checkmate.
I would not say but that's an applied physics that is not necessarily
I gotta
advanced.
I gotta use mulatto catchphrase on that one, but I actually pulled it off. Checkmate.
No, I'm not trying to win. I'm trying to make a point of saying this is what I think it is. It's not about winning for me because if I can learn something, I will. So you're in this for a debate and retorting
But
and
you
debating so
just
that you could be right and win the debate.
admitted
I'm not
what you said was wrong.
right. I would
You
consider that an
said,
advancement, but I
thank
would
you.
not say that it advances
So they haven't
physics.
hit a cap.
But what I'm
Let's take
saying though,
this
sir,
slow. Let's go slow. I'm
okay,
dealing
so
with
let
specifically
me
what you
I
said.
answered your question. You asked me a question, I answered it. But I'm going
I'm
to
gonna
say
mute
to
up.
you that it does not speak to physics as a science and the people promoting and advancing physics as a science.
So you're saying physics isn't involved in the automobile industry. Is
What I'm
that your
saying, no,
premise?
what I'm saying is that the people
Right.
who are
I know you're not
physicists,
saying
right? What I'm
that.
saying is the people who are physicists, right, are talking about the physical aspects of physics, and now they've gotten into quantum physics.
Yeah,
What's
he's
the
speaking
difference?
from a
What's
conceptual
the difference
standpoint.
between physical physics and quantum physics? What's the
I'm not
difference?
arguing that.
Well, I'm going to
You
tell you the
said
difference to the best
you
of my
said there
ability
was a cap on European science and technology, and
in
that's why they're
physics.
looking to these other things. I'm
No, I'm
saying
saying with
that's
regards
cap.
to physics that they've gone as far as they can in the physical realm, and now they're dealing with understanding physics from the quantum realm. That's what I'm
But
Same with
saying.
AI.
you just admitted that the
That's physical
autonomous
physics,
car
though.
No, yeah,
is
yeah,
an
yeah.
advancement.
That's physical
No,
physics, though.
that's applied physics. He's talking about
That's what
conceptually.
I'm
They've
talking
exhausted.
about.
I have a
I'm
They've
question.
ex-
talking about
that,
applied physics.
no, but that's what I'm saying. It's two different things that what he's saying is not what
What's
you're
the use
saying.
of physics if
Yeah,
you're
But he's
not
not
he's
saying
going
you're
to
talking
wrong.
so
apply it?
fast and so much he
Let me
doesn't even
ask you,
hear it.
brother, What's the use of physics if you're not going to apply it?
No, I agree. Then that's to me that's the deficit that we face.
Come on, bro.
So they have a computer
We're
called
too
quantum
focused on the higher
computer.
concepts, and we don't have we're not applying the basic concepts in order to be sustainable as a people.
There is a quantum computer. You're aware of that, I'm sure. Right? It's
Yeah, I've
still
heard
in
of
its
this.
beginning stages, but it is a physical machine called quantum computing. It is a
Yeah,
There's more
I've
computer.
than
heard of
one.
that.
IBM has the
There's
biggest,
more
most
than one.
advanced computer. Right.
Right.
That is comes from theorizing and the theorists that are in the quantum
And
conversation.
it's
It comes
applied.
from that. It is applied, yes, but that's quantum computing. So to say that you don't even you're learning that part.
Changamera,
No,
you're from.
I understand that part.
Yes,
I'm
what's
dealing.
up?
Can I please ask Changamera, please? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. So,
Yeah,
question about the gentleman from Zimbabwe who said that
yes.
he was able to use this energy source. That's, I guess, it was microwaves that he's saying that he uses, or some sort of waves.
But
Yeah.
hold on, sis. I waited a
It was an
long
energy
time to
device.
respond to him. Right.
Just a quick question because it's related to what we're talking about now, right? Because this person would not necessarily be a scholar, right? He would be someone that maybe he's coming with something that's unconventional.
Exactly.
So, and
Exactly. He's not a
about that.
scholar. He's not a scholar. It's just pure talent. You see, this is
And
why I
so,
keep
how
saying,
many people
wait, hold
has
on,
his
hold on,
science
hold on,
employed?
real quick, bro. I'll answer, but let me just answer our woman. So it's this is why I keep saying we need to remove the stigma from black intellectualism, and whether it's academic or not, it's always viewed as inferior by the
I agree.
outside groups and by the inside. We also perpetuate the inferiority as well, the inferiority complex around our own knowledge. So we just have to stop the stigma, stop calling them ghetto, whatever you want to call them, and just call them,
Exactly.
relays or alternative,
Well said, my
scholars.
brother.
Call them
Well
alternative
said.
scholars. The reason this is important is because no matter what it is that we do as a people, it's always viewed as less than, or you have
Well
to hear it
said.
from the white boy first, or the white boy has to say it better. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I think that's what it comes down to. When it comes down to that guy, it's just a wait and see. But for me myself, I'm impressed because he's next to the president of the state of Zimbabwe, and he's they're shaking hands with him. They're taking him seriously. They had they released the vehicle in not only Zimbabwe but in Egypt. So it's like, I mean, it's there. We just have to stop doubting ourselves and looking down on some other alternative way of doing things. Just because someone is
Let
different
me
doesn't mean it doesn't
Everyone
work.
would
We have
agree
to
let
with
me
be
that, though.
let me
I think, but
trailblazers.
the
We have to have
topic,
the mindset of trailblazers and just thinking out the box now.
let me ask a side
That's
note
what's going
question
on with
because
the
I actually really want to
the brother
learn.
that said quantum
Who call
physics.
them
He
trailblazers
mentioned that
after
Let
quantum
me
physics
the
stuff. That's
let
what's
me
going on.
ask a side note question because I think I can learn from you guys. One of the things where I first noticed the Burkina Faso conversation was in the area of electric cars, right? Burkina Faso was supposed to be making a big push into really getting into that market. How has the political unrest affected that? And also with that, where do these scientists, executives with this potentially major company, where do they fall in the unrest and everything that's going on? I'm just curious.
From what I gathered is that the what how can I call them, expatriates, the millionaire expatriates of Burkina
Right.
Faso have been incentivized to come back to Burkina Faso by the current regime because they're saying in place, like there's a lot of hearsay, but apparently they're saying in place, a lot of I guess capital. They're making the environment more conducive to capitalism. So they're allowing these people to return and invest into actual businesses from Burkina Faso.
In, in
That's
an
as far as I
attempt
know. I don't know the facts per se,
in an
but
attempt to
I mean,
reverse the brain drain.
They're
yeah, something like
assembling
that. Yeah.
I
Chinese
get it.
parts.
I
This
get it.
car company is basically starting with the sending in Chinese parts and assembling Chinese parts to make cars. That's one of the basis of this this car manufacturing. It's not they're not creating new Faso parts and those types of things. So they're
That's
basically assembling cars from China is part of it.
That is
You
a
got a
part of
problem,
But I'm
can't walk.
getting
in
though. But I'm
Nigeria.
getting it's their blueprint. I'm getting they get the
No, we just said
supplies
what it
from
was, though.
China.
It's not their blueprint. This is what it is. So now what?
Okay.
No,
But
Well,
what
this
this?
guy from Zimbabwe,
no, but
it's
most car
part
manufacturers,
Chinese and part his. Like the energy
yeah,
device is completely his. Like the actual
yeah,
Right.
energy
most
device.
That's what
people
I'm
get their
getting.
parts from
Right.
outside the country.
Right. So they
eh,
have the blueprint. They have the schematics. They get the parts from China.
Right. That's there's no mystery. Now, what the sister's talking about with Zimbabwe is a brother who is, if it's true, it's going to change the game completely for energy. In period, it's a total complete game changer in which the multi conglomerate energy companies, oil and all these stuff, they should be trying to kill this brother and would have sent hitmen to kill him if they could, or
Oh
they're
no, they
just
tried
letting
to.
him
They tried to
alone.
kill him.
They're letting him alone because they don't think that it's going to really amount to anything. And if it does, by the time it does, they will be switching energies from gas and oil to hydrogen and fuel cell and whatever and solar and all these other. So by the
Oh, that's
time
the hydrogen guy.
no,
Okay.
no, he's not
Uh,
hydrogen. He's not hydrogen. He's another energy source that is from microwave, some type of waves, radio waves that he's able to get energy out the environment, like
mm.
somewhat like Tesla, the old Tesla guy was talking about. Some of that same kind of concept.
Like a perpetual energy.
Regarding that guy, so
Essentially, yeah, perpetual energy. Yeah.
story
Even the kid that
that
made
he
a
came
phone.
to the United States and he was trying to patent it, him and his partner, and they were both poisoned. He survived and the partner died. Changamiro, since you're in Zimbabwe, is that a true story?
Yes,
I'm not
that's a
in.
true
I'm not
story.
in Zimbabwe right
They
now.
went
I'm
to
in the UK.
Silicon Valley to
But yeah, he
pitch
was
their
there.
idea, and they got food. Well, his friend died from poisoning. He was hospitalized, made it back to Africa, and has been advancing his invention to actually work, and it looks like he has prototypes in terms of cars, in terms of generators, in terms of he's put this engine in a helicopter, I think. So he has a working prototype model in these three different areas where he has a generator that is set up. It doesn't need any energy except it pulls energy out of the environment to be able to generate a house. In fact, the car allegedly can be a generator, and you can hook your house up to your car that is creating energy from the environment to power
Africa
your
better
house.
protect that at all costs. Because
If it's true,
if that
if it's
is
true.
real,
I
that's
believe it's
a
real
that's a
because
total game changer. That
yeah,
could
this
change
guy's
the
not
world
new.
stage.
I hope it's
Yeah,
true. I
he's
do.
not
Yeah.
new. He didn't just come out of nowhere. He's been around for at least 10 years. Like they did try to kill him. I think he said 2014 or something when he came to the United States, and yeah, they sabotaged a lot of stuff. Same thing with the guy who made water from thin air. I forgot his name, but he's a African American brother. He made water from thin air, so it's like they sabotaged this stuff. And then now you have a kid from Namibia. He made a SIM-less phone, so the phone doesn't need a SIM card. It doesn't need a relay from whatever. It doesn't need.
Towers.
Yeah, it doesn't need none of that. It can just work. Like you can just call anyone from wherever in the world. No SIM, no nothing, no network. So
Now,
it's like
now let's understand though. This
Gee,
is
that's
all STEM. All of
and
it.
there's the Nigerian
it's
woman that
self-taught
made
STEM
the
though.
hair extensions out of the banana thing, the banana leaves. These are organic hair
Yeah,
extensions, no more toxic ones for our head. That is STEM. It's happening on the African continent. It's literally
Yeah.
going to change the world. And we don't have to do the STEM that come to European education institutions because
yeah.
technology is finding ways to do things. And in Africa, we think that way anyway. So
The
when
only
people are,
thing I would say about that though, Wi-Fi, is I don't think we should be averse to taking back what was ours. They took the basis of everything they built from us. So taking it back is not even taking white science. It's not even their science.
We're not
Science
saying
is
that though.
science. It's
Right, we're not
science is
saying that.
science.
Go
All
ahead,
right.
bro. We're
In
not.
terms of, I mean, they codified the scientific method, but I mean, if anybody that's logical is following the scientific method, whether it's not codified or not. So we
Okay.
give people too much credit that it's not even they don't give themselves that. Well, yeah, they do try to give
Yeah, they
themselves that
do.
credit, but it's not accurate.
Nah, but as long as we're there, then I'm on board. All right.
We
That
we
makes
don't have
sense.
confidence in our own stuff and our own
I
things
agree.
that we've
Yeah,
been
that's
doing
true.
for a long time. And I'm saying that found the nonprofit that we started called Seventh Harvest Research Institute. We did sustainable agriculture, cultural botany, and we taught Yoruba cosmology, and we integrated those three programs. So in the cultural botany part of it, right? We had scholars that would come and talk about botany. We studied with a traditional botanist and from Ghana, and he also had a PhD from Kew Gardens in London. So he had both. He comes from the world of traditional herbalists, and he had a doctorate from in botany, right? And so we got a good training with him and education with him on a real basic level. It wasn't heavily academic, but the point is that our goal was to take these ancient traditional models and apply them to some of the
Did this mic go out?
my thing goes sleep and it knocks me out. But anyway, so we're trying to work with these orishas, these deities, with some of the stuff that we're doing, as well as learning some of the European, cutting edge stuff in the European. And what we're finding is that the Africans actually had the physical knowledge of a lot of the stuff that these Europeans are doing now. They call biointensive gardening or permaculture. We were doing a lot of these things anyway,
Yeah.
and so we we
Now,
we we
now
left some of those things.
here's a major criticism I have of Black American businesses. Right? We only try to sell to ourselves. We don't think about making the rest of the world our consumers. And what I've seen is they've been able to come into our communities and become successful.
But that, I mean, to me, that they come into our communities and become successful because we don't we don't practice what they practice. If you try to set up shop in a Chinese store, you're not gonna get any business because they're gonna refuse
And that's why I
to.
disagree. That's why I disagree. Like
But
I think I
I
could
ain't
go into
seen
an
it.
Indian community, right?
You
And
think?
everybody at the cash register would be named Pradeep. And
But
they
have
will
we
look
seen
just
it
like
though?
you. It will
Have
look
we
just
seen it?
like, hold on, bro. We talking blueprints and potential, right? No, I don't own a masala restaurant. But I do think it would work if I put a bunch of Indian kids at the cash register and getting the food out the back and they see their own in it. I'm simply saying I don't think Black Americans, or when I look at the continent, really focus on selling products to the rest of the world.
Yeah, because
I
I
don't
haven't seen
know.
any black businesses in Chinatowns, and I've come from the biggest Chinatown in the fucking world, San
That's my
Francisco.
point. That's
Right.
Yeah,
kind of my
And
point.
I
I'm
think
in
that
New
the other
York.
ethnicities practice
So you're
protectionism,
saying we
especially
can't
Asians.
infiltrate that? You don't believe we
I
can
ain't seen
infiltrate
it.
that?
I haven't
No,
seen it.
not in the Asians community. No, and white people. I think white people could buy from. And I don't even think that, to be honest. But I mean, if somebody want to try it, try it. I mean,
And even you don't see white people in their little areas that they have too. You don't see them.
yeah, they're the ultimate protectionist, which that's why I respect them the
Put a
most.
bunch of kids named June Kim at the register, and I would run the business from the back.
Hmm.
Pause. But I'm
Okay.
saying I don't feel like we've been even trying to implement that. We look at our own communities and simply say we've got enough resources here. We should be able to get rich just dealing with our own. Right
Well, we need to just deal with. We have to
now,
start with our
hold
own
on, hold on,
first.
hold on. Now, while I'm not saying there's anything wrong with
Say that
Yeah,
again.
his mic went out. I mean, to me, that's putting the cart before the
my
horse. Though
bad,
you,
I'm just
we
saying
don't
if
even
we want to
have
go to
control
the
of commerce
next
in our own
level,
community.
if we want to go into the stratosphere, we
Bro,
got to
we have to.
start capturing those
We
other
haven't even
How
markets.
took
about we
step
start
one though. That's what I'm
right?
saying. We get
Start at the beginning with our own
without us.
people. Right. I mean, start with our own people. I tell you one thing I learned when we were selling gumbo at the Caribbean Festival in Mountain View, California.
Guess who was coming to buy the gumbo? And we found this out that they love gumbo.
White folks.
Chinese motherfuckers was rolling up
Oh
buying
shit.
gumbo because they like that seafood soup. They love it.
Hmm.
That's who buys
They love them.
gumbo.
They love those shrimp. Yes, they do.
Yeah, that's and you could sell if you had a way like we were trying to get into these major supermarket chains and we did a little bit, but we didn't have the capital to maintain it, but we actually got a contract to be in 40 different
So would
they
you
call them
agree that it
Albertsons.
might? So would you agree that it might make sense to put that eatery in a white community or an Asian community
It
and offer them something different? The same way when we go consume, we like to have options.
first after I do it in my own community, right? Then I could see doing gumbo in an Asian community. But all I can say is this: I've never seen any black folks set up in any Asian community selling shit. Never.
God damn it, I got to be the first one. I get
And it
sick of
doesn't mean it
hearing that.
can't happen, but I ain't
I'm
seen
about
it.
to be the first one. I get sick of
All right,
hearing
so go do that and let us know how it goes.
that. I don't care what you say. If I put everyone on the
You gonna have to change your name to Kim Jong or something.
Mhm. Dennis just let us roll. He's doing something right now. Probably he would have closed his space by now.
Seems like everybody's gone.
No, but we definitely have got to really control. We've got to open up private schools and be willing to sacrifice. I volunteered for 6 years, volunteered and taught a
you.
class for
So look,
six
bro,
years at
it's funny
Sheila
you brought
Mandela
that up.
Academy in East Palo Alto. We had
It's funny
Nairobi
you brought that
College.
up,
We had
right?
Nairobi Junior College, we had Nairobi High School, and
What's
Nairobi
Central
Elementary
Lake?
School. We had a junior college in the 70s in a black community that was unincorporated.
So
80% black
so it's funny you
community.
brought that up, right? Because in Harlem right now, right, there's Jeff Canada and he runs the uh I think it's the Promise like school kind of it's a bunch of charter schools. So his plan was to do this for black kids, right? But now with the changing demographic in Harlem and in, you know, upper Manhattan, you see a ton of white kids trying to come for our product, trying to go to our school. You get what I'm saying? Now, some people look at that as, oh, they want to take what we have. And I see that as we have an opportunity to sell to them as well. Even when it comes to a school, our school may be better than all the white schools around you. Come spend that money with me. And that's kind of
Mm-mm,
been my focus, like to attack
mm-mm.
other markets rather than say, oh, I'm a
School is
pan African
But we don't
business
even
and
have
spend
school
control
money
of
with you.
our market though. That's
School is
like, I
not a
don't.
business. When
That's
you
kind
have
of my
a
point though.
private school, it is not a business. It is a educational institution, and your goal
Private
is
schools
not
are
to make
businesses,
money.
bro.
Your goal is to educate the kids and be able to pay your
Private
teachers.
schools are businesses.
Okay,
Let's not
so
play that game.
again, now, okay, with that being said, right? Private schools are businesses. In the private school that I worked at, I didn't get paid for 6 months, 6 years. So what kind of business is that? I could
Uh,
afford to do that.
a crazy one.
Right.
Because
No, it's
because
not
what
crazy. It's
but
called
no, I'm
sac.
not
It's
saying you crazy. I'm saying
no,
that's
no,
a
no.
crazy
It's not
system.
even crazy
Listen
because
what I'm
these are
saying. Most teachers will agree. The reason why they would prefer to work at charter or private schools is because first and foremost, the pay is way better than working at public schools and dealing with black kids. Right?
what you're missing though is that the level of sacrifice that we were willing to do to have our kids get the education that we wanted to because it was not a charter school. We could not have been able to do the things we did at that school if it were a charter school.
It was a private school, you said.
State funding.
Right. It was not a charter school. It was a
You
private
said it was
school.
private school, right?
Right. So it's still people need to be paid if they can be paid. But I didn't have to get paid because I was doing what the way that I was doing my thing. So I'm
Well,
saying
the
that
reason why I brought the two up in tandem is
both private schools and charter schools benefit from direct funding, right? So the parent kind of directs where their money goes. And so they get to choose from the kids they want.
Right. And so, what I'm saying as a people, what we have to start thinking about is making it happen. What we have to do to make it happen. We have to have private school. We have to have African centered schools. What do we have to do to make it happen? And this is where I need my degreed brothers and sisters who are graduating from these colleges to come in with solutions to the problem.
I
They're coming
agree.
in because they went to school and they studied business. Guess what? Their business at Harvard is not covering this. Their business at wherever they went to school
All
at
right.
NYU
So
doesn't cover this.
keep it, bro. Me and my circle, we talk about this, right? So after COVID, the one blessing for blacks is it was kind of a reset, a game clock change. So in terms of demographics, a lot of us work from home now, right? So now we have the opportunity to move.
Okay, well, y'all, the difference between the older folks
My fault.
and yeah, the difference between the older folks and the younger folks is that they're not willing to sacrifice to do the things we need to do. The older folks knew what it took. The Black Panthers were not getting paid to feed them kids free food in a day. They got volunteered. They got donation money and donation food in order to feed those kids lunch. That's how they were
But I'm
able to
just
pull that
saying we're at
off.
a different level now,
What?
right?
No, but there's some things we can learn from from that other
I do
level.
agree. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm
and
definitely
that
not
is
saying
make it
I'm
fucking
definitely not
happen.
saying throw out the wisdom of our ancestors. I would never say that. But what I'm saying is I'm also looking at the landscape and terrain going forward, right? So now in America in particular, with COVID, now a lot of black people work from home. So now we have the opportunity kind of to live wherever we want to live because we're not trying to live logistically close to an office we have to go to every day, right? This is something a community can be created off of. You get what I'm saying? A bunch of us
Well,
decide, yo, we gonna buy up all the property right here. Us.
Yeah, I think when it comes to America, at least, I think they need to talk to people like Dr. Cloud, just like how Ice Cube did the contract for, I think, was it for
Nah, bro.
contract for Black America with and he lobbied for it.
Yo,
It
bro.
wasn't
I
successful,
I
but
think as a black American, I think Ice Cube didn't get a fair because the honest truth is he came to the Democrats first. But the way it was painted, because you went over there with Trump and he got to take a picture with you and shake your hand, now people will make him out to be a sellout. And the actual value in his plan kind of gets lost.
yeah,
So yeah, now I'm with you.
Mm. Well, all I can say is get
But I'm
in.
just saying, I'm letting you know the politics with that. Like,
Right.
as good as I believe his plan was, when we finally got the optics of it, right, it didn't look good. And most people didn't dig behind the veil and say, well, damn, he asked Democrats first. Let me present this to y'all. I know where my people are. They
Where's
told
the big
him,
plan? Where is the Democratic big plan or his big plan or anybody's big plan right now in our black communities? Where's the big plan implemented? What's the big plan doing? This is why I'm saying that if you have kids, I'm not waiting on no motherfucking big plan. If I got kids that need to be taught, I'm
fact.
gonna find an African Center school and put my kids in that fucking school. If I gotta volunteer for a part of the time, if I can, if I gotta get a second job, I'm gonna make
Fact.
sure my kids get that education. And under the rest is we'll wait for the big
I
plan to
I
come.
chose I chose to put my children in the best fully integrated schools where they're competing with everyone. I'm training them how to compete. You're better than all of them. You just got to go show it. So while I don't think African centered is a bad thing at all, right? I don't think my children need that because when they open that door and come home, everything in that household is African centered. You get what I'm saying? That
No,
reinforcement I'll take care of. I want you to
no,
go learn robotics.
I don't
I
get what
want
you're
you to go
saying.
learn. upper level chemistry. I want you to go learn the Pythagorean theorem, as
I
Sid
don't get
said
what you're
that I could
saying.
barely pronounce. you
I don't get what
What's
you're
don't?
that?
saying.
You said you don't?
No.
What I'm
And the
saying
reason I
is,
don't get what you're saying is because if your house is about African centeredness, then that means that you're going to find a place, an institution that's going to be teaching that there, because that's the
why
best case
why
scenario. The best case scenario is when you have it at home and at school. Because what we had to do is we had it at school. We had to get the people at home that didn't have that knowledge that you had. We had to get them and teach them. We made
see
it mandatory
it was in
that the
reverse for
parents of
me.
those kids did 6 weekends in a row to learn the shit that their kids were learning, and turn that TV off when them kids get home. They're not going to be watching that TV, and you're going
So
to learn certain
so
things. We
here's
had
the
to do
thing,
that.
right, bro? For me, in terms of how I'm raising my children, it's literally honoring. I can't call her my ancestor because praise the ancestors. I still have my mother with me, but my mother enforced all the Pan-Africanism in me, all the teaching of who's who in the black community and who we respect on the continent. I learned Lumumba from my mother, right? But I went to the Bronx High School of Science. So I was competing on a daily basis on an academic and scholastic level against
Mhm,
all of the best kids in New York, right?
mhm.
Jews, Koreans, white folk, and 15%, which was black and Hispanic, right? I'm competing against them. But everything about my blackness, about my Africanness that I needed to learn, I got that soon as I put that key in the door and opened the door and walked right back in my house.
Well, our kids were doing at sixth grade, they were doing reports on sickle cell anemia and doing deep reports on historic reports, and
Okay.
found out shit that we didn't know, that it was at sickle cell developed as a result of the abuse of salt, salt. That's one of the ways sickle cell form. So
So
one of the
wait, it wasn't
one
a defense against malaria?
no, it had to do with the abuse of salt. That was
I
one
get
of
a
the ways
different,
that
Yeah, I thought it
it
was because of malaria.
yeah.
well, that was a
I'm
result of
taught
it, but
that genetics created sickle.
yeah, over the years, genetics developed into that, but that was a
Because it's
part of
it's
the
literally one of
research.
the arguments that I
Okay.
use with the Aboriginals. I'm like, yo, we got sickle cell for a reason. Because we were dealing with something on the continent and we brought that strain over here. I know where I'm from. You get what I'm
Google it,
saying?
see what you get. But that was one thing. I was teaching them melanin because when I was in college, we were learning about melanin. I was studying under Richard King, Black involvement in scientific
Now,
development.
hold up. Now, when it comes to the topic of the show, once you start throwing that melanin around, you're talking about
Right. So
everything the Griff is based on.
right.
You know
So
that.
and now you're gonna get where they got it from, because the people that we put on the first melanin conference in the United States in 1991 or two
So you
at the
gave us
Embassy
brother polite.
Suites. So no, brother,
Nah, I'm
we're the
messing with you. I'm messing with you.
no, and again, whatever he did, hopefully, Polite is pretty informed when he talks about some shit. He's pretty well informed. But I'm saying that we were dealing with people like Carol Barnes. Who else? Who's another researcher? He was a biochemist, and he did his presentation on chemistry. Dr. Jeffrey's wife did a presentation on history and blackness. This was the first conference. There were 10 consecutive conferences after that. And Dr. King, who was one of the leading authorities, he had a PhD in medicine. He was a psychiatrist. Did a lot of biochemical and also spiritual studies about Kemet and their understanding of of the black dot, or I should say the pineal gland and the seat of the soul. And
Oh
it's
man, you
steeped
getting
in.
into the
Now listen to this.
chakras. You
So
going
okay,
Bobby Hemmett on me.
let
You
me tell you
going
this, brother. If you don't believe in spirit, then you are lost.
you know Bobby Hemmett, right?
No, do you know spirit?
No, yes, I know spirit, bro. But
Okay,
I'm
so
saying,
then we can have a
I just want to
conversation
know if
then.
you got the joke. You know
Right.
Bobby
No, I
G.
got the joke, but don't
I
joke.
know
Don't
you.
joke about serious matters like this. This is not a joke. And when you joke like that, it lets me know
Nah,
that
I'm
you
not.
you're
Listen, bro.
you're in some
Listen, I
other
wasn't.
some other area. Right? Don't joke about spirit. Spirit is very serious. And this is the part where I'm telling you the Europeans didn't
No,
get this.
listen, bro. I wasn't trying to derail you. I was just bringing
Okay,
some
so I would need you
levity
to listen
and
and
making a
learn a
correct
little bit about
connection. That's
melanin
all.
because these elementary school kids was soaking this information up, and I was shocked that they were understanding what I was saying.
All right. But now let's have the deeper
This is
conversation, right?
this is
Hold
the
on.
information that your kids are not going to get
Hold
competing with
hold
Chinese
on
kids
real
and these
quick
other
though.
kids. They're not going to get
So
that.
so to the topic though, if we're gonna have the deeper conversation, when you talk about the miseducation of Sonny Carson and black people in general, most of it was based on that
Melon?
melanin. That when we look at it, is it really that big of a factor?
Well, if you want to learn a little bit about it, you won't stop me from talking when I'm on a
No,
roll. You
I'm
can
not
learn some
saying I want to
basics.
learn about it. I want to discuss
That's the
the fact that,
problem.
hold on,
That's the
listen, bro.
problem.
Hold on, listen. I'm trying to stay on the subject of the topic
Without going deep
of the
into any.
stream, right? No, listen
Okay.
what I'm saying. Tell me that polite, right, whose face is prominently posted on this live right here, right? Tell me he didn't establish everything he established off of melanin.
I don't know about him like that. I've
Oh, I
listened to
do.
him before, and the shit that he's talked about makes sense to me. But if we're going to talk about melanin, let's talk about motherfucking melanin. At least the
Ooh,
basics
wait
of
till
it.
Dynas get back.
Oh,
Yeah,
we're
I
Ooh.
not able
mean,
to cuss?
Cause
yeah,
look, he put
melanin is
polite up there for a
scientific.
reason.
We're not able to
And you're
Melanin is
cuss?
saying he
scientific
makes
though.
sense.
Yeah. So melanin, and here's the
Okay.
basis of melanin, right? It's produced by the pineal gland. It's a hormone, melanocyte stimulating hormone. It's produced by the pineal gland. In the daytime, melatonin is released. At nighttime, serotonin is released. Right. So this
And
is
genetics determine how much.
yeah, okay. And genetics determine how much melanin that you may have. But there are also internal levels of melanin that even white people, the palest of pales, have to have in order for life to even take
Correct.
place. Melanin has to be there. But when you go deep into this, and this is what I would say to you, just go on YouTube and put in Richard King, melanin, whatever. He's gonna go into some real deep science, physical science
Bro,
about melanin.
listen so we could bring the conversation current. I understand the science of melanin.
Then
I
why are
believe.
you making
Hold
it
on.
like
Let me I'm trying to explain it to you. Right? I understand the science of melanin. I believe in it. What I'm saying is to the topic, right, of the ghetto pseudo scholar, right? Most of our ghetto pseudo scholars based everything they built on melanin. Now the question then becomes, being that white people have melanin too, is melanin a game changer or is it STEM? Do I need to learn more about the fact that me and white folk got melanin? I just have more than they do because I have better genetics? Or do I need to learn how to create
what's the
systems?
misplaced
Do I need to learn? Because look, I watched a class
the
of
question you're
teenagers.
asking?
Hold on, real quick. And I'm gonna land. I watched a class of teenagers create a device that could administer what is it that we insulin. Half of us diabetic, right? So they created a device that could administer those insulin shots. This is a class of teenagers. Do we need to be, and that's STEM, do we need to be focused more on STEM or do I need to learn more about melanin?
So
And
if
you
you want to
understand the underlying question.
hold on. First of
I'm gonna
all,
let you cook. I'm gonna go on mute.
it's misplaced, this whole phenomena of people studying melanin and what they've done with it on YouTube is a misplaced argument about the importance of melanin, because I see a YouTuber on there talking about race relationships because of melanin is what the amount of what it's about and what it's valuable for.
I'm saying that it's much more valuable than that in all kinds of areas. And one of the areas is where they have actually coated physical electronic devices with melanin. You didn't know that? White folks have taken melanin and coated electronic devices with it as a conductor. It does something that even gold doesn't do. It's a huge
Spaceships too.
conductor.
The rockets and space
Physical
travel as well. They use melanin.
melanin, brother. Should I be studying melanin? Okay, well, it takes a white boy to now to code some electronic things for you to say, oh, it's important now because white folks have coded did some physical shit with it, and now that makes it important. But guess what? The spiritual and physical thing combined is even more powerful than just the physical stuff because melanin is again is a conductor of energy, not just electrical energy but other types of energy. Now we're getting into the quantum realm in terms of other types of energy, but it's also what's crucial is that it is uh connected to the seat of the soul, which is this all-knowing thing that we can go into. And now the Egyptians or the Kemites talked about this. It goes very, very deep. That's some information that is so powerful. I wouldn't even. I mean, I'm not on a level that he was, but there are certain things I can't talk about with you guys in here when it comes to the mothers, the Iyamis of within the tradition of the Yorubas, because of those invisible forces that we're dealing with. So melanin has to do with that stuff too. It has to do with ancestors, and it has to do with information and being able to access information from a realm uh, other than this physical realm. And this again now goes back into the quantum thing where we're talking about Ifa and being able to recall this those 256 Odu, that the human mind is a computer. The human mind itself was our computer, and we accessed it through base 2 mathematics. The binary system of computers where you have 2 and 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 256 Odu, right? And that goes deep too. So if back in the Ifa priest, they'll commit to memory 4 stories for all 256 Odu. 4 stories for all 250. They commit that to memory. But the way that it's accessed is through study and through an orisha called Orumila that brings forth the right story for your situation. So, brother, if you come to me for a reading with Ifa and I throw my divination down, when I'm throwing that divination tool in the air, it's in a superposition. This is what they talk about quantum mechanics and superposition. That that chain dropping to hit the ground is in a superposition. All possibilities at one time can be realized in a superposition. This is quantum mechanics. This is also the process of divination with Ifa. So now that the thing hits the ground and the sign shows up, and the Orisha Orumilat will bring to my mind, will bring to me, right? Your situation of those 4 stories for that sign. One of 256 signs will show up when it hits the ground. One of those 256 signs. When that sign falls down to the ground, it's potentially 4 possibilities within that one sign that would deal with your problem. Orisha will bring that story will inspire to me to start reciting that story that is exactly your problem. And this is done through the facility of melanin and the intuition and the third eye and all of that. All that plays a part. But our science is so deep that we have we've been able to identify different areas of in which those sciences manifest themselves. Intuition is one. Deity is separate. Deity is separate, but it's also inside of us too. But its deity exists outside of us as well. So now we go into the specifics about those. That's a whole science in and of itself. That we poo-poo it and say, oh, that's Yoruba spirituality. Oh, blah, blah, blah. We don't even got it. We don't get
No,
it.
they definitely have deep concepts. I'm just not with it because they be initiating white people, so I'm not dealing with it because they if white people can participate in it, then I don't know how is that tied to our ancestors? Why aren't our ancestors killing them when they doing it?
Because again,
It's not logical to me.
you have control of who you allow in it, and so you can not allow and teach white people your stuff.
But if other people do that, that shows the level of their consciousness. Really, they're allowing it in for a certain reason, and that's part of our problem as a people, that we're on all these different things, right? But your ancestors and you is one thing, but guess what? When those Orisha come down and they're looking at people, they're not, they don't give a shit about your biases and your prejudice and all that human shit. They're not on that. They're on some other thing that you need to understand
Yeah, that's
clearly what
why I
they're
can't
on.
deal with it.
Well, no, you need to understand it. You need to
Nah,
understand it
I'm not. I'm cool with that
because
because
you got white people in your. You probably got white people in your own
it
ancestry.
don't matter.
No, I know it doesn't matter, but guess what? That's a reality.
It could be, but
Yeah,
that's just me. That's why I can't deal with
I couldn't
Esau
either.
like
A
that.
lot of us do. A lot of us have that issue. Guess what? I'm not initiating no white people in my thing. I'm not teaching no white people. I'm not teaching them no dance, no drumming, no EFI, none of that. I'm not. And sometimes it be to your own detriment to the blessings that you can get. But guess what? I'm gonna have to take that loss.
Well, I'm not
Because
trying. I don't no blessings.
right. So all I can say is that no, I'm saying
I deal with the pragmatic aspect of things though, but the concepts within
now
the
that's
all of
emotional.
the
What you just talked about is emotional.
no, it's not emotional. I'm saying the concepts. I'm not really with all the spooky stuff like, but I understand that has a place in
What
society. It's
what's
just me. I
spooky?
don't. I'm not with it. I'm with the pragmatic aspect of things.
And what's spooky?
I'm
All of
saying
the
is its overall place at the forefront. I'm
no,
not
I
saying
don't
it's
put it
not
at the
needed. I'm not saying
yes.
it's not needed. You know what I mean? We could definitely benefit from it. But when we talking STEM, we talking something different.
Well,
We
let's
No,
talking
talk
but
our
I
about
mean,
next black
business.
doctors. We talking our
Let's talk
next black
about
engineers. We
let's talk
talking our
about
next black
health.
computer
Let's
scientists.
talk about health. Let's talk about business. Let's talk about. So, if you talk about your family health, right? How important is that? Well, guess what? If you knew how to throw calories, or you were open to listening to your ancestors, they were very strong in your life. They could help you to avoid a lot of situations that would be not good for
All
health
right, now let's
reasons.
talk about my family's financial health. Right?
Okay, and even
So
that.
now, so
you
now
don't have to go to
through
IJ.
so now through these different STEM programs and we get kids to really focus on that. Now they're creating their own companies that can hire my son, right? Because it's all gonna come from science. We ain't even gonna be driving cars in a minute. I don't think we're really, really ever accepting the conversation of where the world's going. So I get it. For my health, yeah, I'm going to the Orishas. I'm doing all that. I'm burning, but y'all ain't hear it. Like
You
whatever.
breaking up, brother? You breaking
Yeah,
up?
you breaking up. Your connections in the matrix.
Yeah, Dinah says Obama phone. You got an Obama phone, but yeah, we don't realize that uh, living Orisha, like living it, is a whole nother way of kind of thinking.
Shay Shay.
Yeah, Ishe. Living Orisha is another way of thinking and doing things and living things, and this is more in alignment with our own.
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. So, but how does that, when you talk about science and development and stuff, how does that work in terms of that? And that's the part where we've lost in moving, advancing our sciences. It's like we stopped 3,000 years ago. It's like our level of advancement has been hindered and halted when Egypt was taken over.
On the
That's
walls of
it.
Pompeii, yeah, on the walls of Pompeii, you could type this in on Google. Pompeii 30 AD, cult of Isis. You can actually see the brothers, the Egyptian brothers, giving it all away to the Romans. It's literally right there. It's painted like, you know,
But
dark
yo,
brown.
Giving what away to him?
somebody,
Huh?
What did
somebody
they give
said
to
something
him?
that was real though. He was like, "Yo, we can't prepare to move forward if we continuously look back." Right now, I'm not saying throw away any of the works of our ancestors. I'm literally saying white science has stolen our information. But we got to talk about moving forward. And if you're talking about moving forward, you're talking STEM. You're talking your kid potentially creating a pharmaceutical company that changes black employment.
But I
I
mean,
mean,
from a STEM
you-
standpoint, from like quantum physics, like dimensionally, the past, the present, the future, it's all the same. So the lessons we learn from the past, we implement it in the
See?
future. So you
This when y'all
correct.
get
That the reason
spooky.
why we got taken over was
This when
because
y'all
we
get
didn't have
spooky.
technology.
Like
No, it's that's
past,
not.
present,
If you talk in any quantum physicist will tell you that the past, the present, and future is all happening at the same. Like it's the same thing.
Yep. And
That's
all
not.
there
That's
is
not even. That's
now.
scientific. That's not spooky at all.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
all
I
right
think that's
now.
why I don't really deal with quantum physics too much because no, everything's not the same. Like Marcus Garvey didn't have Instagram. If Marcus Garvey had Instagram, how great would the Pan African movement be?
No, but you talking about conceptually the past, the present, the future is all like it's happening simultaneously. That's the thing. Like the way we
No, bro, there was
I
no
get you
Instagram in the
totally.
past.
He
no,
doesn't
but
get it.
you're not
You don't get
understanding.
it.
But yeah,
He
you're not understanding it.
you not get
I'm
it.
saying, no, I understand the point you're trying to make, but I'm just retorting saying, imagine what Malcolm X could have did with Instagram, right? That wasn't something that was available to him. So
What
to
does that
say
have
that
to
the
do with
past,
quantum
present,
though?
and future is all the same, that's kind of tough for
But
me to
that's that. No,
accept.
that's a scientific fact.
Get with that. All there is now.
I ain't gonna debate that because I
It's
ain't.
not debatable. It's a fact.
All there is now.
I know it's a lot of niggas that could debate that.
And,
I'm
and
not
that's
gonna
They
what
do that.
can't
super
debate it.
that's
Scientifically, it's
what's
not debatable.
and that's what superposition is. Those quantum computers that they got now are able to deal with a situation in which all
Yes, but that's a very
possibilities.
finite point of STEM study in science. We're talking architecture. We're
No,
talking
I agree.
archaeology.
I
We're
agree.
talking
But you
chemistry.
that I
We're
only brought that
talking
up as far as
pharmaceuticals.
you
We're
talking looking
talking
in the
about
past.
the applied use of that, of what he's saying. How does that manifest in the physical world, or something that we can relate to it? Like, and I'm saying quantum computing can relate to what he says is that
All
the
right, so
past, present, and future.
let's be
No,
clear
I only
though.
brought the past, present, and future
Is
up
there
because it's
any
you try to separate
opposition
it.
between the two? Is there an
Right.
Scientifically, it's not
opposition
different.
between focusing on STEM and focusing on Oshun and the Orishas?
But
So again, we're going back and forth with trying to relate these African, sciences with modern day, and I'm saying that the future is quantum computing, and quantum computing will be interfaced with the older computers that have the base 2 math. They will be combined. Those computer systems will be combined, and that's when you talk about
Yeah, but
AI
that's an
connected.
argument that can be debated. Like what
No, no,
I'm
they're
asking
no, that's not an argument. That's what they're
to
talking about. That
you,
is, no, I'm saying this
there's a
is what
lot
they're
of people that would
doing.
argue that quantum computing isn't even factored into AI at
No,
this
I'm not
point.
saying it is now. I'm saying that
So my point is, a lot of people are able to argue. I'm
you're
not going to
talking
attempt
about
to.
STEM, aren't you?
Hold on, right? So I'm
Right. So
saying
quantum
there
computing
are
is about
people.
STEM.
You could say that.
That's the
Okay.
highest level of STEM is that quantum
So go back
computer.
to my question though. There's no direct opposition between the Orishas and STEM research.
There's
no,
no
they can
direct
happen at the
what?
same time.
Okay. Okay. As long as we're there,
I'm saying what I'm
I can
saying
ride.
is what I'm saying is they got the concept of computing from our divination systems.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, the
not
base
disagreeing
too.
with that. They got
Right.
everything from us.
But even further than that though, when you go into
But how long are we gonna
superposition,
say that?
when I'm saying that when you go into the concept of superposition, that our it's not only the base 2 math that they're getting to deal with the computer systems, these first computers, right, that are going to become obsolete, or there will interface with quantum
So
computing.
how do we
It's
take that back and implement it?
So this is
Yeah,
what we have
that's the most important thing too. Yeah.
now. Here's what I think. This is just my opinion. My opinion is that we've got to clearly understand about our ancient systems, and we've got to study these new systems that they have, and be able to see how they can, if at all in fact it needs to interface, that it might just exist on its own and that's it. E5 exists on its own, it works, this is what it does, it's it. But I think what's going to happen is Europeans are beginning to understand these different invisible realms, or other realms of science that they haven't even discovered yet, but at
So
least
wait,
they're.
before we get too deep though, I want to be clear to see if there's any contention.
Hey,
If
real quick,
we're
let me read these super chats. Sorry to cut you off. Let me read these super chats real quick. FBA Young Line, thank you for $1.09 holla with a side of chocolate chip mud cookie for dessert. FBA Young Line, thank you for $4.99 holla. Somebody passed this Haitian at African Asian Hebrew a bowl of meow fried rice ASAP. Ace 22, thank you for $5 holla. Black Americans and others campaigned lies are Dominicans, me no black, how ironic, me no black, me native, Egyptian Maya, all but African, how ironic.
that's a fact.
African analyze £5. Thank you for the £5. Q Butter is working hard with kids on STEM while Dr. Umar is fighting the Snow Bunny Mafia. Yaya King, thank you for the 2 year-old. Self-hate is our biggest problem. All right, go ahead, continue.
Q Butter, what up?
That's
That was
hilarious.
that was funny.
No, but yeah, no, dealing with these concepts is going to be crucial. And this is all I'm saying is we got to clearly understand our systems and go deep into it, with learning about what's going on, with modern day physics, modern day
So now
understanding of quantum.
here's my question. I get that premise. Is that in any way in opposition? And I'm trying to understand where I can stand in the argument. Is that in opposition to Western schooling? Are we
It,
saying that Western schooling is problematic?
it is problematic, but we have to, and a brother like Kaba Kamene, he has done a lot of work in terms of curriculum development based on an African paradigm, African model. He understands the way that we teach, the teaching modality that we have today, Western world, and he understands the ancient ways that we used to teach in back in the old days in the universities in Kemet. So he understands, including the West African models or the modern day models of the village. So he understands all of these things, and he came up with a curriculum that is more in alignment with our way of teaching and thinking. And
But
uh,
now let's talk about where we're at now. So I want you to understand why I asked the question, right? I was in the MITES program. I didn't go to MIT, but I was in the MITES program. Where's the program that kind of
Hola.
preps you to be an MIT student, right? I'm working on getting my kids now in those same type of programs. This is Western education we're talking about. So I just want to be clear that we're not saying there's a dividing line that we shouldn't be pursuing anything. Because I wouldn't tell you not to pursue anything you want to pursue in terms of the Orishas and whatever else. I just want to be clear. If I'm pushing my kids to get into MIT, there's no issue with that.
the more they study, the more they are bought into and study with these white folks, the
Let's
more
get
it
to it.
fucks them up. The more it messes them up.
Let's
Trust me,
get to it. You were
it
honest.
messes them up, bro.
You are,
Can I say something on the
and I
topic?
clearly asked a pretty good question because you were honest. Now that's a conversation that has to be had.
Can I say something on the topic?
Hmm.
Salute to the panel. Salute to Dinus. Our prince that live among us. Uh, to the topic, I feel that even though there are some wacky ideals in some of the self-taught, self-knowledge people, they have contributed more in educating the masses of Black people out of slavery than some of the institutional people. They have provided more psychology and healing than Black psychologists.
and you guys
That could
kind of
be debated.
undermine, huh?
That could be debated.
Wait, can
They
you
have.
elaborate on who they are though? Like who are
Yeah,
The
that's
these
what I'm
different
saying.
institutions that operate within the community, whether
Put
it's
an
the
ad
Black
on it.
Church, whether it's the Pan Africanist leaders with their different ideologies, they have actually targeted and assisting the Black community, while a lot of HBCU elites are targeting uh, entering the white world. Some of them
But
have
what I
got
would say though, hold on. But what
doctors,
I would
and
say
have
when
not
it
created
comes,
any clinics or hospitals in the Black community in New York or New Jersey
yeah,
or
but
any,
fam,
you know
you
what I mean?
can't diminish the fact that they produce the overwhelming majority of black doctors.
They
You can't
do, but
diminish
how
that
do these
fact.
Black doctors help the Black community at large
They practice Western medicine and they
in
fix
the Black community?
the symptom. No, they practice it in the Western institutions.
Come
And
on,
if we
dynasty.
can afford to get it, then we'll get it. But we're going to get the Western medicine, which is fix the motherfucking symptom and not the cause.
Yeah, but if we have more scholars today than we have 100 years ago, we should be more served. We are still underserved in terms of doctors. Even our curriculum, some depending on what region you're in, certain students don't know how to read correctly, but we have more teachers. Does that even add up? That means that our learned are not targeting the Black masses.
It's the
Cause
system. It's the system, this Western system, school system. It's the curriculum that's being taught in the schools. It's the institution of medicine and how it's being practiced. And this is why I'm saying that this Western system is messed up. It is
uh,
not
it, it
productive.
it
It is
it
not as
erodes
productive
at
as
the
it could
sense
be.
of communalism. That's the problem. They're getting education for self. It's not for community.
No, but
That's really
who's
It's
to
to
blame
that's
make
for
really
that?
the
Who's to
money.
blame
problem.
for that?
I mean, to me, to be honest, to me, it's us as a community. We don't instill that you're going to this school to get this education to come back to better your community. That's not we do it for capitalism's sake at
That's what
this
it was
point.
I
designed
think
for.
that's because most people are struggling though. Like I don't think black people
No, it was
are
designed
I
for
easy.
that.
disagree though, and I think we're diminishing black contributions in terms of like health science. Like it's documented that in the paternity phase, you're better off with a black doctor. Why? Because she might understand, or he, 9 times out of 10 are African, but they understand your body a bit better. They have a bit more empathy for you. They're going to take care of their own.
I would agree with that. You are
And
better off
so
with a black doctor.
let's be real. Most blacks are going to, not even just blacks in America, right? Even if we're talking about Burkina Faso and the inoculation program that Traore put into play, right? Most of us are, I'm not even gonna say acquiescing, because that's not the right word. But most of us do see the value in Western medicine and our place in it.
It has its
It
place.
has its place. Yeah,
All right.
it's not no anybody that fully demonizes it is just being an idiot. It's not all not like that. That's in
I
life.
can live
Nothing's
with that.
all bad or nothing's all good. It has its place. It just gotta
I
No,
can
find
no,
live
but
with that.
balance.
but who's demonizing Western medicine? We're arguing that
No, I'm not saying
the
you are per se.
educated, it's the argument of the different educated class, whether the self-educated or those who go to traditional institutions. But I'm saying that those who may not go to quote unquote traditional institutions, their target is to help the Black masses.
But I
The
asked
the
you a
Black
specific
Caucus,
question. I
don't address the
asked you
Black
if I'm
masses.
steering my kids towards MIT, is that fundamentally a negative thing? And your response was, the more you put them around them, yada 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 yada. So it wasn't a
I mean,
good thing.
it's not
That
yada though.
wasn't
Like
me.
I've been through institutions like that. I studied engineering in college, and when you're the only black person in class amongst a bunch of like rich Asian people and rich white people, it's isolating. And a lot of black people in STEM have mental health issues. If there's
So
an
watch
option
this
to do
though.
it
You
at a
do
black
understand my
college, it'll
point
probably
of
be better.
having more of us be there. Then you won't feel so alone. You
But
understand that, right?
I think it would be better if more of us had like black colleges and universities with stronger STEM programs. But I don't think
focused on
like
building
the
our
goal
own
should be going to
institution.
MIT.
Right.
That's true. Can I ask him one more question before I drop off? In the age of Trump talking about he has that I think you can utilize government money to choose where you want to be educated. How can that affect or change the dynamics of the black community in your eyes in
They
terms of
try to shit
utilizing?
on Harvard. I'm with you.
Like, how do you think that would change the black community in the sense of utilizing that money to start self African centered education and curriculum based on the needs of the black community based education. Like we have special tests to identify the different levels of skill, and then we utilize the Black Caucus, HBCUs, Black Church, whatever, to organize the black minds and
Black
to still.
caucus.
Yeah, well, they have
So
leadership.
hold on, let's not crash.
They make
I heard
legislation.
most of what you said. You were breaking up a little bit, so I didn't hear the real question. But I heard most of the premise, and so I'm kind of with you where you're going. I just didn't hear the whole question.
All right, so how do we utilize that law in terms of utilizing the government money to basically fund self education to strengthen black leadership and education in the black community?
I'm not really depending on
We'll
law.
get absolutely no help from the Black Caucus or
I'm
the NAACP simply
no, I
because
disagree with that.
it's Trump's initiative. They're gonna yell and scream and cry and he's racist. School
So I
choice is
disagree with the
racist.
fact that we'll get
And that's
no
and
help.
that's all they're gonna do. So the Black Caucus and the NAACP will be null and void. But go ahead.
So I disagree with the fact that we'll get no help from the Black Caucus or the NAACP. But my view is it's more about a collective mind state. If we're pushing
Willie, you on your Getro, Willie. You on your Obama Getro.
Last thing you said was if you're pushing.
or whatever NAACP is offering, right? So I'm not gonna say they're not gonna do anything for us. But I think the most important key is a collective mind state in deciding which areas are we going to push into hard. Pause. And I'm going to be honest, we do have several graduating classes where we see, right, intangible effect going and getting ancient African studies degree, it really doesn't benefit you.
But
And
we
if
we
it
we've
doesn't
been
benefit
talking.
you, and if it doesn't benefit you, it doesn't benefit the community.
But
So
we've
maybe
been
we need to
talking
focus
about.
on different
Most
things.
people do
No,
not work
no,
in the
but
field of their degree.
what you've done is after all this conversation about integrating this ancient knowledge with this new day modern science of quantum mechanics and consciousness, whatever. We talked about that and how it can be integrated and importance of it. Then now you go back to getting a degree in ancient African history or something. You've totally ignored what we just finished been talking about
I
for the
didn't
last
ignore it.
hour.
I didn't
But that's
ignore it.
not, we're talking about getting a
I
degree in
didn't
ancient
ignore it.
African
Listen,
history,
bro,
though.
I want you
We're
to
not talking
understand my
about that.
premise.
We're
I
talking
want you to
about
understand
studying
my
the
premise.
latest in science, the latest in Western science, and studying the ancient systems of Africa. Right? We're talking about both of those, and then developing something moving forward that's going to be pragmatic and is going to be. And here's what come to my mind. It just came to me, y'all. I'm telling you, this is something. The reason why those teachers were also priests in Kemet is because the knowledge that they were dealing with has an esoteric side in which you had to be initiated and you had to observe certain observances in order to deal with those energies.
Now, my brother, I
That's
want you
why.
to understand something, right? On this live,
You didn't
there's a
get what I just
picture.
said, though. You
Hold on.
didn't
No,
get
I
it.
got what I understood
That's
what you
true.
said.
You didn't.
But I want to be
You don't
clear though.
understand it,
I
though.
want to be clear on this live. There's a picture of Brother Polite, right? So the conversation was about how do our people get misguided? A lot of the things you're talking about investing in, melanin, the Orishas, and all this other stuff, is what has been used in the grift. It hasn't been used in the economic development portion. I'm saying My young doctor, he can study what he wants in terms of Orishas and whatnot, but now he can hire staff. He can hire the next CNA, the junior doctor that does his internship under him. When you start talking about melanin and you go back to Kemet, once you start throwing certain words in it, you got to understand in terms of the topic, this is what the grift was created on. This
But
is how
how
polite
can I,
becomes polite through things like melanin, through things like
nah,
Kemet and
No,
Orishas
I think
no,
that's a
that's
and
not
all
the
that.
case, though. That's
mischaracterization.
not the case.
Nah,
Hold on,
yeah, I
there's
don't agree
He
doctors.
was
with
a
that.
charlatan
There's
before. He's going to be a
Yeah.
exactly
charlatan if he
a
was
He
Christian
charlatan
or
is
was
a
he
Muslim or
charlatan.
was a
whatever.
charlatan based on what?
No, but then, hold on. There's
On his
doctors.
Stop
character,
me
he
when
was
I'm
a
lying,
swindler.
is all I'm
Hold
saying.
on,
On
He didn't become a
Nuwapian
swindler
stuff.
because of Orisha. He became a swindler because that was his personality. If he was
yeah.
Yeah.
Christian, he would have still been a swindler.
And he
Plus,
I
didn't
agree with
incorporate
that.
any African but not anything West African nor Orisha or anything. He was like Nuwapian. They mixed a whole bunch of Abrahamic religion and all that stuff.
The
plus, plus,
temple
plus, plus, plus,
of
he's overlooking that there's doctors who do malpractice, who touch patients with whole degrees. The problem is about organization. The problem is about oversight. The problem is that the black elites, the black caucus, the HBCUs are not literally trying to reach back into the community to actually control and organize it. They just utilize it as a voting block or whatever
Correct.
they're
That's
trying
it.
to utilize it
As
as. They're not trying
leverage.
to uplift the people. That's what I'm saying. Some of these black
Mhm.
institutions, like the NOI, actually trying to uplift certain minds, although they may be misguided. They have done more work than HBCUs. They have healed people's psychology more so than black psychologists. Certain black psychologists don't even want to deal with black people. They want to work with other races of people, while there's black people that need mental help, right? There's people that need prayer. The black church help those people. They help organize these people getting homes. Where's the HBCUs? Where's the black clinics? You want to overlook that to talk about, oh, melanin, this is the problem. Everybody can't be uh elite. Some people's going to be police officers. Some people are going to be security guards. Some people are going to be STEM. Some people's going to be doctors, lawyers, bankers, etc. We need people to organize these different levels of knowledge to move more cohesively and organize the money, the banking. Where's the HBCU banks? None of that exists. But they're the most effective, and you bragging about Boule.
That's a good point.
can I say something, Dinus?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So as far as the topic, I know there's a picture about somebody called Brother Polite. I don't know. I was just reading the topic and I just wanted to ask some question about the topic, which is did the black community choose ghetto scholarship over real scholarship? So, my first question is when you say did the black community, like, is it just the black community in this side of the world, I mean, America, or in general? So, if it is in general, I want to say when I hear ghetto, I hear street life. I hear life as in general, and I also hear art and knowledge, and I see knowledge in that. I see real people dealing with real life situation and having exposure into different experiences, whether it's critical, whether it is dangerous, whether it is community, whether it is like, whatever it can be, there's some exposure in that. And I don't want to negate that life in a certain environment that somebody can call ghetto, but you can learn a lot. You can also grow to be like an amazing person. So that's my first question about, when you say ghetto, I know sometimes when I hear ghetto, I have a picture, but I think there's something deeper in that knowledge you can have in the ghetto or whatever you can call it, in different places and different time. The other thing is real scholarship. What is a real scholarship? Because I believe whatever you are, you can be who you gotta be. But of course, there's like, funding and money is not balanced in the world. Some people have more and sometimes decide to give back. So who's giving the money? If it is the black community that collected money to give back, is that available? Is that available for the right people? So those are questions that I want to ask as far as the topic, because people are underserved, like they're not served the right way. And I can see from my little experience in the United States, I'm not from here. As I've been saying this platform, I'm from Senegal, but I can see when I be in different states how uh, people like me that look black are very, segregated in some areas. You see pockets, you see some, in the south, like in the west end and all that. So there's like, segregation, like very clear segregation, and I can see it and I can feel it around. When I ride around to white communities, I see they have more space to think. They have more back. They have a big backyard. The front yard. Your house is not even close to the road and all that. So there's like this. What are they giving? Because they're not giving anything. If there's like this living condition where you can't even be yourself. And to piggyback and jump into what Shah and Willie was saying about ancient knowledge, African knowledge, if you are able to tap into your true self, no matter where you are in this life, whether you are whatever you are doing, you can excel in that. You can be like in a good service in life in that you have. So I want to say that, just to say that that knowledge with quantum computing and stuff, people are able to tap into their self and their mind and whatever they have been blessed by God to calculate some different stuff, some stuff that are deeper than like what people can see in their phone, because they're trying to change people into smartphone, like make smartphones and change people into stupid people. Excuse my language, but that's what's literally happening in the world right now, and I want to land my mic right there.
Agree, man. Like we just have to take the stigma off of hood academics, if you will, because it's just an alternative. So like, you don't want to alienate something that may be a resource to bring in the young people and the youth and anyone that's disenfranchised into the loop of knowledge. You know what I mean? So I think that's my whole take on it, is that like just we don't have to stigmatize each other or any kind of alternative sort of whatever it is, whether it's political or educational. Just like we were talking about in the last live with Ibrahim Traore, like he's doing something alternative. It doesn't mean it's bad. Like we just have to look at each other like, yeah, sure, something's different, but it doesn't mean that it's terrible. Like there's a silver
Is the
lining.
topic about black people getting bamboozled by fake black leaders?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
I'm just,
Because I
I'm
saw
just saying,
Jordan
well, yeah. Well,
Martindale
hold on,
today.
hold on. One
I'm
second.
saying in general,
Chonga, you
no
got
matter
30
what the
seconds. I'm
topic
gonna pass
is.
it to you. You got 30 seconds. I'm gonna pass it to you.
Huh?
You got
I'm just
30
saying.
seconds. I'm gonna pass it to you.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I was just saying in general, it doesn't matter what topic it is. Like if it's something that we're trying to do, you can see someone's trying to do something. Like you don't have to, put stigma towards it, especially if it's from a brother or sister. You get me? So it's like I think that's just the way that we have to look at things, is that yeah, there's alternatives out there. And we can centralize things like the hood teachers and whatnot, so they can get a bit more certified and qualified to and verified to teach whatever it is that they're teaching. So maybe that's one way to look at it. Like, yeah. Let's talk to the real, qualified intellectuals up there where it comes with, the master's degrees and whatnot, and they can sort of like relay with the hood guys and say, look, okay, let's standardize something so that people don't go off into some kind of like crazy stuff. You get. So yeah, that's my take on it. That's all I want to say.
Go. Let
Yeah,
me pass.
thanks
Let me
for
pass
having me
it to
on.
T. Go ahead, T.
Hey, man, I think I got the topic right. Man, the black community has none but charlatans as leaders. And the problem with our community is that we either, it's like we can't see it and we keep falling for the same okey doke. And it just, or it takes us too long to wake up. I mean, you got to think about it. Why do we got so many black celebrities like T.I. or D.L. Hughley, or just all of them all of a sudden talking about politics? Or then, or when we go in the underground world, we got people like Brother Polite, who like I said, man, I've seen so many videos of Brother Polite frauding. I remember there was one Facebook video I saw of him where he was saying, "Yeah, man, we out here creating black jobs, right?" And then another video later, the guy who was actually the owner, I think they were doing some construction work. He's saying, "Man, Brother Polite didn't create these jobs. This is my function. We invited him out here." But regardless of that exposure, he still had a black following. It's almost as if black people don't even want to see the truth. And not only that, man, we're not even being exposed. I mean, excuse me, it's not even the charlatans that's getting us. I always bring this up. Black Lives Matter. Black men, and maybe I would say FBA. Well, no, I would say the majority of black men, they got bamboozled by Black Lives Matter by a bunch of lesbians, LGBT who don't even like black men. You know why? Because the majority of black men did not go to the Black Lives Matter's website to see what they were about, who funded them, and what was their mission statement. Because if the majority of the black men went to Black Lives Matter's website, they would have found that these women hated the idea of black fathers or black men in their communities, and they would have dropped it. But guess what? Black men didn't. So we out here with Black Lives Matter t-shirts. We over here going to protest led by a bunch of black women, which is wild to me. Which is wild to see a bunch of men following behind women in protest against the police. And you know what? Because this is Black Lives Matter protest led by a bunch of lesbians, I saw twerking. I saw a lot of goofball stuff at the protest. I'm like, yo, this is not even serious. And I'm like, yo, are we gonna wake up? So yeah, man. The blame primarily for a bunch of charlatans to continue to exist in our community. Black people are majority to blame because we either don't call it out or these charlatans are making us feel good to where we don't even care. And that's our problem, man. And until we wake up, you folks gonna make money off of frauding us because they're gonna put a black person up to it and then have that black person fraud us and funnel the money back to them. So that's the problem, and that's why this keeps happening.
Oh, can I say something to the scholar statement? Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that there's like scholars in the hood and the ghetto too. There's like plenty of poor people with degrees and middle class people with degrees, and I really want to emphasize that like it's the same knowledge in like the hood and the ghetto versus like these Ivy League schools and these ivory towers. Like Spike Lee's from Bed-Stuy. There's like plenty examples of genius coming from people with different
Spike Lee is
backgrounds.
an idiot. I mean,
Well, I
he
mean,
whines
I think
about
he's
Trump
a competent
like a
producer.
female. He's not some intellect. He made good movies in the past. Now he's a liberal woman right now. I
I
can't
mean,
believe you
my
brought him
my
up.
main
He is a
point is that
liberal woman.
like he's from the quote unquote hood, but he has a very like professional production style.
Yeah, but he whines like a woman. The guy is always crying about Trump. Like, look, we
Wait,
can't put
I
these
get where
men
you're coming from,
on
but
pedestals who act like women, yo. Like, come on,
is that
man.
Yeah,
there's
but
scholarship in the hood and the ghetto. Like you got to separate
why?
the hood and the ghetto versus street people. There's people who work on the street, and there's the people inside the homes, the regular families in the hood and the ghettos. And we can't keep grouping those
Spike
Black
Lee ain't
Americans
none of
together.
that. Spike Lee is with the white liberal elite acting like some black revolutionary.
But that has nothing to do with the
But,
education level, though.
but do you understand my point, though? I'm trying to say
I get
people
your
in the hood
point.
know what's up too, and
Exactly,
they're
I
not.
get your point.
It's not a current. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Bobo.
Yeah, can you hear me, Donis?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on the title of the space. You know, what I mean, and I heard a couple things. I just hopped on, but far as Black Lives Matter, they they did a good job of getting the message out there. You know, what I mean, I know like they was dead wrong. What they did was wrong. You know what I mean, but that around that 2020 era, around that era, I know for y'all jump on me, but around that era in history, that's gonna be remembered as like the Black Lives Matter era. That's gonna be like a whole era. You know, even though they was off, but they did a great job of organizing all throughout the cities in America. They
Hey,
just
what
had
did they do wrong? If you don't mind me
So,
asking.
so that's the psyop right
yeah,
there.
please,
You
brother.
Yo,
think
yo,
they
yo,
did a
yo,
great
yo,
job,
Yeah,
and
KC,
then
bro,
they
we know
KC,
you
you
swindled
gotta
you
let
smart.
out your
KC,
money.
you gotta let him finish.
Yeah,
You
we
gotta let
know
him
y'all
finish. Go,
smart. We know
Bobo.
y'all
See,
smart.
you just
I know
come on,
it's
Bobo.
psyop,
Go,
and I'm
go,
with you.
Bobo. Go, go,
Thank
go.
you, brother.
What
Appreciate it,
did they
man.
do wrong, Vovo?
They stole the money. Do you know
What
if
do you
we
mean by
gave
stole the money?
90 million people donated to Black Lives Matter from all over the world?
Uh-huh.
$90 million.
Did
What
they go to
if you
jail? Did they get charged? Were they convicted of that?
Theo, I would say what they did was very unethical, and
Well,
it was
and
unethical.
damn, bro? Like,
right.
damn,
The reason why I ask is because
Bobo. You got Theo. You got to let him finish though. Go ahead,
yeah,
Bobo.
you
okay.
asking questions in bad faith. If you ask a question, I get
No,
half
no,
a
no, no,
ballot.
no. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I
they
got a
stole
point.
the money. At the end of the day, people donated that money because they wanted it to go to black people. We could have changed Black America with that. If you would have gave that to Volvo, I would have started with putting $1 million.
90 million? You would have changed what with 90 million?
Bro, just let him finish.
Damn,
Okay.
man, like y'all weird for real. Like y'all weird, bro. Control yourself. Like y'all want to turn into a troll space? I'm the king of trolling. They know me for trolling now. We want to get busy. We can get busy. But here's the thing, right? They stole the money. If it was me, I would have started with just $1 million. Ban gas stations, opening up schools in our image, and getting all our businesses back, and getting our community back together. I would have put $1 million. I would have just started with 1 million in each black community where there's a bunch of us at. I would have started there. I would have flipped it. Not when they bought some houses and all that. I'm a hustler. I'm from the street. I would have flipped the money. That's what I would have did. They stole the money. All they really did, but as far as that's just the Black Lives Matter part. As far as the ghetto scholarship, I see you use Brother Polite. I knew Brother Polite was full of shit when Brother Polite said he was like 31 or 32 years old. He did an interview and said he wrote 90 books. I'm an older man than that now. This was years ago. I'll be 39 this year. I don't got 90 books worth of knowledge myself. He talking about he wrote 90 books. It was just another Pan-African scheme. That's what he was about. All these weird ideologies and all this shit I'm noticing is coming out of New York. If we being honest, these Hebrew Israelites, I mess with some of them, but I done debunked them and I done defeated them. That shit coming out of New York, the One West and all that. This even the Pan-Africanist shit. That's kind of some New York stuff. You know what I'm saying? We need to get back to the root. Our forefathers and foremothers was right. They wanted to have their own stuff. They wanted to build. They was right. That's when we was at our best. When we was building in our community and building up our communities. But these weird ideologies and all this shit, all these fake scholars and all that, man, that shit coming out of New York, and they corrupted, they corrupted the message. You know what I'm saying? They corrupted the message to benefit. It was something else I wanted to touch on, but them guys made me lose my train of thought. Thank you for letting me speak.
Well, that's a
Can I
great point
respond?
that you made about New York, because you are right about that.
Nah, hold on, but New York there's a lot of high education in New York. I'm from New York, right?
Dr.
And
Ben
like
also came from New York.
there's a lack of reading capability outside of New York. We have one of the
Leonard
best literacy
Jeffries
rates.
also came from New York.
Charles Barron come from New York. He's a
Stop
senator.
A
playing
One of the
lot
with
of
me.
people
senators.
came from New York. The
Y'all
weird
just gonna try to
ideologies
put
came from New
polite
York
on
too.
us. It's
The weird
grifters in
ideologies
every
came
It's
from
not
New York
just.
community.
too.
I mean, it's not just New York though. There's plenty of Pan African cities. Like Chicago has a
Well,
huge
I'm a
Yeah.
Pan
foundational
African.
Black
It's
American. I believe in
grifters in
the first
every
ideologies that we
community.
had.
It's like
That
every
Yeah,
not
but it's
community.
not. It's not unique to New York. Like Pan Africanism is throughout all of America. Like California has Pan Africanism. What are we talking about? Are we trying to bring us together? Or are we trying to do regionalism?
Right.
I'm trying to do. I'm a separatist. I make no bones about that.
Right.
Everybody know
So
that.
you want regional separatism?
He's a
No, I
Southern
don't want
Negro.
to. It depends on what's
That
the
sounds
region.
idiotic. Ain't
He's
you
a
like
Southern
FBA
Negro.
unified?
So you got to
He's from the
understand
Midwest.
when y'all try to judge Black Americans off the strength of his rhetoric, he's a Southern Negro. He doesn't even represent most Blacks in America.
He's not from the South. He's not from the
But
South.
I hope this is not a Democrat man talking. I just hope so.
Well, no, my family is from the South. We from the plantation. We
Hey,
come from
can I add to the
Ding
discussion?
dong. Bing
ding dong, yeah,
bong.
ding dong, yeah.
I'm from
But that's
I,
Harlem.
most people.
Bro,
like
bro,
I don't know,
I'm
I
from
don't
Southern
know, I don't
Southern
know how you
black
BSP
people
saying
is
are
that,
when we
just
man.
as
get
black
derailed.
as every black
I'm
person
from
in this
Harlem,
country.
right?
There's
I
nothing
knew
wrong with Southern
Sonetta
black people.
20 years
Hey,
before there
gentlemen.
was a YouTube. I'm from Harlem. So that Pan-Africanism conversation, it's more ingrained in me than it is my brother. You get what I'm saying?
Well,
I understand
here's
who
the
you
thing,
talking to.
right? Like I said before, I grew up with a Pan Africanist flag in my house with a red. The red, black, and green flag was the unofficial Black American flag. At the end of the day, that
So
was
what
when you
turned
seen
you
that flag, you
aboriginal, Vovo? I'm
huh?
curious. What turned
What?
you aboriginal? I'm curious.
I'm not an Aboriginal, brother. I
I mean, it's
told
just
you
like you
I
can
am,
grow up
bro.
with a cross in the house. Don't mean
Oh,
you're
so
gonna
you
grow up
do
and be
Yeah,
a
I
good
grew up
believe
with
you
a
Christian.
are,
cross in the
hold
house too.
on,
I
you
grew up with
do
an American
believe
flag
you're
in the
the
house too.
descendant of
My mother used to have
Africans.
an American flag
It's
right
just
on the
that
couch.
simple.
Hold on,
You
What?
can grow
I
up with
want
a
to
cross
figure
in the
out
house,
Vovo
brother,
for
and
a second. So
yeah, but
you
I'm just
do
telling you that
believe you're
this
the
this
descendant of
ideology.
Africans.
My mother and father were Black nationalists.
Okay.
I grew up like that. I grew up like that.
So,
It's a lot
so
of these
what?
motherfuckers start
Hold on,
flying the
can I
red,
ask you a
black,
question?
green flag.
Okay.
They start
So
flying
hold
the
on.
red,
So
black, green flag when they fled their country and lost their identity, and now they want to be we all black
See, and
now.
now
All
he
of a
want to
sudden, we all
crash
black.
out.
hold
Yo,
on,
That's the
hold on,
chill,
hold on,
brother
hold on, hold
Vovo.
on. Can I ask him a question? He said that they should go back to what they used to do. If your father and your grandparents used to fly the red and green and black, what are you talking about? I'm not
Mm,
understanding what you're saying. What is your
you
logic?
got a point,
no,
Vovo.
you miss it. But here come Will with the trolling. He asked me,
I'm just
you ain't
saying
come
he's
on.
got a point.
You must not have heard what I said. I said we need to go back to the original ideology of our
What is
people,
that? What is
of
that?
my people. We were Southern Baptists coming off the plantation. I actually explained it about 4 or 5 minutes ago. I said we were at our best when we were building in our community, when we were
All right, now
when we was
Vovo, look, this
fucking with
me.
each
What
other.
I
time
would
period was
never
this?
argue that. I would never disagree with you on that, right? But what I'm saying is, have we not advanced from the Bible yet?
What are you talking about advancement, brother? That's a whole nother conversation, brother. That's a whole nother conversation.
I mean, you
What
know
time
the
period did you
premise.
think was the
You
best?
know me as a black American enough to understand the
I
premise of
don't know
what
you
I'm
as a black
saying when I
American. I
say
thought you
that.
was from fucking Barbados or
I
some shit.
told you a million
man, that wasn't.
times. I'm
Hey,
from
Vovo, are you
Harlem
Southern Baptist?
Hospital. I was born
Yeah,
on
yeah, I'm Southern
135th
Baptist.
and
Yeah,
Lenox Avenue.
Stop all that
My
cussing.
family is Low Country
you
Bluffton,
got a point
South
there. Grandma
Carolina.
used to tell me that. My mama used to tell me that.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you
Okay,
got a point there.
okay.
I know what
So
you're
can we
saying.
get back to
Uh,
the
I'm
question,
still
black
cussing.
man?
Hold on. Some of those
Well, we
original
talk like that
churches.
in front of the women. Don't we men having the conversation?
Nah,
Stop all
bro,
that
don't let
cussing.
him run from me, yo.
Wait,
well,
I'm
you
Don't
heard
let
what I
him
confused.
run
What
said.
from
Go
made
ahead,
me.
you
go ahead.
change from Pan
Let me talk to
Africanism, and
him.
what
Don't let
time
him run from
period
me.
do you
We
think we were
weren't
at our best?
we weren't per se Pan African. We when that was the unofficial Black American flag. The
Yeah,
red,
but
black,
there's a lot
and
of
green
Pan Africanism
Hold
in a lot
on,
of the
hold on.
original
Don't let him
churches.
run from me, right? You
Because
said
flag.
we were better as
Not you,
Baptist black Americans.
not
Now,
you,
I'm
not
hold
you,
on, let me ask you a question. I'm asking how do you qualify that knowing we were given a slave Bible? How do you
bro.
how do you
I don't
adjust
got
that
time
in
for
your mind?
trolling, bro. I really don't got time for trolling, bro. If you want to talk
I'm
about the
at
slave Bible,
yo,
that's a whole
yo,
nother
Vovo,
conversation.
relax, Vovo.
That's a whole
I
nother
swear to
conversation.
God, I'm not trolling you right now.
Nat Turner didn't have a slave Bible.
He did have the slave
No,
Bible.
he didn't.
He originally had a slave
No,
Bible.
all
bro,
right,
just
he
He
because
got
originally had
white
it.
peep
people
it.
What
practice
No, I
I'm
know
slavery
saying
that
does
is
not
this.
history.
mean
What
the
I'm saying is
Christian
this.
No,
Hold
hold
on,
religion
on,
hold
I
on,
know
hold
endorses
on.
that
slavery.
history. He
The
Hold
Christian
on.
religion
originally
doesn't
had the
endorse
slave
slavery.
Bible. When he got the whole Bible,
We'll
Why
be
did
going
you
to
he
say
church
the
started
slave
revolting.
Bible?
at the end
The
of the
Christian
day.
religion doesn't endorse slavery. I
My
don't know why you
my
keep saying that.
my
Now it
my
absolutely does.
my
If
ancestors.
you
We have a
cherry pick it,
tradition.
it absolutely does.
We
There
have
is
a
nothing in the
tradition.
Bible that
Wait,
tells white
let
people
Volvo
to go
answer. Like
around and
everybody
enslave
but
black people.
Volvo is talking.
It gives a prescription for slavery.
It does.
Nah, not necessarily,
That's
but can I say something real
There's
quick?
nothing in the Bible
Will,
that
can I
gives
say
Yes,
something?
it
Volvo,
do. It
what
says
time period
Bopega
were
Yeah, it talks
we?
about how to treat
We
your
were at our
slaves. What
best.
are you
Hold
says
talking
on.
about?
Bopega
Will
Yeah, you
are
got
earthly
real
killers
masters.
humane, got
educated
killers
black men
humane.
in this space. Are we
It said
denying that
Bopega
there was
are
a
earthly
slave
masters.
Bible?
No,
Are we
because
denying
this
that?
is the separation talk from some Pan
Is
African atheists.
anyone on the
Why can't
line
y'all accept
denying that
people
there
who
was
are
a
Christians?
slave
Exactly.
Bible?
Hold on,
Pan
Y'all are
Africans don't
just
have a
as
problem
like
with Christianity.
you can be
aggressive with
truthful
Everybody
about
knows
things
that.
and accept
as
that
you
at the
would say
same
What's the
time,
Christians
though.
question?
are.
What's the Volvo?
You can be truthful about Christianity and accept that people are Christian at the same time.
Yeah,
I
but
can
if
agree
There's
his
with
there's
that.
no
religion
there's
I
no
is
can
not
contradiction in
bothering
that.
anyone,
100% agree with
if his
that.
religion is keeping them on a
I
straight path, who the
100%
hell
agree with
cares?
that.
Hold on.
In
Could I say
fact,
something real quick to
if
Will?
you have to ignore elements of the religion to accept it,
Mhm.
you're not truly accepting it.
I
So if you
1000% agree with that. You can accept that there's value in Christianity and also recognize the fact that it was weaponized against us. I agree with
Okay.
that 100%.
Agree with it being
But
weaponized. I
Will.
do
Wait,
see
Volvo, you
How?
said
Christians.
we were
How?
at our
How was it
best as
weaponized
Black
against us?
Southern
How?
Baptists. Can you please explain that? That
What?
was
No,
I
you said we
think
could I,
he
were at our
believes
best as
because
Black
Hold
black
Southern
on, hold on,
people
Baptists.
hold
was
Can
on,
you
because
please
he
focused on
asked
explain
the
that?
themselves.
question
I
I was
can't hear
They
you.
asking,
were
and I'm
He said
trying
something
to
about Southern
hold
Baptist.
Vovo to that. When you say we were at our best as Southern Baptists, which, so you know, Vovo, I wouldn't even necessarily agree with, knowing our history better than you do, right? But what I'm saying is, have we
You know
advanced?
my history
At,
better than me.
no, I know mine, Black
It's
American
not your
history.
history, bro. You're
It is my
Barbados.
history.
All
It
right,
is
man.
my history. I told
You
you,
know,
yo, I
and
keep, yo,
and
I
this the
keep
other thing though,
giving
right?
you the
This actually
school.
touches on the topic. We got weirdos
Yo, I keep
with
giving you the
microphones now. We
school.
got weirdos all
I'm
over the
telling
internet.
y'all,
They
y'all
don't show
can
their face.
Google the
You don't know what
school
they
that
look
my
like.
family
You don't know
created.
nothing, and they just on here
What
talking.
school did your family
Those
create?
bullshit scholars
What
looking
school
for
did your family
arguments
create?
on the, that's op shit. When you looking
Volvo,
for
can you
arguments,
please explain what you meant? Like, can
Yeah.
we stop arguing and
Don't
can you
let him run from me.
listen, he want attention.
No, I mean we gotta also give
He
Volvo
want
the space to
attention more than
answer.
anything. Yeah. Will,
Volvo, can you please
go
explain
ahead
what you meant by Southern Baptists?
huh?
Have we not advanced past the Bible?
No, what did
huh?
you
What
mean
did
by
he
we
say
were
about
at
Southern
our best
Baptist?
as Southern
These
Baptists?
religious
Like, are you
Yeah.
debates
talking about
tear up the
Reconstruction?
black
Nah, bro
community
got the
straight up. It
question.
just causes
Bro
division,
understand the
I
as
can't
question.
hear
Let
y'all
him
can
her.
see it
finish.
now.
Go ahead, y'all.
Go ahead, bro. You understand the question.
I didn't hear. He said something
No,
about
not you,
Southern
not
Baptist.
you, not you, bro. This about to ask you the
Oh.
question. Go ahead.
Were you talking about like the Reconstruction era? Like, what do you mean by Southern Baptists was
Southern
our best
Baptist is
time?
our religion. Before these, before the Nation of Islam, before all these Hebrew Israelites, all that stuff. Southern Baptist was our religion. That's what we had, and it worked for us. Whether you agree with it or not, and it teaches slavery and all that. That's what my ancestors did. Soul Food Sunday. That's Southern Baptist culture. Helping out the community. That's Southern Baptist culture. I'm from a Black American community right now. Today, I still live here. We weren't walking around with no feathers. Weird feather talk now. Motherfuckers talking about they Indians and all this type of shit
So
going
now the
on.
question is, though, are we at a point scholastically where we've learned, right, that number one, most of the stuff in that Bible can't even be found. But number two, we know for a 100% fact, without a doubt, the Bible was weaponized against us.
We got a saying
Hold
in the
on.
Black American community. It's called chew the meat, spit the bones. Chew the meat,
Hold
spit
on.
the bones.
I get
Can I
that.
say something
It's,
after you,
it's a
Vovo?
lot of shit in
Well,
there that I don't agree with, but this ain't
first of
about
all,
that. And this
Vovo,
ain't about
say
the Bible.
pause.
This ain't about
Number
the Bible.
one,
I'm just
say
saying
pause.
our traditions
Say
Yeah,
still
pause.
play.
Say pause. Say pause. Chew the meat,
That's
pause.
black
Oh,
culture.
Lord.
Say
No,
pause.
I don't play the pause game, bro.
That
I
was
don't play the pause game. I
crazy.
feel like you. I
Vovo
feel
said
like any
unpause.
grown man playing the pause. I'm almost
I'm
40.
Vovo
messing
said
with you,
resume.
Vovo. I'm messing with you.
But no, I just don't play the pause game. I don't play. If you think what I just say some gay shit. I don't give a fuck. I'll say
Hey
some gay.
yo,
I say
hey
all motherfuckers gay
yo,
all the
bro.
Hey,
time.
Living
yo,
your
y'all,
skin, man.
your
Living your
man is
skin.
wilding.
What?
Can I ask
Listen,
a
I say
question?
what I mean, bro. I say what I mean. But here's the thing: we need to get back to our traditions. All these weirdo. That's what we trying to do now. The FBA thing. We trying to delineate. We don't care. We ain't trying to link up with everybody.
Wait,
We
But
so
trying to agree with
why
everybody.
your first lady a man? But can I ask a question real quick
He
to
a first
Will?
lady of man. Oh, here you go,
Yeah,
trolling. Here you go, trolling.
FBA first lady a man. But hold on,
Stop
can I
being
ask a question to
jealous.
Will?
Stop begging. Stop begging us. You begging.
Go
No,
You
but
ahead, bro.
begging.
I'm
Will,
Get off
listening.
your knees and be degraded.
And ain't
Dr. Umar
Obama
used to
from
go get
Kenya? So did a
Dr.
Kenyan marry
Umar
a
would be
man?
embarrassed by you. He did all that fighting, all that, and you over here acting like a sucker.
no, but I kind of agree with your point. I think like low key, what some of the original Pan Africanists came from the church, right?
I
And the church
agree.
was organized and formed, and also even though it was utilized to like I said, as a weapon from white supremacy, it was also utilized as a weapon to help free and organize the
I
black
agree.
church, the black Masons, the black Pan African spirituals. They were the ones who helped organize that. So in many ways, Volvo was somewhat right. So, but he also undermined that the fact that the original Pan Africanists were from the church.
I agree.
You do know that,
Okay.
Bobo.
My
All
brother,
right.
why
All
aren't
right.
they doing it
All
now
right.
though?
I'm
Like
talking
I'm
about
so
Here's the
confused.
So
point
if
that I
that's
would
the
make,
case,
though.
why
The
do y'all
church
want to
was
debate
abandoned
Here's
people
by
the
out of
point
their
why
that I
is
would
the
religion?
make,
church
right?
churching currently?
Black thought has advanced past that, right? We've had Dr. Ben. We've had teachers teach us the fallacies in some of the things that we accepted. I'm saying, have we not moved past the Bible being the end all be all?
No, nobody said that. What I was saying is that I was just trying to keep it, but y'all turned into a Bible conversation. There's great things in the Bible. I believe if we followed the laws of the Bible, this would be a better planet.
I can agree with that. Because
So
I
I
what?
believe
mean,
if
I would never
America
have a
was more
problem with
Christian,
someone
you'd be more
trying
into
to
it'll
So
be a
be
here's
better
the
like
thing.
country.
Jesus.
My
I
my
agree.
my my ancestors followed the ways of the Bible. That was part of our
Mine
tradition.
did
Yeah,
I
too.
never I
but
never
look,
seen my grandmother
Vovo,
wear
we
pants.
know our
I never seen my
ancestors
grandmother
didn't
Not your
wear
have the
pants.
African
level of
ancestors.
My
information we
grandmother
have
never
now.
even owned pants. She never had a pair of pants. She never wore
Most
pants
of
in her
our
life.
ancestors didn't have the level of education that we have now. They didn't have the access to the
That's your ancestors,
information.
bro. Please don't say that, bro.
Bro,
Because
That's everybody. What the
how
fuck?
does
Well,
the
I'm talking about
atheist
black
Nah,
system really
Vovo is
help
an
Americans.
black
I
educated
people?
thought
man.
you were a black
Americans,
American.
the black
I'm talking about
Americans
black
are the
Americans.
scholars, bro. Ain't no African scholars.
No, I'm talking
Vovo
about
has
black
Ain't no
Americans.
African Chancellor
scholar
William.
No, I'm
ancestors.
talking
There's no
about the
African Chancellor
descendants of
William.
slaves in
There's no
America.
African Martin Luther King.
I'm
There's no
talking about
African.
the
Stop reading the
descendant.
sheet.
That's what I'm
There's
talking
no
about.
African.
Martin Luther King.
Goddamn.
And most of our
Dr.
ancestors
Panther.
held a religion. Most of our ancestors born and raised in America held a religion. They were either Muslim or Christian.
But
No,
here's
they
my
were
point
Christian
though.
The
before
the,
they were
Here's
the,
my
the
Muslim.
ones
point
that we
though.
talk
They
about
were
the
We
most.
Christian
watched,
before they were
but here's
Muslim. They
my
were
point.
Southern
We
Baptists before they
No,
were
watched
Muslim.
they
all
were
of our
Muslims who came here.
They
here's
were
my
Southern
point.
Baptists before they
We
were Muslim.
watched all of
No,
our
they've been Muslim
ancestors
the whole time.
transition
No, they weren't.
into
No,
a
they weren't.
Yeah,
different
We weren't
we
no
level of
had
Muslims on
thought.
the
Muslims.
plantation.
There were
We
Muslims
weren't
Hold
no
on.
slaves
Muslims on
in
the
the United
plantation.
States,
We
Vovo.
watched all of
But
our
we weren't no Muslims
ancestors
on the.
There were
Wasn't no
Muslim
transition
slaves
Quran
into
in
a
in the
America.
different
United
level
States,
of
Hold on.
thought.
Vovo. My
Brother
brother, there was
There
Malcolm,
was
right?
Muslim
Brother
slaves
Malcolm
in the United
transitioned
States.
into a different level of
transition from
thought.
what?
We watched our
Brother
ancestors.
Malcolm who? Malcolm Little, the son of a preacher man. Who
So
that
if
brother?
you
Who that brother
so if you know
Malcolm?
who I'm
Where were
talking
the
about,
He's
what are
part
you
of
atheists?
the
asking?
Where
Nation
were
of
the
Islam,
non-believing black
Hold
Vovo.
men?
on,
Like, what are we?
hold on.
This
Give
is
me
the
a Vovo
problem
a
when we
second, y'all.
center these conversations around
Please, y'all,
religion.
give me a Vovo a second, right? So Vovo, you don't believe that Malcolm Little, aka Malcolm Red, aka
Come on,
Boston
bro. I get what
Red,
you're saying, bro. You
aka El
say
Haj
that
Malik
shit.
Shabazz, right? Hold on. You don't think he transitioned into understanding that many of the things he was taught were a lie?
Of course. What you mean
All
transition?
right then.
He knew this from
Stop,
the
stop.
beginning.
Slow down, slow down, slow down. So now
No,
that
he
you've
didn't
agreed,
transit. No, 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 no. My answer is no.
you say he doesn't believe that many of the. You're saying El Haj Malik Shabazz
Come on, bro.
believed
All this,
everything that Malcolm X believed?
bro. You in your attempt to sound smart, you sound stupid.
I'm asking
Yeah,
you a
you ain't got to
question.
pronounce his whole name. We talking about Malcolm.
I'm
Malcolm
saying
X.
answer the question.
What's the question?
There were different forms of Malcolm. There was El Haj Malik Shabazz. There was Malcolm X. Are you saying that the things El Haj Malik Shabazz believed were the same things Malcolm believed?
Some of the stuff. Some of it. Yeah,
Some,
some of it.
but there was a lot that he realized was a
You talking about a
fallacy.
man that
Hold
went from
on, let's slow
you
down.
talking
Let's
about a
let's
grown
slow
man.
walk it. Let's slow
Is
walk it.
Will the same guy that
Let's
he was when
slow
he
walk it,
is
Vovo.
Will the
Don't
same guy that
run.
he was with when he was 10?
Let's slow
He grew as
walk
a
it,
man.
bro.
What are you talking about, huh?
Let's slow walk it. Don't run. Right?
Ain't nobody running,
So
bro. You want
so
attention,
hold
bro. You
on.
act, bro.
So
You a
hold on.
weenie.
So
You a
listen.
weenie, bro. You act like a
So
weenie, bro.
listen. So
Don't run.
listen.
What?
So listen. So if El Haj Malik Shabazz didn't believe some of the things Malcolm X believed, when you say we were better as Southern Baptists, my question is, we haven't become El Haj Malik Shabazz. We haven't learned that a lot of the bullshit that we were
Let's be
taught.
clear. This Bobo Branch you talking
You
to.
understand the question now?
Malcolm X wasn't no God. He was a
All right,
man.
go Go ahead.
He was a dope ass man, but he was still a man. He was wrong when he was Malcolm Shabazz, and he was wrong as Malcolm X. He was wrong when he's Malcolm Little. He had flaws like every other man. What do you mean? He grew into this, and then now he's just said
That
no
wasn't the
wrong, did no
question.
wrong.
That
Like, man,
wasn't
what are
the
you talking
question.
about, bro?
Like,
You
what are you
don't under.
talking about, huh?
So I'm gonna ask the question again, even slower, right? If you have respect for Malcolm X and El Haj Malik Shabazz,
And
when
Malcolm Red.
you
And I respect Malcolm Red.
when you make the statement, we were better as Southern Baptist blacks. Do you not realize that even in the faith of Islam, right? Malcolm realized a lot of this shit is bullshit. And he became something different when he became El Haj Malik Shabazz. Are you telling us to just stay as Malcolm X? Or do we
No,
let
you
that
asking a
Bible
bad fair
go
question.
and
Just you like
become?
to babble for attention.
You
That's
don't
a
understand the question?
what I'm saying is
Does
this.
anyone else understand the question? Maybe
Listen,
someone else can
you
answer the
just want
question he
attention,
can't.
man. You corny. You a cornball in real
Does
life.
anyone else understand
Here's
the
the thing.
question?
Here's the thing. As a man, we all are
Answer the
going to
question.
grow. We supposed to grow. We supposed to grow as a man. But just there's some things I do wrong to this day.
So
I got to
now,
apologize.
so
I'm
now,
still learning. I'm going through my transition in life.
I get that.
I'm still
I get
learning.
that.
So
I
what are you
get that.
talking about? Stay as
Now
Malcolm
the
X,
question
bro. You been
becomes
saying some good. I mean,
now the question becomes, are you learning? When you're looking back saying we
yeah,
should be that, when
yeah,
we've learned so much
yeah,
since then.
yeah.
We've had a Dr. Ben since then. So to say that being Southern Baptist would be the way to go, it doesn't seem to me
When
like
I
you're
say Southern
learning.
Baptist, bro, let me say this, bro. You're not from the culture. I can tell. Well, you just
No,
I
I am
already know.
from the culture, you
No, you're
bum
not.
ass
When
nigga.
I say
I'm more
I know I'm
culture
a
than
bum ass
you.
nigga. I know. I
Hey,
know.
hey, 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 that's a tariff. Tariff.
That's 10
No,
for
Tariff.
All right,
both of
I'll
them.
send it.
On who?
I'll send it. Give
Both
me
of
a
them.
minute.
10 for both
Let's
of
No,
them.
both
finish
of
it.
them.
Well,
No,
Bobo, you
hell
said it too,
no.
Bobo. You said it too.
Pay up.
Yeah,
Pay
I
up.
said it after him.
And
I'll
he
Yeah,
paying
send
you
up,
it.
so
said
you
it. You
pay
ain't
up
supposed to
too.
say it.
All
It's a,
right, bro. I'll see y'all
You
next
could
time.
cancel on
okay, all
my.
right, all
I'll
right.
Pay up.
send it. Whatever you want to
Plot
do.
saying
Pussy.
I'm
kinfolk.
saying let's finish the
Cheap ass.
conversation. Where
Okay, well,
Vovo go?
he dropped off. He don't want to pay the tariff.
Sucker. I'll send it in a second, man. My problem is when he makes that argument that we should go back to being Southern blacks, right? We gotta
Southern
understand.
Baptist.
Yeah, we have to understand the fundamental root of what we believe. Now, I'm not saying what they did wasn't great. And I do understand that the religion was a paramount.
No, I think you need to read up on Southern Baptist and understand why the Southern Baptist can't come about. You know, it was originally
I'm
just the
saying it was
Baptist
a
church that
cornerstone
split.
part. I'm saying it was a cornerstone part of what we did. I'm not denying that. But I'm saying since then, we've had Dr. Ben. I've let go some of the things that my parents believed in. But the core fundamental values, the things as Brother Vovo said, chew the meat, spit out the bones. That's what I did. I'm not holding on to everything. I'm holding on to things that one haven't been disproven as goofy, and two that I can see a benefit in. That's the point. Like at the end of the day, STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. That's my statement.
Hey, let me add this, to the discussion. I feel like no corner of the world, no group of people, no race of people, no tribe of people, no particular sex, uh, no particular nation has a monopoly on intelligence or technology. There's some societies that always, it ebbs and flows as far as advancements and stuff like that goes,
Right.
right? And usually that's because there's individuals in certain societies that, innovate, right? And it's usually an individual or a small group of people that innovate. Now, because they've innovated, right, it's only right that geographically those who are in proximity will benefit firstly from those innovations.
Right.
And so where it looks like this particular group of people, right, have an advantage in innovation and technology or intelligence, it's actually not the entirety of that race, nation, sex, or whatever.
So
It's that
so
they
we
were just the first to begin to utilize those innovations because of proximity,
and I wouldn't
right?
even give
So
them that. I know the
So,
base of much of what they've built was taken from us.
well. Okay, I hear you. But
You get what I'm
back to what
saying?
I. But let me
But
let
I
me go
get your
back to
point
my
as
point.
well, though. I get your
Right,
point as
right,
well.
right.
Don't think I disagree.
Listen, people are intelligent. There's intelligence everywhere. We could us all see. We say a lot of things, right, that make us feel good. Especially, and this is why the hotelism, the quote unquote black knowledge, and all of this stuff, it becomes so popular, is because it really makes you feel good,
Yep.
right? It's like any form of racism, right?
Because
That's propagated, right?
because look,
It
bro,
it's
and I'm
what's
gonna
up?
let you. I'm gonna give it right back. But when they say it's a white science, it lets you feel
It's
good,
no such thing as a
not
white
being able
science,
to. It lets you feel good, not being able to compete on a college level, on a collegiate level,
but there
and
is no white
realizing
science.
what
So
you're
who accepts
claiming
that?
is white science was taken from us.
There is
We
no
saying the
white
same
science.
thing. We saying
I
the
think
same
Okay.
thing.
he's talking about how certain people demonize the academics as white knowledge, white science,
We're
white
saying
Yeah,
the
and
history.
same thing.
that's where
They
people are wrong,
devalue,
because
they utilize those terms.
if you talk to a black scientist, right,
Right.
or China, they understand there is no. This is it's an endeavor to discover truth, and with discovering truth, understand how you can manipulate truth for your own benefit or for the benefit of society as a whole. But
At
it's
the same
actually
time.
to
Yeah.
discover the truth of the matter. And because no one can have a monopoly on the truth doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to the reality that we live in. Now, some people come upon certain realities or truths before other people because they actually put the work in to trying to understand certain things. And with that, you can be knowledgeable, very knowledgeable about a particular subject and very ignorant about another, right? And you
Absolutely.
see this with different societies, where one society might discover one particular thing, and because they someone in that society endeavored to understand something, that society will seem to have created, right, and be the authority, right, as a
So
group,
so look,
because
bro,
people
you
attach
coming
themselves to
you
greatness, right? People,
look. You're
wait,
coming
wait.
back to a point that you
Okay.
made, and I wanted to respond to that. I definitely believe truth and science can be monopolized. I think we've seen it in history. You get what I'm
Well,
saying?
well. It is, and I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're
We
saying
don't
in the sense
disagree at
that,
all, bro. We don't
huh?
disagree at all, but I was just throwing that in the mix.
Yeah,
Go
no, I
ahead.
get what you're saying in the sense that someone can arrive at the truth of something or understanding of something, and they don't share that knowledge, right?
Agreed.
And other folks might find a hard time arriving at the conclude to that conclusion of reality, right? Because a lot of things about nature are just hard to understand unless you got the resources.
Yo. The
Hmm.
the the statement white science, it drives me insane, bro.
Right.
It makes
That's
my
my first time
skin
hearing it, to be
crawl.
honest with you.
I know that's what you're
Yeah.
saying. I'm with you.
Yeah, and I don't accept that, as a. Anyway,
But
I ain't gonna
Yeah,
entertain
it's
it
hold on,
tough
hold
in
on,
out
my
hold
here.
on, hold on,
own psyche. But
hold
It
on.
makes my skin crawl, bro.
Y'all both missing the points. The one of the main reason why the what you call non-traditional teachers or whatever, street teachers or whatever, gain ground is because they actually seek to educate the forgotten masses. You guys make it seem like, oh, these guys are just
partly. I think some people are very sincere
But
in
they
the
also
sense
use
that
that to grift the crowd as well.
even that, right? I
even
think some
so,
people are
they're
very
the
sincere.
forgotten masses of which the elites do not patronize or really care about or seek to pull up, like like Vogel was talking about, the black church used to do. The
I
black
get it.
church kept a lot of semblance of tribal. I'm Haitian.
But
Like you can look
here's
at
the
the
thing.
black church and you can see certain elements of African tradition in the singing styles and the dancing styles and the praising styles, and even how they organize, how they used to help pair people up in marriage. You got these divestiture movements. You have these uh gender wars. Some of the things that used to alleviate that was the black church. With that being gone, the HBCUs ain't doing it. The
Yeah.
Black Caucus ain't doing it. The
Right,
street
right,
You
right.
preachers
get
are the
it.
ones who are
But
trying
here's
to
the
I
put
thing,
some
though.
hear
fictitious
Toussaint
form.
in your heart. You get it.
Here's the thing, right? You can be sincere, right? And I believe a lot of those folks are very sincere because we've all, if you like me, you come up and you delve into something that you weren't hip to, like just from school, right, or the mainstream. So you start getting into, I'll tell you, my whole eye opening started with A Great and Mighty Walk by John Henrik Clarke, right? So that set me off on a path of just wanting to discover
Right.
so much more about Black history, African history, right? And so when you come upon like just new information,
Right.
and and when you have somebody like John Henrik Clarke who makes it easier for you to accept, you know, blackness or
No, but
Africanness.
wasn't John Henry Clark labeled an Afrocentric? Was a term that
Regardless,
was
regardless,
He
utilized?
I'm just
definitely
trying to make a
was.
point here. What I'm saying
No,
is
but he was
he instilled.
demonized. He was
I don't
demonized
think
by
he
the
would be
elites.
ashamed of that
Right.
label.
So what I'm saying is when someone can instill a certain pride, right, in you, it gives you a different motivation to want to understand more.
Now, now I
Now,
get your
in
point,
in
right?
doing that, right, you're gonna discover a lot of information that you didn't know. All of that information, though, isn't gonna be true, but a lot of it is gonna reinforce that pride, true or not, and it's gonna feel good and you're gonna be excited about it and you're gonna want to share it because
It builds
it has given
morale,
you a sense of pride, like the whole
pride.
melanin thing, right?
Right.
I used to buy into that, right? But I mean today, I mean melanin does have a purpose, right? I mean it protects you from the sun,
And
right?
when you know the
But
real science of it, you can still be proud.
yeah,
But
yeah, 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 yeah,
but
yeah,
hold on,
yeah. Actually, you
but
can be
hold on.
more. I think you can be more so without it.
But
It
look, bro,
doesn't.
let me
That
ruffle some
pride doesn't
feathers.
hinge. It doesn't hinge on you being superior
But let me
or
ruffle some feathers
having
real
some
quick though.
supernatural ability that other human beings don't have. Right? It just comes from the realness of your existence and
But let me
reality.
ruffle some feathers, right? But then in that conversation also steps Dr. Sabi, right? Who, when you really look at the work that was really put on display, he was the master at so-called curing sex diseases, right? And
Mhm.
so when you really start to look at things, you don't like what you see. I
But
don't
no,
have an
it was
issue with
beyond that. I
letting those
think that
things
was the
go.
most prominent. Those were the most prominent, like because the things that he was talking about, it was the things that got the most attention was, of course, HIV, because there was no cure.
That's all
Now the
Sabi
other
was talking
stuff,
about. He was talking
but he
about
talked
herpes
about.
and
I
HIV.
mean everything from high blood pressure, hypertension to diabetes to
Nah, but it was
migraines
mainly
to
herpes. It was mainly
arthritis to
herpes.
all of it though. I mean, if you listen to Dr. Sabi, you know he touched on just about everything. He boiled everything down to mucus and inflammation,
You need a
But
basically,
that,
and that
but
covered.
look,
purity
but
button.
modern science has disproven that, right? Because we can't even say that mucus doesn't have beneficial effects and properties, right?
Mhm. And
So the
inflammation
main
does
thing
too, right? Our bodies have inflammation for a reason, right?
that could be argued.
But the symptom, I think, is what he's getting at. The symptom of anything is going to manifest as mucus and inflammation, and that's what's going to bother the human, right? But back to my point, though, I feel like more than anything, is just recognizing, man. I think I truly understand the need to like have pride in yourself, and I understand that having that pride is often stifled by the idea of the past that black folks were inferior, and if you're black, that can get in the way of your self pride, right? But at the same time, I don't think replacing uh the racism that was aimed at us, right, with this
With
idea that we're
fallacies.
superior or that we, are the
Fallacies.
inheritors of
Hey, hey,
some
hey, guy.
ancient.
I got a pasta. Go ahead, Caller.
Okay, yeah, I just want to call back because when I got off last time, I think it was Afro Man said something about the Japanese. He said Japanese adopt the way they be addressing Western. Actually, if he took time to actually read a book, whatever. Japan is the most modern country in Asia, and it's the most indigenous country in Asia at the same time. So this idea that Western learning, whatever like that, you lose your culture is a lie. Japan basically 99.9% are Shinto practicing people.
Still indigenous. Yeah, I agree.
They're indigenous, and also they're 99% Japanese language. There's very few English words or
Yeah.
references in the Japanese language. So they managed to preserve their heritage, culture, everything, and still become the most
The one
modern
thing
country
we
in the
can
world.
I mean,
admit,
no offense, but that's also because they're xenophobic.
But the one thing
Well,
we
that's
can
so what?
admit
What's
is
wrong
they
with
didn't
xenophobic?
shun
I'm just
Western
making an observation. I
education.
don't need to be yelled at.
No, I'm just
I'm
saying,
s-
what's wrong with that? You know?
I'm
I'm
just
saying the
saying they're
one thing we
xenophobic.
can
I don't
Hey,
admit.
see.
really, you haven't paid your tariff yet.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah, I paid you my tariff, thanks earlier.
You did
So
nah, no, you did. You was $5 short, Colin.
oh man, you want to tell me the whole $10? I thought we were boys,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah. It's a $10 tariff,
All
Colin.
right, all right. I give it to you next month. Come on, man. I'm already.
I
I,
mean,
You
you
gonna pay him
need
back
I'll
on
give
the
it to
come
you
front?
on.
tomorrow. I'll give it to you tomorrow show.
Colin, you got Colin, you ain't got $5, Colin.
Yeah, but I got. That means I got to log out and do all that stuff like that. I'm on my
Log
phone.
out for what? What you doing? Log out.
No, I
Log
can't.
out
You
what?
can't do the same thing. You can't. You can't have the show up
Colin,
on your
you
phone.
got Cash App, Colin.
hey yo,
I
he
don't do
had to
cash. No, I don't
send
have cash
five.
app.
I just sent my five, but let's keep the bill going
The
though.
the, the tariff is 10, but
Yeah,
all
I'm
right.
saying, man, y'all boy,
I
go
got
ahead.
you. I got you,
Let's
guys. How
keep
about
the.
next
We
time? I'll
got a
give you.
good one going, Dinus. Let's
I'll
keep
give you.
it
Hold on.
going.
I'll give you a whole 10. I'll give you a whole $10 next time. You know, my fine. Anyway, like I was
And he
saying.
gonna pay my other five. But go ahead, brother. I'm
Well,
listening.
whatever. I just said so I didn't pay the whole 10 today. I'll cover yours too. You know. Right. So anyway, the whole thing is, like I said, this idea that Western learning, whatever like that. Look, science is science. It basically transcends race, time, and everything. Science is science. The periodic table of elements is a periodic table of elements. The Ethiopians did a,
Absolutely.
Ethiopians did a smart thing. They took the periodic table of elements, right? Took their names, oxygen, nitrogen, and gave them Ethiopian names and Amharic. No, you can adapt and everything like that. But when you talk about scientific law, right? When someone's scientific law, you can't refute that. Theory is one thing, but law is another thing. And so
I'm on the
therefore,
same page as you, my brother. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
And theory and science is facts. Like people confuse theory and like regular life with scientific theory. Scientific theories are facts. Theories are right below laws.
no, that
They're
science
not
theory is something
they're
that
not
has not
facts
been
by
proven.
definition.
No, no,
Scientific
it's
law,
definitely been proven.
scientific
The
They're
law.
not
theory of
facts only
the
because they're not
it's
proven.
called
I get what
Pythagoras
bro is
theory,
saying.
but it's not a theory.
Yeah, but
It's
hold
It's
on.
one
called a
It's a
step
Pythagoras
away.
theorem.
Pythagorean theorem, but it's a fact. That's what I'm
Yeah, but the
A
saying.
thing
good
is,
theory is
people.
based on known facts. Yeah,
No,
But
it's
no,
hold
no,
on.
no.
based
We
Okay,
on.
we
now
we
hold
need
up.
to
Now
separate
let
the
me ask.
muscle from the fat. Within the
I get
science
what he's
community,
saying.
when you use the formal word theory, it is a fact.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's a theory of white supremacy. That's
That's
never been
not
proven
scientific
scientific
though.
law, right?
But he's still wrong.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
talking about
that's
the
a.
I
scientific
don't
community.
disagree with what he said.
I'm just
Even if
letting
you
you
Yo,
know
disagree with
Kyler,
white
scientific
supremacy, I
theories
don't
are
disagree.
facts.
Theory isn't a fact though.
theory's
That's
not a
why it's
fact.
called. That's why it's called a theory.
Um,
He
in the
you're right, but he's
scientific
claiming
A
that in
community,
theory is
science that
literally
they're
one
facts,
step
which
from
is
being
also
a
wrong.
fact.
there's a
no, it
different
has to be proven.
nomenclature.
It has
No,
to
check
be
this out.
That's
proven.
all I'm
Right.
saying.
Gravity was a theory, then it be proven as a fact.
As
That's
a fact.
scientific law.
Right.
DNA
Yeah,
is
I agree.
scientific law.
No,
Right.
the
Tell him,
Pythagorean
Kyler.
theorem is also a fact.
Bro,
The
No,
you
it's
keep
theory
not,
of
saying
bro. It's
theorem.
relativity
not.
That's
is a
math,
fact.
bro. That's
These
not
are
even
both
science.
facts.
It's a
Okay,
theory,
okay.
bro. The theory of
Kyler,
relativity.
Kyler, what's your opinion on the topic, man? I see Dinah shaking
Okay,
you
like
down
I
for
did
five
the show
dollars.
the other day. I don't know if Dinah backed off my show. I did the show the other day. I said we have to start embracing academia again. And we have plenty of black colleges, institutions
So that was my whole point. Until the brother comes off mute, because I'm sure he's still there.
like that.
You on
Put them
mute.
on. That's what we need, right? These people that for
I agree.
generations have been basically on the street corner because we love them and they love us. They want to look. We need to know the truth. That's why we're in the situation we're in right now. You
Wherever the
know,
truth
we,
may be.
yeah, whatever
I
it is,
agree.
the truth will set you free. Like you got
Right.
people seriously really believe, and they'll be violent with you if you tell them. Like, let me give you a perfect example. There's a girl that's been so brainwashed, right? She watched the movie Sinners, right? And she was upset that the Native Americans who had played that scene 5 minutes were actually Native Americans. So this is what I'm talking about when you just say theory and just let it go. No, theory is theory. Leave it like that. Scientific
Yeah,
law. There's no scientific law that says black people were here before the transatlantic slave trade, that
yeah.
slavery didn't happen, all stuff like that. That's some theory anybody can pass around. And social media makes it more dangerous because you
I
don't even
agree.
have the fact that people sitting in groups arguing it. Anybody can get online and get on TikTok and say anything.
And so,
And
bro, you understand my point about Chat GPT, right? Because people will argue Dr. Ben, but they'll take Chat GPT as the law. And I'm saying
Well,
if we aren't in this space where we're determining the information that comes out
yo,
of
you
it,
going out. You went out, brother.
I'm saying if we're not in that space where we're determining the information that comes out of it, it's going to be counterproductive and it's going to
who
create more aboriginals.
who is in when you say we? Who do you mean we?
I mean, Africans, Black Americans.
So
I
how do
mean,
you
all
think
of
Chat
us.
GPT works? You think there's like it's selective as in far as like deciding
Hell
what
yeah,
information based on
100%,
a race?
100%. I'm
Okay.
saying Chat GPT goes off of what it's fed. And if it's only fed information from
How is
white
it fed
people,
though?
from Asian people, it's not going to get our reality. So now,
That's not how it works.
when our goofy people, that is how it works. When we go over there asking ChatGPT questions, it's going to give us
That's actually true.
answers that might not necessarily be true as we define
Yeah,
our
he's
truth
absolutely right.
as
I'm
our
not
own
saying
people.
that's not true, but I'm saying the information that goes in. They got AI shops in Kenya. It's not all just like Asians and white
Right.
people.
It's like
No, I
gleaning
got
like
no, no,
information
no.
from
I
everywhere.
agree with you there, brother. I'm saying predominantly. And I don't think you would argue with me on that. You get what I'm saying? So I'm
Yeah, I'm not gonna
saying
butt in. Go
we
ahead.
need to get more
I think we can
influence
agree.
in the space.
I think we can agree that oftentimes ChatGPT is going to use information that is more relevant or more accepted. Not just in America but globally. I mean, I mean, there's competition from around the world when it comes
Let's be
to
direct though.
chat.
It's more
So
accepting of the information that it's fed. If we're not feeding the information, right? That's my point. It's
give
not
me an
about
example. Give me
global.
an example of something you would feed
Yeah,
ChatGPT.
Chat GPT works off prompts. So you ask certain questions and they gather information from around the web and
So for instance,
information that's
right?
put into it,
So
and
for
Hey,
they
instance,
put it
real
out.
quick. Hey, real quick. Just to change the subject. This is super random, but it's just I don't know. It's interesting. Smokey Robinson is being sued by 4 former employees for alleged sexual assault
oh
and workplace
God.
abuse.
Wow.
I was gonna go to music, but I wasn't going there.
He's 85 years old, man. Oh
No,
Lord.
but look, he asked me how is disinformation being fed. I'm saying if you argued the greatest rapper or the rapper that had the most
That's
impact.
subjective. Yeah.
Listen, though. Listen to what I'm saying. Yes, it's subjective, but if white people are feeding this, they can make an argument of record sales and other things
Right.
that
Okay.
Eminem is the rap god.
But if you ask
Right.
Chat, what do you
I was
think
trying
Chat
to
would
make it
say?
simple, but you get
No, no,
my
no. But
point.
what would you think to a subjective? Because when you ask Chat GPT subjective questions, it's gonna
Nuanced
contextualize its
answers.
answer in a way that you've asked the subjective question,
What
and
I've
it's gonna
learned.
tell you the ideas that are out there
So
about
look, bro, what I've
one
learned and
thing or
what's
another.
scary. What I've learned and what's scary is number one, it's gonna go off the information that's been fed. That's number one, right? It has all this data that's been fed, and if we're not feeding the data, right, we're not getting the answers that we are looking for
But
when
if
we
we got
go
the
to
data,
Nah,
ChatGPT.
you gotta let them just
Hold
go
on,
on,
real
man.
quick.
It ain't going
But
nowhere.
but the second part was it also will feed you what it thinks you want to know. So I'm saying encompassing both of those, issues, we need to be determining the information that goes in there.
give
So
me an
when I bring
example of
up
some
STEM,
information you would feed to Chat GPT that you feel like it wouldn't.
Orisha's, everything my brother was talking about, right? I'm saying
Give me some.
I'm saying everything my brother was talking about the Orishas and about Oshun and different religions.
You
If
don't
the
think you
system,
can ask Chat GPT about those
I don't
religions?
think I don't think it's giving you the truth.
Yeah, it's
I
not
don't
going to
think
give you the
it's
truth.
giving you what we know.
Because the truth, even with that, I mean, it's just like
Listen to
asking
what I'm
any
saying.
religious
Hold
question.
on. Let me make my point.
Okay,
I'm saying I believe it's going to give you what it's fed. And if we're not in a position to feed that information, we're always going to be accepting someone else's opinion on us. And what's
but even if
problematic about that is right now, people, hold on. What's problematic about that is people accept Chat GPT as law. They'll argue Dr. Ben
no,
down.
Hey, Dinah, can I
no,
get my
because
spill
that's
in?
not how it works. To any critical thinker, people are still evaluating what Chat. If you thinking critically,
Um,
right, you're
Most
evaluating
people
the
aren't critical
information you're getting
thinkers.
from Chat
I
GPT
understand the
still.
bar you're
But
setting.
let me tell you the problem with what you're saying. The problem with what you're saying is most you hear these conversations we have, all these folks don't agree, bro. Everybody got their own angle on, so where would that truth, who would own that truth to feed it to Chat GPT
Yeah,
So let me
that's
so
what I
let
want
me
to
as
get
make my
fact
into.
point,
like that?
right?
When
Let me make my point. If we aren't feeding Chat GPT, Chat GPT will give an aboriginal everything they need to make their argument.
They're gonna find
If
their argument with what they need, bro. They're gonna do. Can I go,
yeah,
Dinah? I'm
yeah.
gonna go
I
through all that
understand
when I
that.
get a chance to
I
talk.
understand that, but I'm talking about this one instrument. The one thing I know
You
about this instrument is we need to be involved in feeding it the
do you?
information.
Let me ask you this before I'm gonna be quiet and
Well,
wait for Dinah to have me the mic. Do you know how Chat GPT works? How AI prompts and everything works? Do you know how
Yeah.
that process goes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I can go into the different AI programs. And again, I'm not the super tech guy, but what I do understand is AI is going off what it's fed.
Yeah,
If
I do
we're
agree.
not, if we're not
AI
in that
AI is
space,
going off
if
information
we're not right,
that's published to the public
right,
domain for the most part,
what
and
I'm
And
sometimes
also
it
the
saying
even
is,
information
venture
that
into
we feed
private.
it. You
Yeah,
can
come
definitely
on,
change other people's answers by the information that you input there.
that's
Right.
my
I
point.
mean,
Pastor
it's
Mike,
gonna be
Pastor
If you
Mike.
work for a
it's an
company, most of the
evolving
companies
thing.
that we work for have a clause to not use their personal information in Chat GPT because it will go public.
But Pastor Mike,
All right,
okay, I
Dinah,
don't
can
think
I
he
go now?
spoke yet. He ain't speak yet.
Go ahead, bro.
All right. So I'm gonna get back onto the topic, man. I'm gonna address some of the stuff that's going on. I think we got a little bit off, but I think that it needs to be said, man. First of all, on the topic of point where we're talking about how the black community chose ghetto scholarship over real scholarship,
Mhm.
that's a good point, bro. I like that you brought this up because it goes a little bit deeper than that, man. But basically, it goes down to how do you define or realize that somebody is just being what I call goofy. Are you doing any type of critical thinking, or are you using any type of non-emotional reactions to what's being said, or you just agree with somebody with what they're saying? A lot
Yeah.
of times when people are talking, they get caught up. Sometimes people who have good points, like that lady that was talking earlier, the Sharon Osbourne lady. She's talking about all this good stuff, but she's not getting strict onto the facts and stuff, and she getting caught up with emotions and stuff into the
Yeah.
conversation. And you got to be aware of whenever you are in a specific echo chamber, because sometimes you don't have ideas challenged, and you think, oh yeah, that's right, and then you go and try to present this idea, and people poke holes into it, and it'll destroy your whole reality. Sometimes people
Agreed.
look a lot for confirmation biases, a
Hmm.
lot for confirmation bias to agree with what they understand, and then they kind of lack scientific understanding. And I'm not going to call nobody out specifically, but there's a how and a why. And before you go and try to present certain information, it's critical to understand how it works so we could actually get to real solutions. People come with certain things and they ask these questions and stuff. And I think it comes from a good place, but it's just like, all right, well, when it's an easy answer, or if it's an answer that's like, all right, well, we getting caught up with this, but it's something like extremely simple that I could explain it to you.
Right.
Why we have international rules, like we all agree that there's 7 days in a week, or there's 365 days in a year and all this stuff. It's not because necessarily white supremacy. I've heard people argue that and stuff and
Right.
Right.
everything.
They want
I've
to get
heard
rid of
people
the
argue
calendar.
about Say what?
No, they want to get rid of the calendar as a tool because it was created by white folk.
Like that kind
Nah,
of
But
but
stuff,
that
even in
bro.
terms
Like
of
that.
white supremacy, we
like
with you.
that's
We
that's
understand
kind
that,
of
Right.
right?
All
silly
right.
stuff right there.
All
Go
right.
ahead,
Let
let
me
them
get
cook.
back on now. All right. But yeah, exactly. That kind of stuff. Those type of conversations, but not wanting to see the truth or just want to replace some things for replacing sake. You can understand how
Right.
we got to these things, and that makes more sense. But the important thing is to always remember to be critical when we think and try to understand where somebody's coming from. But also, you can't be mad when people challenge your ideas. That's like the most foolish thing you can do is have your idea challenged. Somebody asks you a
Hmm.
simple, good faith question, and you feel attacked from that. You know,
But here's
that's the
the only
biggest
They
sign of
thing.
must be
weakness.
trolling. They must be
Here's the
trolling
only
because
thing, and I would tie that into what you're saying, my brother. We know most people, let alone all people, right? Most people in general aren't critically thinking.
Right.
They're
That's the
taking
problem.
the answers that are given to them and they're running with it.
Yeah. So yeah, people start pushing narratives that way and everything, and then there's money on the other side when you start hurting people like sheep. We kind of talked a little bit, well, y'all kind of talked a little bit earlier about how religion is a thing, right? And uh, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to slam religion in general. I'm a religious person myself. I grew up religious and everything,
I
but I do
respect it.
feel like that religion is personal and that it should be used for progression of all human beings. But the truth is, people don't know where to draw the line on that, man. And they start mixing things up or they start going too far and they start getting small minded and single thoughts. They go back into these echo chambers and you have these crazy ideas about. I remember telling some a little
Well
bit off
said.
topic, but I remember asking somebody, older person, religious person, if they wanted to go with me to go eat. I think we said Korean food or something like that at a Korean barbecue place or something. And they was like, man, I'm not about to eat no dog or no bugs. And I'm just like, bro, you that small minded that you think that these
Yeah.
motherfuckers is really serving up bugs and dogs and shit at a restaurant, But he was just hella grossed out by it. I was like, well, shit. I mean, you missing out. But that kind of mindset and stuff is toxic, and a lot of people kind of think that way. Um, I think that the biggest problem in our communities, though, is because we don't draw the line between church and state. A lot of times our
right.
civil rights leaders get caught up, and that takes away from what they are supposed to be giving us from the word of God. You
Now
know,
hold up, real quick, bro. I want to ask you, how do we balance the benefits that came from these religious institutions?
Hey, let me
I'm
say it like this to answer your question directly. I
Go ahead.
think you have to be careful about your escapism, right? I think reality forces
Facts.
us to find some way of escaping to a degree, right? To allow us to be cool, calm, and for it to be more palatable. So with that said, that's why a lot of
Factual.
this knowledge, this pseudo knowledge, is so readily acceptable. That's why religion, not the dog religion, but some people will call it the opiate of the masses, right? This knowledge, this pseudo knowledge is the same thing. It's the opiate of the masses, but
I
it
agree.
stems from a desire or a need to escape the immediate reality that we know into a place that feels more good to us, a
Or even
place that's
past that.
more on our side. But you have to be careful about it. I think it's a place where it's okay to allow your imagination to explore alternative ideas of reality, but I think you have to be careful
so
how
yeah.
far you go and how far you let it stifle your
I agree.
actual progression
Let
and
me
your
answer the
actual
question
ability to
that he asked
deal
me
with
on my from
life.
my
I would
perspective,
definitely
then, bro.
agree.
What I would say to answer your question and to get back to it, I guess, is we got to understand for one what the separation of church and state was for and why that's the case, and we can still implement that into what we're doing today. I know a lot of Muslim people and Christian people and Buddhist people and like a lot of different people from different religions. The number one thing is just kind of keep it personal. You don't have to share that with other people. And then when people are celebrating their religions and things like that, you don't have to necessarily dog them. I've been to certain temples and stuff, man, with friends of mine that they invited me to and all this stuff, and I was always welcomed, as a guest or as a visitor, and it wasn't something that I looked at in like a xenophobic type way. I've been to funerals from people from different religions and stuff too. Who's playing that? Who? If somebody got like a speak, like something.
Dinus.
Somebody
Oh
having a
man, man.
conversation.
That's
Yeah,
Dinus.
and I think
Now
to
I'm
add
with
on
you though,
that,
bro.
But yeah,
even
bro.
beyond,
To finish my point and everything, it got mixed up when you got our reverends. I'm not gonna name no names and stuff, but they start getting caught up in, pushing with the state divorce and immigration. I mean, they get money from the Democratic Party. They start pushing gay marriage and all this stuff, which I don't have no problem with none of that stuff. Immigration, whatever y'all want to do, however y'all want to do it. But it's just that you can't mix in this stuff and also be a religious leader, because now you're taking it past where the religion is at, what I think, for money. But
And you're also compromising your own claim beliefs. I'm with you.
yeah, but I mean, it takes a while for people to figure that out, unfortunately. But just people being educated, and I'm not talking about necessarily through school, through college and stuff like that, because that could be part of the same echo chamber. But mostly you can do is fact check. Whenever somebody presents you with a fact, or anything they claim as a fact, I mean, you definitely got to look into it for yourself. That's the biggest problem. A lot of people come in here and swear up and down about some shit that's ridiculous. That's not nowhere near the truth, and people stand by it, and then other people start regurgitating it too. And I'm just like, I ain't trying to call nobody out, but I'm just like, it happens a lot. I'm just like, well, who's actually thinking for themselves to see if what they're saying is actually true? And then when you provide this information to this person and show, hey, this is not true, are you going to change your mind when you're presented with actual information, with true information or better information that actually explains to you if this is what's right and what's not? And the problem is that just doesn't happen, man. It doesn't happen enough. Our history is not necessarily reviewed the way that it should be. We're talking about scientific reviews and peer reviews and stuff. The historical things kind of skip that part, or people take a small thing and they jump to conclusions from that. I'm not saying everything got to be unanimous, but I'm like, present an argument, but also understand when your argument is invalid. That's the main point I want to leave with, and just speak on this last little part. Nations, they allow for us to have different thought patterns and stuff. Like everybody in China's is a large atheist country. As far as on a national level, the people there practice their religions, but it's not imposed by the government. Same thing with India. I didn't notice until I was in an Uber not too long ago, but India has different provinces where different people have different religions in there too. And Pakistan used to be part of that. So they all come from different religions. The Sikhs, the Hindus, they all have their own different religions and stuff in there. Uh, in India. So I mean, they got a billion people in these two different countries, over a billion people in these two different countries, and they all still manage to coexist. There's no, I mean, you don't hear about civil wars and stuff breaking out. And I think the key is just keeping that separate. And there's a lot of countries in Africa that's the same way. Half Muslim, half Christian countries, majority Muslim countries with Christians, and they still coexist. And that's not even to speak on like the local tribal cultures and stuff that's out there and stuff that people go on to. So I mean, there's ways to do it, but number one thing is just to be critical and think about what you said, and then think about how people react when they're wrong. If they actually stick to the facts, if they can accept that, or if they try to double down. But yeah, appreciate y'all time, man.
Good talk.
nah, thank you. I want to add on to that on what Johnny said. Even like beyond reality, just being an escape. I mean, religion being an escape from reality. It's a lot of people's frameworks, both politically and socially. And for me personally, I just think that trying to make all black people fit one religion is just ineffective and like something that's never going to work. So instead of trying to like centralize us around being Baptist, we need to like centralize us around things that we all agree on. So like that's being black, that's the food that we eat,
Exactly.
music that we listen to, and in my opinion, being African. Because then like what I've seen from the like black community is when we say black, we mean African. So if we're using something to connect to each other, like the Caribbeans, the Africans, African Americans, it should remain African. If we want to use black, that's going to include dark skinned Indian people. That's going to include like a whole bunch of other people who happen to be dark skinned. Now we got these like Native American, Aboriginal people confused because these people are black skinned, but they're not African.
You know what?
I think you overlooking the fact, like what he was saying about India. India is predominantly like Hindu though. The whites were unified by the Catholic Church. Uh, Certain communities and societies were organized by
The
Islam, right?
whites were unified by whiteness. That's my
No,
point.
no, the
They're
Catholic Church. If you look
unified
at,
by the Europeanness.
if you follow the history, it was the Catholic Church, the Portuguese and Spaniards who had crusades throughout Europe that unified Europe. It wasn't
The
just like all these
Catholics
just came
never
Actually, it
together
was a
to,
unified
religion
all
that
of
split
Europe.
them.
There have
huh?
always been Catholics and Orthodox people. That's not an accurate Christian history.
No. There was not the Catholic Church. There was always Christians or whatever who practiced in small subsects. The Catholic Church organized it, created a standard form of Christianity, and forced all whites to abide under the Catholicism. I'm not saying that we should do the same thing, but we do need some kind of organizing method, whether it's Pan Africanism, whether it's the church, whether it's because there needs to be some form of order and organization and distribution of what we need as a community and how we go about doing it and organizing the people to do it. You
Yeah.
can't say
Hey,
that
but
we
you know
don't.
what? You
Yeah,
know
but
what's
white people have
real about.
always fought over Christianity. When Africa got colonized, it was because white people unified over whiteness, the invention of whiteness and blackness. The only way to combat that is an equal invention, which would be
I
Africanness
disagree.
and
I disagree.
blackness.
No, I disagree too. It would be a
As a
greater
Haitian,
invention.
It would
right?
not be a greater
The island,
invention. Like Europe
the span.
went through the Christian era.
Mhm.
Their current era is more secular. I don't know why we get so stuck on religion with our
Yeah,
organization.
religion
If the church
actually
was
kind of
going to be
split
the
Europe, to
answer,
be
the
honest with
church
you.
would have already been the
No, it
answer.
didn't. It unified them to because
Yeah, I
even
mean,
if
you had the Reformation, you had
Mhm.
Protestants, the cat. I mean, man, come
Yeah.
on. You
They
know
were way
all the
more
different
divided before that.
yeah, divided.
They were divided
You
way
had an
more before
empire
that.
that existed, right?
I,
And yeah, religion attempted to unify, but eventually the same religion caused a split
no, but it was
and all
utilized
types
to
of division.
organize them. You needed like a unifying, organizing mechanism. Everybody's
That
come
should
from
be
their own. The
Africanness.
world's tribal naturally.
That's what I'm saying. The Europeans unified over being European and created whiteness. But I'm saying we should unify over being African because we have a bunch of people confused about blackness because other people who are non-African are also dark skinned.
You
They're
know the
like
No.
best thing to
Hold
unify
on, hold
under.
on.
You know the best thing to unify
Who's
under
confused about
is
blackness? Hold on. Who's
Yeah.
confused
Yeah.
about
That's not
blackness?
the same, bro.
we've had
Who's confused
FBA
about blackness?
people on this
I never met
panel
an
claim
Indian in
to
my
be
life that I
Native
thought was a black
American
man.
Yeah, but they're not because of
because
black skin.
some
That's
Native
not what's.
Americans were dark skinned. That's
No,
exactly what I'm
no,
talking
Hold on.
about.
no, no,
I
no.
never met an Indian in my life that said, "Oh shit, I thought you were black." And let's not solely based on skin. I seen people that's very very light that I can clearly tell that they're majority of African blood, or if not 100% African blood, just by how they look. I'm never confused about who's black and who's not because I understand that black people come from a black mother and a black father. When you
Yeah,
start
Yeah,
doing that
we
one drop
understand
stuff,
that.
you
I'm
bro,
get
saying
bro. The
confused.
there
thing
are
is, these
certain
people.
people in our community who are confused about themselves
But this is the
and
thing,
think that
bro.
they're Native
But
American.
it
This is
comes
the
from
thing, bro.
pseudo
You
teaching. The
literally
pseudo
means
teachings teach
about
them.
themselves, because
Yeah, but
you can
who's
ask
teaching
their
them?
brothers and sisters, and they'll tell you they black. You could ask their moms and dads, and they'll tell you they're black. It's just these certain clowns, man. These fringe clowns that come out like that. It's not
Exactly.
a movement
It's
like you
based on
think.
pseudo teachings. The pseudo teachings is teaching them that,
But
we're redefining blackness based on the pseudo teachings of like street scholars or whatever. So it's
yeah,
not necessarily.
I think if you just have the idea of fairness, man, in this world, right? You don't have to really try too hard to unite under blackness. We know that the world is in America, especially in the Western world at large, has been unfair to black folks, color folks, also other colored folks and different folks as well. If you just put fairness, man, fairness at the forefront, right, and not make it about race, not try to counter it with race, but counter unfairness, injustice with fairness and justice, I think all everything we worry about will take care of itself, because that's our main issue. We ain't really tripping about we need to all, come together and eat the same food and share the same religion and do the same thing, have the same we ain't really tripping about that. That ain't really what we lose sleep about or what we hurting about. It's the injustice we see in this world. It's the lack of fairness that we see in this world, right? And we get distracted by this, push I'm not saying I get the idea of leveraging racial unity to achieve
Yeah.
fairness in the sense that the collective have a better chance at combating a mainstream world that is unjust, right? But that can be the end. That can be the end. You have to focus. You have to have the end in mind, I think, at all times, and that's fairness. And wherever you find people who are fair-minded, right, you can't dismiss those folks. And where you find people who are unjust, whether they black, white, or what, you can't just include them and accept. I'm not saying you can't accept them, right? And not to be all religious about it, but what I'm saying is you can't accept their injustice, right? When you know someone is doing wrong, you don't just accept it and excuse it because they're black, right? And when you know someone is doing right by you or right by people, when people are doing good in this world, you don't just dismiss them because they're not black. And I think as long as you continue to try to divide this world amongst race, the people who do it, I think you're going to get left behind. I think,
I, I,
whether you white, black, or whatever, if that's how you move in this world, you'll end up backwards in this world and left
I
behind. Because
to a
I think for
degree,
the most part, people find commonalities with other people regardless. I mean, I've traveled, all over the world. I've lived in other countries, and I know you find commonalities, and sometimes that commonality might be the fact that you the only few black folks in this country. But sometimes that commonality might be something else. And you might not share the same, religion or race with the person.
I mean, I,
yeah.
I get where you're coming from, but in terms of like this as a black space and an African space, like us as a collective, organizing as a collective, recognizing that our enemies see us as a collective is paramount. And I feel like when we try to do this like kumbaya conversation, we neglect from the point that African Americans and black people in general need to organize within our own communities.
Thank
But
you.
Like,
that
yes,
could
we
Thank
can
be
you.
get
interpreted as
allies. Yes,
kumbaya.
Thank
we
you.
can have
Yeah, that's exactly
comrades,
what it
but like
is.
African Americans need to organize African Americans. Caribbean people need to organize Caribbean people, etc.
I agree with that. I agree
But
with
what
that.
you're gonna find is that they organize with the same goals. It's not really like a separatist type thing. The same
No,
problems that
it's about a
Caribbeans
black
have is the
agenda, though.
same problems that African Americans have in the same communities.
It's about an agenda, a
Yeah, but
collective
and this is
agenda.
why, like, you can have a black event, right, to celebrate black culture, and then people get shot up, right?
Yeah,
Because you just trying to center things around just black. Don't get me wrong. I think there's culture to be celebrated, right? But I think just looking at it like everything, as long as it's black is all right. And if it's anything else is all wrong, you end up gathering a bunch of people who aren't like-minded, who don't have the same sentiments about life, and people get hurt. And I'm not saying that always happen, you know what I'm saying? But I've seen it happen. I've seen events that were meant to be, celebrate culture go south, just because.
Again, but it goes back to what culture, which the pseudo teachers do. They try to quote unquote re-educate the people, give them morals and principles, and unite them under some misguided pretext. The masses want guidance. We come from tribes, right? You guys want us to basically become kumbaya while the rest of the people are organizing themselves. The Indians in America still organize amongst themselves. Chinese in America still organize amongst themselves. Italians in America still organize amongst themselves. You may go
yeah,
to the event, you may enjoy it, but why is the quote unquote more knowledgeable people like yourself basically writing off the masses of blacks and then telling us to be kumbaya with everybody else while those other people are organizing amongst themselves? That's why you want to go in their community, because they organize amongst their women, they organize amongst their men, right? You gotta be realistic. You guys are trying to run away from organizing and accountability. You're right, we different tribes, different groups. Respect all the tribes, respect all the groups, respect all the religion. Organize, right?
yeah,
That's what the rest of the people doing.
Yeah, because Donald Trump is targeting black people specifically. So we need to create organizations and movements that address that, like DEI, affirmative action, or the Black History Museum in DC. Regardless of whether or not you think it's deserved, black people are being targeted as black people What are
But
Hey,
we
hold
doing
on.
in
but
response
hold
to
Where's
on,
this?
because
Dynas?
you just
Where's Dynas?
yeah,
Dynas, you heard about the new Rwanda deal?
Dinah's watching his own show, man.
Dynasty took a nap.
But yeah, let
Yeah,
me
but
comment on that real quick. What you said, bro, because I think that again, when we start talking politics, a lot of people here agree with Donald Trump, and they don't agree with the way that I guess what you probably would side with as the Democratic Party.
What I just said is the fact, though. Like DEI
Listen,
did
but what I'm saying,
benefit
bro,
black people. Affirmative action did benefit black people. Having
but this
specific
is what I'm saying though,
funds for
because
black
if we
people
look,
benefit us. What are we doing in response to the loss of this? Like, I
this
don't
But
is
really
you
what
know,
care who you
this is what we're
support.
doing, bro. Let me respond to that. Then I'm gonna give a counter argument to that because the number one people who benefited from DEI were not black, though. We can look that up.
That doesn't change the fact that black people benefited from it. Like, that's when
That
we're going to
yeah,
run
but
away
it
from my
doesn't mean that
point.
it's specifically
The
targeting
actual
us,
fact is
bro.
there are certain benefits that black people were getting before Donald Trump. Those have been cut. What are
But
we
this is the
doing in
thing. You
response
got
to
to think
that?
about. This is the thing I think that you're missing. I don't want to argue with you about it, man. But I just see if you could at least see this point. Black people are a small percentage of the population. Only 13% of the population still after all this time. So we have specific programs that oversee like a majority of people and an umbrella of people, not specifically for blacks or to address our unique needs as a community. Then those people tend to benefit from these things more. That's my point. So you
right.
Yeah, that
can't
doesn't
say
change the fact that we
the
benefit
front
from,
of
like,
DEI
if
is black
America,
people,
wait,
but
wait,
black
if
people are not
America
the
invents
majority
a
recipients of
vaccine,
DEI. And it's the
more
same
white
with
people are going to
affirmative
Well,
action.
benefit
black
from that
people aren't going to be
vaccine.
the majority because white women as a whole outnumber all black folks.
Wait,
That's
pause,
I'm
because
not
we're running
arguing
away
that.
from what I'm saying. Anything
Yeah.
that America does to benefit America will benefit the majority because they are the majority. We're
That's not
stating the
true.
obvious,
That's not
right?
true. That's
Welfare,
not
no,
true.
no,
Not
no, no, stop, stop,
necessarily.
stop.
That's not true at
Welfare
all.
benefits white people more because there's more white people in the country.
I
A
think you're missing the
diversity
point, bro. I
inclusion
know people
program
who
is going to benefit white
Yeah,
people
but per
more
capita,
because
per
there's
no hold on,
capita,
more
because
white
I could give
people.
a specific argument to why that's not true. I had friends when I was in high school that lived in a habitat. Have you heard of them? Habitat homes, Habitat
yep.
from Humanity.
No,
Everybody who lived in that cul-de-sac, literally all of them were refugees from other countries, and they benefited by having their own house basically built for them from the government. So it's not something that necessarily is going to affect the
we're
majority
still
of.
skipping over my point. If America does
That's
something
not, bro. That's
positive
not skipping over your
for its
point. That's an
citizens,
exact,
it will
You got to
specifically
fight for the
affect
equality of
white
those
people
things.
more because there's
bro.
more white people. We know
This
for
is
a
what
fact
this
that
is what I'm
black
trying
people
to
are
say to
being
you.
attacked right now.
We need
What are we
specific,
doing to address that?
bro.
Like, your
This is
That
what,
that
opinions
that makes
on
sense
whether or
though.
not
It
it's
should
but
be
it
vaccine.
don't
more
because
white.
I'm trying to respond to what you're saying, bro. For one, that did address your point, but another point to that, we need specific legislation that helps us where we are at the most disadvantages as far as statistics go. That's not what's happening.
You know,
Okay,
you
then
have to fight
what
for
are we
those
doing to
programs to
make that
be
happen?
extended to
Well,
help
I
all
think y'all are
those who
having
need
two
it.
different arguments, and none of them is like they're not going to get nowhere. Because I'm not arguing that we need to fight for programs. I'm saying when we
No,
have these,
I'm saying that.
no, I
I'm
get what you're
saying
saying,
the
bro.
programs aren't the problem.
I'm not saying the
Are they
programs are the
actually
problem, bro.
working and extended to the fact that they actually help all that need them instead of just, a few. So the
It's not
fight
an
should
all
be
or nothing thing. If it helps 13% of all applicants and those people are black, then those black people are getting those benefits. You cut those
right.
benefits, black people are. It's not like cutting those benefits gave black people more benefits. We still haven't
Bro,
addressed that point.
what I'm
What are we
saying
Right,
is,
right.
bro,
doing
they're
in
just
the
a
vacuum
small
of the
recipients of
benefits
that.
that we've lost?
They're a small recipient of that. We need legislation
Premise, and that's a
that will be
very
presented
important
for
premise.
a larger percentage of us than this 13%. Because you just said it like it's no disrespect
Nah,
to
but
you.
I agree with the brother
Hold
said
on,
though. If we can
hold on. But
benefit
you
those
said that,
thirteen
and
percent,
I don't mean no disrespect to you, but it comes off as a little bit emotional because you made it sound like
No,
it was
bro,
something
just because
specifically
you
Come
call
targeting
on,
something
man.
blacks.
That
emotional,
I
emotional
you are
thing
agree
getting
with
coming
old.
off
I
unfactual.
Bro, he
agree.
said
No,
it's a
stop,
targeting
stop, stop.
blacks, and
Let
I'm
me
like, it's
speak.
not.
If
But
America
if we're not,
passes legislation, if America passes legislation to benefit all veterans, more white people are veterans than black people. That doesn't change
nah,
the fact that black veterans will be
We'll
affected
still
positively.
benefit.
that's a
So
Oh,
completely
okay.
in
I
the
different
get your point. I
class.
absence,
agree with
No,
you.
that's
I
a
stop,
agree with
completely
you.
stop.
different
In
Right,
class.
the
We're
right.
talking
absence
about
of the
veterans.
loss of
We're
these benefits,
We
what are we
okay.
doing as a
We
black
we
community to address
no, you,
that?
bro. That's I can't. You can't. Nah, because
I can't
veterans is a
articulate a
specific
good argument for you to
is a
address. Like,
specific class, bro, and they get specific scientific benefits.
Nah,
Black
but you
people are a
gotta stay
different
with the
class,
overall
bro.
overarching
But you're
argument.
not
It's
getting
not
what
the
he's
same
saying.
thing.
The
Yeah, you're not
overarching
understanding
I
my
argument is
get
the
what you're
point.
saying, but it's
replacement
My
not
main
the
point
argument.
same
is the
thing,
people
bro.
who support
It's the
Trump have
replacement
done nothing
argument.
to organize against the negative effects he's done on the black community.
I
Bro,
agree.
you
And you
seem to be
probably
missing
can't
my point though.
articulate
You're making it
anything
sound like it's
positive he's
specifically
done for the
targeting a
entire
black
community
community.
of black people.
Yeah, I mean it's people who want to destroy the ship because they realize that, or they see that, the largest group, are eating a larger proportion of the food. So let's sink the ship, right?
That's not
If
sinking the
Yeah,
if
ship,
and they're
but I'm
not teaching us
saying
if
how to swim though. Want to sink the ship? Nobody knows how to swim.
and right, they don't got a life raft waiting for when the ship sink. Right. So yeah, you can't destroy these programs that have helped people. They help people.
I'm not saying
You
they
could
don't help
argue
people,
about
bro.
how extensive they need to be, but
I'm
whether you're
My thing
talking
is,
food
100% on
my
stamp,
thing
board with
is to
that, and
have
that
us
was
at the
always my
forefront of the
opinion on
face of that, bro, is
DEI.
where the issue's
I'm
at. That's where the
100%
flaw
on board
is.
with that. Because the question is, what's the replacement? If you're saying throw this away, knowing that it didn't fully benefit us, but we did see some benefits from it, what's the replacement?
Okay. Have you heard
There
of
is no
MBE?
replacement. Black
I can
people are
give you some
losing
examples,
jobs.
bro, if you want to
Black people
listen.
are losing health care. Some
I
black people are
agree.
going to get deported because they're going to start deporting Haitians. And I'll tell you what,
That's a
Caribbean
different thing
people
too,
look
but I
like
don't want to get
African
off topic.
American people. It's going to get real hectic for us. And we
I
have
agree.
no operation to go against it, especially as black men. Bunch of black men voted it for Trump, have no organization to deal with the consequences. Like simply
All right.
not voting is also an option. You don't have to
What?
go to the other
Well, hold
team.
on, bro.
I
As
think that's a
goofy as
very democratic
they
option.
weren't a major factor. Like the
I'm not
guy,
saying they were a major factor. I'm saying the ones, first of all, black men are the most, like the way that they paint us is completely wrong. Like black men are the most supportive, most democratic men on the planet. So it
That's
I
not a
wasn't our
agree.
good
fault.
thing, bro.
It wasn't our fault at all.
It's
I
not a
mean,
bad thing either,
our
though.
intentions were good, but the party betrayed us. So
Yeah.
The
what are
I
we
mean,
party,
gonna
only a
bro,
do?
small
that's my whole
small
point. But
percentage
anyway,
of black men voted conservative. Let's just be. It was more. I mean, it was historical because it was more than normal, but it's still only a small percentage. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
and
not
not to
saying
compare,
all
but
of them voted for them. I'm saying those who voted for him do not have plans to organize otherwise. They just voted for him.
no,
They don't
I
have a
get
no,
exactly
that's
what
not
you're
replacement
true,
saying,
bro.
plan. I
and
So,
I
agree.
so if you let
That's
me
my
give my
biggest
examples, I can give
criticism.
you two examples right now, bro. The first one is going to be MBE. Have you heard of that?
Nope.
what is it?
MBE.
What's that?
So basically, minority-owned businesses. Um, there's certain government contracts that have to be awarded to minorities.
That sound like you talking about a DEI measure that
It's
they
not
trying to get rid
necessarily
of.
DEI. It's called MBE, but it's specifically for Black business owners. So it's more so than DEI. DEI is more of you joining up a company, uh, and not having your own company. This is more for entrepreneurship type things. And then, do you
Yeah,
remember?
weren't they trying to get rid
Wait,
of
who
that
did
in the
this?
government as far as how they award the contracts to minorities? Wasn't that one of the things they wanted to
Yeah, that's separate.
oust?
This my thing is that it's separate from DEI. That's my point. But
Wait, so did
Okay.
Trump did this or did we make this ourselves? I'm sorry,
it
I was
came
a little
it
bit.
came during I think the Biden administration actually. But didn't they have something called Freedom Towns? Have you been hearing about that at all?
What's that
Nah.
about?
So Freedom Towns are basically these towns. It was an idea more than anything throughout, but Trump wanted to develop like 10 different cities around the U.S. and get funding for it for towns. If you can show how they could become economically more viable. It's supposed to be done more toward the end of his term, but some of those, in my idea at least, it could be specifically uh rewarded. Those the towns being built could be specifically rewarded for African American companies or even black or whatever y'all want to call it. uh
Wait, hold on.
yeah.
These weren't specifically
You
made for
saying
African
this
Americans though. This
administration?
was just
No,
like
And
this
listen,
this
right or
hasn't
wrong,
been, but go
that
ahead.
that
I heard two
that just don't
examples.
sound like it goes with this administration. I'm just
it
just
wasn't for black
So,
people. I
so
just
here's
looked it
what would
up.
be my
No, I
question
didn't
to the
say it was for
brother.
black people. You didn't hear me.
To the brother that brought it up, right? Here's what would be my question. Do you think he has our best interests in mind when he offers those programs?
No, I don't think no politicians have our best interest in mind, to be honest.
So
it's like the person who sends you out into the pasture to eat, the cow out into the pasture to eat and get
I
fat.
agree.
I
right?
think
No,
we're
but
past the
the
point
difference
about
is
whether or
the
not
What's the
Trump
difference
is
end?
is
What's
going
the
to
end
benefit
goal?
black
You
people.
think of
Trump
that
is
that
not
guy?
going to benefit black people. What are we
the
going to
difference.
do in the absence of that?
The dip
How are we organizing?
for which one? For what?
For this administration. Like every 2 weeks, the price of groceries, the price of computers, we don't know how these tariffs are going to go. This is the most chaotic administration I've ever like been with my entire. Even though I'm kind of young, but still, I've never been with a president where the price of groceries changing every 2 weeks. So what are we doing in this chaotic administration?
I mean,
Now, this is
that's
gonna
all. That's
sound
all a
crazy, right?
hypothetical,
This is gonna sound crazy, but I believe the effects of his policies are affecting all Americans.
of
So it's
course.
not our fight to fight,
Yeah,
right?
And to
But
Now
be
that
I
honest,
gotta
sounds
buy
bro.
my mama
it's
crazy
not.
groceries. Like you
because
And to
saying
be
it's not
no,
our
honest, if
but
fight,
we
but
want to
but
be
no,
like
I don't want
truthful,
it to get
my
lost that I
mama
did
need
understand the brother's
groceries.
But
other
there is no
point.
our fight. See, here's the thing.
Now,
I get
hold
what you're
on,
My
saying,
grandma
real
need
quick,
groceries.
but
real
nah, go
quick.
ahead,
it's
bro.
like it's
I
like
don't want
okay,
it to get lost that I didn't understand the brother's.
No, you
mhm.
understand this point, bro, but you brought up a good point yourself because a lot of this stuff is only affecting the stock markets. There's no prices of groceries and stuff flipping every week and all this stuff. It just comes from the
I mean,
idea
eggs are
of
getting kind of
intimidation. We're
The
not
crazy.
talking about
stocks
eggs. That's been
have
going on
gone
for a
up,
long time.
groceries have fluctuated, and
No,
when you hear about future tariffs, you try to buy before the tariffs come in to
Yeah,
and
sell
that's
it.
you
the problem.
plan
I've
That's the
already
for.
bought
problem.
I've already bought stuff for my mother twice because I thought tariffs were going to be
So
affected,
which
And
one
that's
and
of
I
just
those
on
ended
your
up
affect
level.
not.
supply and
If
demand,
I
Man,
bro?
no,
can
that's
interject real
not
quick,
on
So
me.
which one of those
Donald Trump
which one of
saying
those
tariffs
actions
will
affect
be
supply and
in
demand?
tomorrow,
hold on,
and then
Johnny.
him reneging on it. It's not
Hold on,
like
Kato. Hey, if
saying
I
that
can
doesn't even
interject,
make
Trump. If
remote
I can,
sense.
God damn. If I can
So
interject,
hold on.
Trump.
I want to
Trump.
answer the
Wait,
brother,
wait.
right?
Let Donis Hold on. interject. Shit, God, quiet. If I can interject, Trump is winning the tariff war. I sort of put that on record. But go ahead.
How?
It's not. I mean, it's all
Everybody is
hypothetical for
coming to
now.
the
But
table. The only country that he's going back and forth with is China.
That
that's
still doesn't mean he's winning the tariff
But
yeah.
that
Yes,
That
it
doesn't
war.
yes
address
it
my point
does.
about groceries and the cost of things. He keeps saying that tariffs will be in effect tomorrow, and then he
bro.
reneges. That's
This is
not my fault. No, you
this is
can't
your
name
fault.
any
Let me
other
tell you what
president
your
who's
fault is,
behaved
though,
this way.
bro. Your fault is that you keep reacting to it and going out driving up
Yes,
supply
my
and
fault
demand.
is I keep listening to the president of the United States.
Exactly.
Yeah, say that one more time. Say that one more
Your
time.
no. The
No,
problem
say it
is you keep
confidently.
reacting to
Yes.
stuff, bro. That's what the problem is. You keep hearing stuff and you keep panicking.
No,
That's
no,
the problem.
I'm not
It's
hearing
not
stuff. I'm
really
hearing
driving
stuff
up because of
directly from the
tariffs. It's driving up
president of
because of
the
your
free
reaction to what you
world.
think
So
tariffs are.
hold on. In order to move this conversation forward, we have to establish certain things. Number one, in my opinion, tariffs are never good
I
for an
agree.
economy. We do agree with that.
I'm not
Wait, but my
disagreeing
All
with
point
right.
that, bro.
isn't
But that's not my
whether or
point.
not they're good or bad. My
My
point is
point
there's
is
not
that
enough
his reaction is
stability
more
for us to
effective than the
prepare for it.
tariffs. His reaction of running out every week when he hears something is more effective than the tariffs. That's why all the toilet paper went out during COVID and all this other shit for that exact same reason. People panicking
That's
for no
not
reason. It's bro.
People
The
aren't
only
so.
thing
panicking for
really
no reason.
affected by
He's
tariffs
saying,
is the
I'm going to
stock
put
market. And who has money in the
150%
stock market?
tariffs on all items from China.
Do you
So
have money
people
in the
buy
stock
from
market, bro? Because
Amazon because a
that's
lot of
where the
stuff
hits
from
was at.
Amazon comes from China. We're not being stupid. This
Oh,
is
Say
for the
that
if you're
again.
informed people.
saying
Say
that
that
you
again,
agree that tariffs fundamentally aren't good for the economy, then
bro.
people
You're not
stocking
listening though,
up
because
when
we're
it's
not getting into
strategic.
tariffs right now. We're talking about hypotheticals. He's
No, I'm
talking
talking
about
about
what the
what's
what,
happened already. He said, I'm going to put tariffs on
Yeah,
Mexico.
we're
A
talking
lot of
about what's happening.
and
our
then what
I
groceries
agree.
happened.
come
So
from
what's the
Mexico. So I buy
USMCA? Do y'all know
groceries
what
for
that
my
is?
mom ahead of time and then he reneges on it.
You don't,
It's
bro, because
annoying.
you don't. You're killing me right now, man. Do you know what the USMCA is?
No, inform me.
Can you look it up?
Mass
U.S.
transit.
United States Mexico Canada Agreement.
Oh,
Can you just look it up
okay.
real quick? Because that's going to tell you what the trade and tariffs actually are. Can you see
How
what the
different
president
is
of
it from
Mexico came?
NAFTA?
Could I finish?
But wait,
Can
my
you
brother,
look
do
up
you
what the president of
understand what
Mexico
I'm
said about her
saying?
meeting
When
with Trump?
Donald Trump says he's going to put
You're
50%
not
tariffs on
listening. See, you
Mexico,
want to listen to what you hear in tweets and stuff, man, but you don't want to hear what's actually going on. And that's that's
let's
why you
apply
limit the
logic
price
to
of
it real
eggs.
quick though.
But you're just not addressing my point. Why is it so chaotic?
Bro, I can't speak
That's my
for
issue.
fucking Trump. What you mean answer why
But
the
no, you don't
question?
have to speak for Trump. Just apply logic
Wait, so
to the
because it's Donald
idea.
Trump, we can't hold him to any standard.
I'm not
Pause for a
saying you can't
second.
hold no standard, bro. You're not hearing me at all, man.
Hey,
I'm not
pause for a
Hold on,
second,
but I
fellas.
did hear you. I asked you a question and you answered it, so I want to build on that. You do agree that tariffs aren't good for an economy. You
I
did
don't know
agree
for
with
sure,
that.
but I don't think so. No.
But use
They,
logic, bro.
hold on, hold on,
Just
hold
for a
on, hold
minute.
on, hold on. Here, let's slow walk it.
Wait, you said the
Most
U.S.
economists,
Texas
most
agreement?
economists agree that tariffs stifle economic growth and create trade tensions.
Why
Both
is
are
Okay.
that?
negatives. Both are negatives, right? So now, if he's doing this and creating this negative economy, how do we not understand that we won't be negatively affected by it?
Okay. Now you asked me a question, and let me
Yes,
answer it.
sir. Yes, sir.
My answer is, our economy has not been negatively affected. Okay. The stock market, because people react to what's being said, is what's been affected. Okay. Because people are panicking and stuff during what's called trade negotiations. Okay.
Let me ask you a
Hold on.
question,
Let me
and
finish.
let me ask you
Let
a
me
question
finish
real
the
quick.
answer, bro. Go ahead,
I don't
man.
want to cut your bill, but I'm
You
saying
already did, but
I'm
go ahead.
nah. Listen, to what I'm saying. I'm in a supermarket right now. I'm gonna go over to the egg aisle. How
We're not
much were
talking
you
about eggs,
paying?
bro. That was
We
before all
are
this.
though. We're talking about what the average consumer
Goods. We
buys.
talking about the price of goods.
Pick another
Cause
good.
because
Pick
I
another good.
understand your
Oh
point.
man.
I
Hey,
No,
but
because
understand
listen,
your
that's been
listen.
going
hold on,
on for
hold on,
so
hold
long,
on.
and it has a
I
different reason
understand your
behind it.
point. I understand your point that the
You know why the eggs price goes up? Let me explain that at least. That happens because what happens when birds get sick to prevent the bird flu, they cull all the birds. So that you have to wait for the other birds to
So it
grow up.
decreases
what I'm
supply,
saying.
right?
I
Bro,
understand
It
your
decreases
let me
supply
argument.
is
finish,
what you're
bro, because
saying?
y'all killing me right now.
I
No, no. Are you saying
understand
it
your
decreases
argument
supply?
that the
I'm saying
major
that when
negative
there's a
effect
problem
has
to
been
prevent
You
on the
another
saying
stock
pandemic,
because
market.
the supply
bro, I'm gonna explain to you
decreases,
what I'm saying.
but the demand doesn't, then the price goes up.
Right.
What I'm
That or is
saying,
that what you're saying?
what I'm
When you got
saying
the
is,
birds get sick.
bro, y'all killing me, man. You gotta let me
Wait,
respond. You
bro,
just running your
I'm just
mouth,
trying to
bro.
make
Let
sure
me
I
explain to
understand
you.
you. Hold on.
I'll
You
explain to
saying the
you what I'm
birds
saying.
get
I don't need
sick,
you to do it for me, bro.
but
I can
no,
explain to you
just
what
for
I'm
my
saying.
clarification, the birds get
My
sick, the supply goes down, the demand remains the same, so therefore the price goes up.
okay.
Is that does that wrap up like why you say the eggs are increasing?
I said that's why we can't use him as an example because that has something to do with something regard other than the tariffs.
But my
But
brother, I
okay,
just
but
feel like
That's my point.
I
So
feel like
let's
but
stay
we
on
why are the
ignoring
topic.
eggs the
Montana.
price of the eggs
Y'all are
going
not
up
making
though?
no
Like
sense right now, bro.
Johnny. All right, like I'm out here trying to be a good son. I pay attention to the news. I hear what Donald Trump says about tariffs. I try to buy stuff for my family ahead of time to protect them from the cost.
Yeah, you
And then
think?
he reneges on the contract like 3 times, so I waste my money. I'm not stupid for listening to the president of the United States.
What did he tell you? What did the president tell you that made you want to
He
go
said
with
Not
like
at
Trump?
all.
tomorrow is going to be 120% tariffs on Canada,
That's called
50%
being
tariffs
stupid,
on
bro. I'm
Mexico,
sorry because that doesn't
15%
make
tariffs
any
on
sense that
China.
Nah,
you
it's
would react
not,
right away to
man.
something that you
Come on,
heard.
my nigga.
That's not
Come on,
smart,
bro.
and I never heard him say it would be hitting in tomorrow. I've always
This
heard
is
that
what
it'd be
I'm
20
saying.
days
If
out,
you're
30 days out.
He
pro,
said
if
it
you are,
multiple times,
hold
multiple
on.
Hey,
Listen to
hey,
what
days,
I'm
and
Johnny,
saying.
then he
Johnny,
changed
Hold
the
on.
date.
Listen to what
Johnny.
I'm saying.
Bro, y'all are
If
Stop
killing me
you're
with
making
this
taking the
nonsense,
excuses, bro.
man.
stance,
You
if
can't
you're
name
taking
one
the
Hey,
other
let's
stance that
American
rotate
you
the
man
are
mic.
in the
Let's just
pro,
headline.
rotate the mic.
what I'm saying is, if you're taking the stance that you are pro the tariffs, when bro tells you I'm listening to what the president says and I'm looking at how prices will fluctuate, how do you not accept that
Let me explain it
if
again,
you're
bro,
pro
because
the
Let him
you're
tariffs?
missing the
explain. Let him
point, bro.
explain.
Y'all killing me when y'all keep going off with these tangents and stuff with different stuff when I'm trying to address the points. For one, I told you my opinion on tariffs, okay? I told you where tariffs most likely affect, okay? That means that tariffs I don't think necessarily is good for the economy, but tariffs affect the stock market more than anything else. Okay?
Okay.
That
No,
doesn't
they
hold on.
affect
No.
operations.
Hold
Now,
on,
That is
hold
now,
on,
is
hold
there
on, hold on.
room for somebody to
but
disagree with
Hold
you?
on, hold
But
on.
hold
I'm gonna
on, I
finish saying what
just
I'm saying
showed
before
you the
y'all jump
price
if
of
in.
he put
eggs
All
right
right,
tariffs
let him
now.
on,
finish. Let him
I
finish.
Nah.
Let him
just
finish.
showed
So
you. I just showed you the price of eggs.
no.
I
Bro,
No,
went
let
to
him
going back
finish.
to your
Let him
eggs.
finish because there's
2029.
three of us that agree. So
Listen,
let him get his point
let
but
me
across.
the
explain
tariffs
this to
don't
you
only
about the
affect
eggs,
the
bro, because
stock
this is the
market.
last
That
time I'm gonna
makes
go over
zero
this.
sense.
Listen, the eggs did not go up because of tariffs. Do you understand that? Yes or
Why
no?
did they go up?
No, I'm asking first.
Because
Do
he
you
He's
was
gonna
understand
chicken
that
and
it
say
color.
wasn't
bird
Yes,
tariffs?
flu,
Then
but
I
I'll
I
agree
don't
on
explain.
that.
agree.
I agree on that. I gave specific
No.
examples.
He's gonna
I'm
say
not talking
bird
to you,
flu, but
bro.
I
I
don't
Operations,
can't do
agree.
this with all three of y'all, man. It's gonna have to be one at a time. Okay. So do you understand that tariffs did not
Yeah,
He
because I
said,
drive
said
yeah.
eggs up?
bird flu, but I don't agree.
bro, it was before he ever said anything about tariffs. But if you don't agree with it,
Johnny, I agree with
I
you on
get
that,
what
but
you're
tariffs
saying.
do not only
Yeah.
affect the
So
stock
do
market.
your research and
You
find
do
out what's
not
driving
tariff
the
the
eggs
stock
prices up
market.
since
You
you so
you tariff
pro
the
that
eggs,
story.
Johnny.
Now,
I've seen the negligible effects of price increases
Yeah, but let him
across
finish his
the
point, Wall
grocery
Street.
store.
Johnny,
All right,
though, Johnny, Johnny,
Wall
tariffs
Street,
are
let him
on
finish.
goods.
my fault.
Tariffs are
bro,
on goods,
who cares if they're
not the
good or
Let him
stock
not? The
market.
finish.
fact is,
Johnny,
the
go ahead.
fact
Go
is
ahead,
But
this.
you
man.
can't say
This is
tariffs
my
only
point. All
affect the
right. So
stock
what?
But
market.
yo,
That's
let Johnny finish.
all right. Appreciate that at least, man. So that's at least addressing the eggs thing. All right. You can look it up and Google it and find out when eggs prices start going up. If you don't want to believe it was tariffs, and believe and then go Google when Trump started the
Okay, we
tariff war.
concede on that.
I mean, he don't, but all right.
Okay.
I'll take that at
I
least. All
don't,
right.
but
Okay.
we'll get
Now,
back to that.
next, moving on. That when I said tariffs don't affect, it's not affecting the economy more than what it's affecting, called the
You
stock
say it's the
market.
stock market.
The stock market is what's affecting it. Okay. Does
Okay.
anybody in this chat have money in the stock market? You
Yes,
want to know
sir.
why
Well,
you don't?
continue your point.
Yes, wait,
The
yeah.
reason
First of
why
all,
you
I
don't
but
is
do.
because
secondly,
you
wait.
what?
Secondly,
I
Johnny,
just
if you
said
put a
I do.
tariff on a
I
good,
Not
absolutely
you.
you
I'm
are
do.
not,
affecting the
bro.
good.
I'm like this close to just not even responding to you, bro. Because you really is just getting
He
in the
said
way.
he got
Because
money in
you're
the stock
snaking
market.
I
around
don't
the
Go ahead and
believe him.
answer.
finish
You
your
answer
point.
the
Absolutely.
I
question,
don't
bro.
believe him. But anyway, the reason why people
Well, you
don't
might
have
not
money in the
believe
stock.
me, but hold on.
Wait,
Let me
hey,
put
Wall
something.
Street, he gonna finish. He gonna
All right,
finish.
my
Yeah,
It
yeah.
don't
fault.
Let
matter if
Johnny
he
My
believe
finish.
fault.
you.
My fault. My fault.
All right, man.
He got
Anyway,
money in the stock market.
all right.
Okay,
So
go
the
ahead.
stock market is what's being hit by tariffs. It's people's panic and reaction to what's being said. But the actual prices in the grocery store are not going to be affected on a daily basis. The fact that this guy is watching so much, whatever he's watching, that makes him want to go run out and grab food because he thinks it's going to be the apocalypse and stuff coming up, is what the problem is. It is
Yes,
way
can I
more
please
worse. Hold on.
address
It's
Johnny?
Just
way
wait,
more
wait,
expensive
man.
than what's being
Let him
said by
land.
the
Let him
president
land.
or during any type of tariff and trade war. That's the truth, bro. So that's just the facts that I want to throw out there. You can look it up if you like,
Okay.
man, and
Yes,
see
can I
what's
All
please
right.
actually being
reply to?
affected.
Because
So
this
Is
that's
it the
your
shit
stock
is
position.
market
so
or
stupid.
what? What?
Like
All right,
it's
Cato, go ahead.
incredibly stupid. All right, if we put a tariff on agriculture coming from Mexico, that's a direct
Hmm.
tariff on all fruits and vegetables to Mexico. You will feel that in the
Avocados.
grocery store. Be quiet.
And
If we put
now,
tariffs on China, everything coming from China, and most of the stuff we get made manufactured is in China, that's a tariff on Amazon. Amazon. It's
right.
not up for debate whether or not it's the stock market. You do a
So
tariff on a
this is
good.
what is up for
Stop,
debate,
stop,
though.
stop. You do a tariff on a good, not the stock market. If I put a tariff
Right.
on German vehicles, that's a
Right.
tariff on Volkswagen. That's not a tariff on the
Facts.
Volkswagen
Now
stock
explain
market.
No,
why
no, no.
that
It's
You
why that
not
said
hurts
what's
the
facts. You don't
consumer.
stupid.
do a tariff on
Cato.
What you
goods. You do
said
a
was
tariff on
stupid,
Cato,
and
countries.
you
tell him
said it
why it hurts the
confidently.
consumer.
You do a
Hold
tariff on
on.
countries. But
I
this is
can
You
what.
said it.
explain why it hurts
What
the
you
Hold on,
said
consumer.
hold on,
was
Johnny. He finna
stupid,
tell
and
you
you
why it
said
hurts
it
the consumer.
confidently. What'd
What?
you
Hold
say?
on, Johnny, you went. I'm saying tariffs on Mexican goods are the reason why I've watched the price on avocados go up. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
There's no, that's a 100% fact.
Okay. So have you heard of USMCA?
What's that?
Well, I mentioned it earlier, and you still don't get what it is, apparently. So I guess
Yes,
you're not
I
going to
looked
look
it
it up.
up, and it's a free trade agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico, and that
Okay.
still does not
No,
address
no,
my
But
point.
are
It's
there
a
bro.
tariffs
Hold
tariff.
there
on. So
though?
you just
Stop.
said it. So let me
Because
explain to you now.
Johnny, you
Let me
do
explain to you
understand
now
that
because you laid it
tariffs,
out. Now I'm gonna get
a
you.
tariff
So
on
No,
a
Johnny,
you
good
come
just
on.
is
Wait.
said
not
You
the
already got
stock
your wait,
market.
that
Johnny,
it was
Johnny,
a free
Johnny,
trade agreement,
Johnny,
but
you
now you're
went,
claiming
yo.
that
Johnny, you
prices
already
in
had your
Mexico
go.
is going up.
What is the definition of a good?
Bro, I'm not about to do this. We're gonna talk countries and what the country's tariffs
We
are.
are putting
Avocados.
That's what we're
tariffs
gonna
on
do,
the
bro.
goods from countries. What is confusing about that?
So what's
The
confusing
goods
is you
come
don't
from
even
Avocados.
countries.
understand, bro, that you jumped the gun
Goods
on
are
that
not the
because we
stock
literally
market.
have a free trade agreement with Mexico and Canada, and you jumped the gun saying that these tariffs and stuff was affecting that free trade
Hold on,
agreement.
bro. Hold on, bro.
Yeah,
Johnny,
and
We
then
talking
slow down.
another
about
thing,
tariffs
Johnny,
and
overall.
then
hold on. I
So
another
got
Johnny,
you,
real
bro.
quick. Do you know
Yo,
what the
Johnny,
word
slow down,
reciprocal
slow down,
means?
slow down.
Do you know what
What
the
the
word
brother,
reciprocal
hold on,
means?
Johnny, slow down.
Yes,
What the brother is saying, when you put tax on or tariffs on a specific nation and their goods, you're putting an extra fee on a product. I can tell
Exactly.
you
Nobody's arguing that.
unequivocally. I can
you
tell you
said the stock
So
market.
why wouldn't the price go up,
hold
Johnny?
on,
Is there
hold
tariffs
on,
on these
hold
products?
on.
Was my point, bro.
I'm asking you a question to give you the floor back. Chill. I'm saying unequivocally, without the shadow of a doubt, avocados are more expensive right now. I just went in the supermarket. I wasn't paying $7.29 for 18 eggs previously, right?
I'm
How are
not
you
about to
not
talk about the eggs
connecting?
with you.
I'm saying outside of the stock
But
market,
it's
which
simple
is going.
logic though.
I
Hold on,
explained to you that
hold
already, bro.
on,
I'm not going through that again.
hold on. I'm asking you a question. I'm saying outside of the fact that what determines the stock market is what the consumer does. How do
That's
you
not
not
true at all.
under?
That's a
How
lie.
do you? That's
That's a lie.
100%. That's
You don't know
100% true.
anything, especially if you claim you have money in the stock market. That's a complete lie.
So yo, bro, what do you? So let's slow.
But
Let's
I think
slow.
we're
Hold
running
on,
away
hold
from the
on,
main
hold on.
point. The
I
main
got you,
point
bro.
is
I
tariffs
got
are
you.
on
I
goods,
got you.
not the stock market.
Let's slow walk it. When we talk about quarterly earnings and sales reports, what are we talking about?
Y'all going too deep because
It's
it's
not, bro.
simple
Again,
logic.
I agree, but let's
Yeah,
slow
it's
walk it
simple
for him.
logic, man.
Let's
If
slow
you
walk
if
it
you
for
if
him.
you limit the amount of supply that consumers have access to,
I
right?
agree,
By adding extra cost on external supply, the
but let's
only
slow
the
walk it
wait.
for
I
him,
know you
bro.
agree. I know you agree. But what I'm saying, all I'm getting at is simple logic. You're raising the cost of goods when you do that. So
But
if you
watch what I.
raise the cost of goods, goods are
But
gonna
watch what I'm
cost
doing, though,
more.
bro. Watch what I'm doing. We
No,
understand that.
wait. Wall
Look,
Street,
look,
Wall
look,
Street.
look. Hold up, real quick. We
Yeah.
understand that, right? My
No,
point
no, no, no,
is,
no, no, no. You
hold on, hold
everybody
on.
don't
Stay with
understand that,
me.
Wall
No, I'm
Street.
talking about.
You
I
trying
said
to
me
get
and
deep.
you. Stay with me. I said me and you understand that. Now
Well,
he's
we don't
gonna
gotta preach
try.
to the choir though.
Listen,
We talking to
listen,
Johnny.
bro. Give me 2 seconds, bro. I promise. Right? He's gonna hinge his argument on the stock market.
no, I'm
I,
not. That's one. That's one aspect.
Plain and simple. You raise the cost of goods, goods cost more. If goods cost more, consumers pay more.
No, I'm
Ain't
not
that
disagreeing with
just
that.
simple?
Yeah,
I'm not
just
Huh?
disagreeing with that. Y'all are missing my point
How
again,
do you
bro.
get around that?
The point
Just tell me
is,
how do you get around that,
the
Johnny?
point is the cost of goods are not being raised. That's my point.
So
yes,
if you
they
Here,
put
will
let me
be.
explain,
wait,
bro.
wait,
Y'all
wait,
gotta
You're
wait.
cut this shit
being
out, man.
disingenuous.
So
It's so
What
disingenuous.
is a
There's no
tariff?
point in
it's
even
not. No,
acknowledging it.
this is what I'm
Like
trying
you're
to
just
explain
straight
to you,
up
bro.
lying, bro.
No, I'm not lying, bro. There's nothing you can say that I'm lying about. Nothing at all. But anyway, I'm trying to explain to y'all the same thing. This is the same exact thing with the toilet paper, where y'all are panicking and buying stuff when there's no reason for it. That's my whole point. Tariffs
If
don't go
people
But
into
say there's
effect on
a
a daily
we talking
hurricane
basis.
about
and you
logic.
buy a bunch of toilet paper, that makes sense. If
It's the
Donald Trump
exact
says
same
I'm
thing, bro.
putting
You
a
admitted
50
that you ran
stop.
out and bought the stuff when
If
you heard that
Donald
Trump
Trump says
supposedly was
I'm
putting
putting a
tariffs out.
50% tariff on Mexican agriculture, is he taxing the stock market
Is
or
there
is he
now?
or
Let
is
me
he
ask you
taxing
this. Let me
Mexican
ask you this,
fruits and
then, bro.
vegetables?
Is there a 50% tariff on agriculture? Yes or no?
We just talking about. So
No, no,
On
no.
do
I'm
you
not.
Mexican
agree that
I
if
agriculture?
it
can't do this
was,
with
it would
both
be
of y'all,
bad
man.
for
Yes or
business?
no?
Would it be
Is
No,
there
bad
a
it's
for
not bad for
business
50%
if it
what?
tax
I'm
on
just
was?
using
on
that as an
agriculture?
example.
So cut, bro.
I'm just using that as an example. Like,
Yeah,
what are you
man.
confused about?
Yeah, let me just end like this, man,
No,
because
no,
none,
no. You
none of
ran
y'all are
away from
making
my
sense,
point.
but there are
If
three of
Donald
y'all,
Trump
so it's
puts
hard to deal with.
50% tariffs
But
on
but
Mexican
this is
agriculture,
ridiculous,
is
bro.
that a tax on the stock market or is that a tax on vegetables, produce, and fruits
You
from
keep, bro,
Mexico?
you keep jumping the gun. You keep
No,
jumping the
this is
gun.
literally
Now
the
I see
gun
why you
and the
ran up those
triggers.
prices and waste all your
Stop
money on
running away
groceries
from
and
the
stuff.
bullet, bro.
Huh?
I said this is the gun and the trigger. You put tariffs on products, not the stock market. How do you even tax the stock
Hey,
market?
hey guys,
Who
real
said
quick.
you tax the stock market,
What do
bro?
you
Now
what do
you
you
being
talking
a clown.
about?
I gotta read these super chats real quick. JC Inc. Thank you for the 499 holla. Theories are facts until a revision or a replacement is introduced. I think some of you confuse hypothesis with theory. Hypothesis has no research. Asus 22, thank you for $2 holla. The world does not identify with colors, period. Internal love, thank you for $2 holla. I voted for Trump because immigration hurts us. Internal love, thank you for $2 holla. We survive before immigrants, so we'll survive after. Okay.
Hey, let me just say this, right?
Hold on. Let me pass it to Invisible Man. Invisible Man, go ahead.
We
This
see
is
you, Invisible Man.
I'm invisible. Hey, so I think what we're missing here is that eggs are produced domestically. Therefore, eggs are not impacted by the tariff because it was
I
the
think we
bird
cleared that.
flu.
Let
Yep.
him talk, bro. Let him talk.
Okay, Okay, I didn't know if you had clear. I didn't know if everybody had
We cleared it.
understood.
They didn't understand it. Thank you for that.
And then the avocados that do come from Mexico, there is a tariff put on them, so they are going to increase.
Thank
So
you.
that's all I wanted to say right there. So let me listen before I start laughing some more.
Hey, but
All right. Well, I
listen,
appreciate
listen.
that, bro.
Hey,
So
hey,
you clear the air.
Johnny. Let me ask you something, right? And just bear with me for a minute, right? You in your suburb. Let's imagine you in your suburban neighborhood, which has a store within the neighborhood, right? They sell tissue for $2 a roll, but you can call Amazon and get that same tissue delivered for $1 a roll. But the guy at the gate decides to put 100% tariff, right, on the toilet tissue that was coming into your community with Amazon. Now, right, Amazon has to pay $1 to the guy at the gate, right? Now they still got to get their dollar back from the guy at the gate and still charge you $1 for the toilet paper, right? So it's gonna cost you $2. Now you got two options: $2 from the store next to you, or $2 from Amazon where you was getting it from $1. It's just that simple with tariffs.
It's not that simple because the
It
economy is
is
more
that
part.
simple.
If you let me
It's
finish, bro. If
literally
you
no,
ask
no.
me a
We need
question,
to
you can
move
let me
on
answer it.
because we waste time arguing facts. Because this
It's
isn't
not
what's
that, bro.
important.
It's because I'm
What's
not
important
arguing
is
those
how do
facts. I'm
we
trying to explain to
organize
you the
around
nuance,
the
but y'all don't want
tariffs?
to understand that.
How do we make sure that we keep the spread of groceries, we keep the spread of knowledge on how to react to the upcoming tariffs so that we can keep the community safe? Because we completely walked around that point.
Was it a smart way to react to tariffs the way you did?
Honestly, looking back at it, no.
Okay, that's my point. My point is, if you wouldn't react that way, you wouldn't be in that situation.
I, I'm saying
But
it's not my
you
fault
know
for
why it didn't
believing the
end up
That's
being a
what
president.
smart
drives up
move?
the cost more than
It's not
anything.
my
That's
fault.
my
This
whole
is the
point. Thank
first
you for being honest, though,
presidency
bro. I
where you
appreciate
could
that,
not trust their negotiation tactics.
No, you
bro.
know why you did it too soon. That's the problem. Because
It's not like this.
upstream,
That's my whole point,
He
bro. I'm
they
said
not
had
the
trying to
already,
argue
tariffs
they
about
had
were
tariffs being
going
already,
good or
into
they had
bad.
already
effect,
I'm trying to argue the
oversupplied.
way
and
you
he
react to it.
reneged on it. We need to
They
stop
Of
letting
course,
wait,
bro.
oversupplied
It's
wait,
called
point.
upstream.
negotiations. You know
Donald
this dude
Trump
goes back
said
and
that the
forth with
tariffs
everything he
would go
says.
into effect on X, Y, and date, and he did not do that. I'm not crazy for believing him.
Yeah,
Name one
you
other
are.
Yeah,
president who's done
no,
that.
you had the right idea. It's
No,
just that they
name
oversupplied
Johnny.
upstream based on
Johnny,
the same
name one other
information.
president that has done that. Name one.
Bro, there's a lot of presidents
Name
that have
one.
not done this shit that this dude has done. Clearly.
Okay, then.
I'm
So
not
I'm not
about to
acting
defend his
crazy.
actions, bro, but you're missing the point again. I'm saying that the problem is not what he said in negotiations. It's you and other people like you that jump to conclusions and start buying out of panic. That's
You
what the
don't
problem is,
even know
and
that
that's what
tariffs
drives up the
affect
prices.
goods and not the stock market.
Bro,
My
let me
main point is, what are we doing around the tariffs to organize? When
No,
the tariffs go
you
into
can I
effect,
can't let you off the hook like that, bro.
when the
No.
tariffs go into
You
effect
ignoring
and
your
prices
part in
So
go
this.
you
up,
just want to argue now?
what
It's
are
not
we
an
doing
argument.
as a
It's ignoring
community?
his part in what led to it. That's my whole thing.
Yeah, okay.
He's blaming it on
Tariffs are
tariffs
bad.
or
We all
whatever, but
agree
it's like,
tariffs don't
nah,
help the
you heard
consumer.
something, you ran out in panic mode, and you wasted your money. That's what
Yeah,
happened.
and
All right,
tariffs.
so
He
when
said that. He said that. But tariffs hurt
when
the
the tariffs
consumer, right?
do
Or
go
in the
into
long run.
effect and when the
If
prices do go up, what are you doing to organize to benefit your family? What are you doing for your mother?
To
Stop
buy
running from what I'm
groceries,
talking about.
and stuff.
Yeah, like how are you going to support your family?
I mean, I'm not poor, so I mean, I'll be all
better
right.
grow a
But I'm
garden,
just saying.
better get a garden started.
Okay, do you have
What happens
anybody
No,
in
that's
your
is
real
network
talk.
who might have
this
trouble
is
who
what
you can
happens though.
support?
Could I explain it at least a little bit? Because what happens is in the tariff war, when you start having where goods and things are more affordable, what basically the plan is, at least from Trump, and I'm not, again, I told you I didn't agree with this, but this is his plan, that countries that are hostile to the United States will have to pay more for their goods, and friendlier countries will have less tariffs and things implemented on their country. That's where the
Wait.
reciprocal, hold on.
Okay.
That's where the reciprocal part comes in. So in theory, we will start. Mexico will beef up their avocado production and start producing more avocados to take over from where Venezuela might be more hostile to the United States. That's what's supposed to happen. Trump is trying to
Wait.
get the numbers in so that it'd be like a long-term plan for sustainability, and it will start getting people internally in the United States to start beefing up production of things as well to make up for where the foreign market was dominating it here. So it might, his idea again, I'm thinking, is that he might think it might drive down the actual cost in the long run.
Yeah, but not
Right.
during his presidency. And
Bro,
secondly,
I'm not gonna say when and all that,
Donald
but
Trump has not done any investment into the infrastructure and agricultural community. Everywhere where he's doing tariffs, he has not invested in the American like retrospective company. So I don't even understand how this makes sense.
I mean, I'm not an economic
Well, I mean, listen,
No,
to
it's
be
like Donald
fair,
but
Trump does something that makes no sense, and then smart people create explanations for him. But we have
what
no explanation for how we're going to organize against it.
to be
Prices are
fair
going to
though,
go up.
to be
Black people
fair,
are making more money.
but to be fair, right? People can, and not everybody can, right? But gardening is a thing. Gardening is a viable option, right? Community gardening,
I agree.
co-ops, right? Those things are viable options.
I agree.
If you don't have an external supplier. I mean, we do have land, right? We have, so some things, of course, when you're talking about tennis shoes, cars, and big ticket items,
Right.
I mean, yeah, you need some real investment and people willing to invest who feel like they're gonna
That's
be able to
still the
get their
same
money
answer
back.
to your question, bro. It's things being produced domestically.
What you said are going to be produced in Mexico?
I said domestically. It'll be things produced here. That's the answer. That's what
What,
you're
like
saying. I'm not
cars and
disagreeing.
stuff like that?
With what?
But so let me say this, Johnny. See, the problem with tariffs though is it's like they complain about, when they complain about DEI, they're basically saying, okay, people should be hired based upon their merit, right? And you shouldn't have programs to incentivize hiring particular demographics of people, right? But when you put on tariffs to try to increase uh, the reliance of the American consumer on the American producer, what you're doing is you're creating a government program to try to influence preference towards an American producer, not based on merit, quality, or price, but just because it's been a superficial price added on to products or supplies elsewhere to where you don't have a choice but to go to this guy. And then you got to hope that they're loyal in the sense that they don't raise prices. But we know this is a capitalist society, right? And it's about the bottom line and profits. So you think the guys with all the capital, right? When we're walled off from the rest of the world and we only have those guys to depend on for supplies, you think they're gonna keep prices low for us?
No.
Okay. Listen,
let me jump in because this is a tough subject. And to Cato, I don't know that you can do anything right now specifically until you either wait for the next election, maybe Congress will change in a year and a half. But if you're looking at a day-to-day impact based upon how the president acts, I don't know that you're going to be able to do that. But if you're looking at how, let me talk about DEI before I get into community development. DEI, I'm 67. And so I've been around. When I was in high school, affirmative action was put into place, I think, when I was in the 10th or 11th grade. And at that time, we didn't have a whole lot of immigrants coming into the country. So in my estimation, and I went to law school at Howard, I did my undergrad at Arizona PWI, and then I went to a HBCU. So when affirmative action came into being, affirmative action was really created to address the past wrongs of those who were enslaved. And if you really want, DEI just came about because somebody wanted to put a new label on an old dog.
I had never heard of it, really.
Okay, so when I heard DEI, I was like, what is this shit, right?
Yeah,
But
sound like critical race theory.
Can he finish?
but critical race theory too is nonsense that allowed white people to grab onto something
They
in
get a
order
phrase and they run with it.
to destroy affirmative action. So affirmative action, I'm with you, Cato, on this, and I think this is where you wanted to go. And I think Johnny and Theo and the rest of the people that were on the panel, for me, affirmative action should only be to enhance those who had past discrimination placed on them through enslavement. Now, women were included into affirmative action, but to be honest with you, women have made more strides. So you can, if you want to change affirmative action, only make it for that, because the immigrants that have come in have been able to use affirmative action, and then by changing it to DEI, get places in education, places in employment that were really only meant for Black Americans, right? So now that's my thought on DEI and affirmative action. Let me jump around now to how I think we can change and create community development. I created a plan. I'm from Detroit. I created a plan. That plan was actually put into place and it was called something else. But my plan, because I worked on President Bush's campaign, the first President Bush, I worked on that campaign in agriculture, and I saw how the agriculture coalition in the United States is at that point was in like 29 agricultural producing states. With each county was broken
I
down then
understand
to
you.
it was broken down into the counties then that produced agriculture. And each one of those counties had representatives, right? So in my estimation, when I went back to Detroit, I said, look, we need to break the city of Detroit down into 10 sectors, because Detroit, like a whole bunch of urban areas, was run down, and Detroit, there's a lot of immigrants that own party stores, grocery stores, and just took over Black business, right? So if you break it down and you get all your accountants, you get your accountants, your social leaders, your managers, and you put these advisory groups together in these 10 sectors of Detroit. And then you have these meetings where entrepreneurs want to come and say, I have an idea for a corner store. I have an idea where I want to create a GameStop thing and you start to buy the property. And then your board that's made up of your financial people, your accountants, your lawyers, your managers, your community people then say, okay, yeah. Now in Detroit, you could have gotten a building back then for $5,000. You may need be able to buy it now for maybe 30,000, but then you start to say, okay, we're going to develop this sector of this area of my neighborhood. And it has actually worked in Detroit, where in the northwest side of Detroit, where Livernois between the Lodge and 8 Mile is the fastest growing Black small business sector in the country. So you organize by getting you smart people, Johnny, Theo, and Cato, and then you put together a board. That board goes out, you got to engage the community. So the name of this thing is the street thinkers versus the formal educated thinkers and that kind of thing. But you got to include them, because in all honesty, from what my experience has been, is that the small business people are the people that are on the street. They're the hustlers, right? Those of us that got education think we're supposed to be in the corporate world. But that aside, you include those people, and then you say, put your business here, right? Replace this store, because nothing exists over here anymore for these people. That's why urban areas were food deserts. And the Chaldeans and the Arabs in Detroit were selling nothing but junk food. And that was the only thing around. But if you do that, we had one black grocery store. He had to close. He just wasn't doing the business, the significant business to keep him open. But if people had then said, okay, we're going to go over here and we're going to support him, then, Cato, you begin to grow a urban economic thing, right? But if
Invisible Man, can I
yes,
ask you real quick? Was he selling junk food?
what, the black grocer?
Yeah, was he selling good, healthy
No,
food?
no, he was selling healthy food.
So how did they outcompete him?
He was in a he was
They sold
buying.
junk food. He sold
Oh,
healthy food.
okay, part of it's supplying, buying food, and so it gets real intricate, right? Who are your vendors? Do you have to buy from? So
But
where
you,
you have
but
to
you
buy
say
from,
they sold junk food. He sold healthy food.
he just
So they
didn't
got
have.
two different suppliers. They got
Yeah,
two different
okay,
products.
listen to me. Some of it overlaps, but
Yeah, come
a
on,
lot
man. It's
of
a
it
convenience store.
is the fact that he didn't have a big enough market. He was a small grocery store and he relied on a dying neighborhood.
Hmm.
Uh, and he needed to get larger. He needed more supply and that kind of thing. So there are so many factors that come into that. But
No, I understand.
if you begin to say, look, Cato's an accountant, Johnny is a banker. Theo is a community activist, right? And you got these guys that are in this specific neighborhood that is being underserved by a lot of people, and then there's somebody that that wants to open up a business over there. Like for instance, I'm thinking about this because we're into this AI chips, we're into this whole new thing. I'm thinking about a building that could house gamers, young dudes that that don't have a space after they're either in high school and you got these super intelligent high school guys or these guys that just finished college and they want a place to go and develop games, right? But they don't have any place to do it and they don't really have the equipment to do it. They'll have the equipment, but they don't have maybe all of it to do it. So you create a space for them, and then they have to pay for that space. It's like a shared office space, only it's a shared development space, and you can do that with a whole lot of things. That's the cooperative type thing, but it's based off of purely economics. The one thing that Obama created that was just the Wall Street they just fucked it up because they didn't want to allow the regular people to get control of it was this crowdfunding, right? So when he was elected, he created legislation that said we're going to allow people to go in and create companies where you can raise capital, and you don't have to be a sophisticated investor. People can invest, but they can only invest up to $2,000. So it'd be like a stock market. You could buy stocks in these things, right? Wall Street decided, oh, no, we're not going to do that because we can't have these people putting their money into a fund without us controlling it. So what they did is they said, okay, you may not have to be a sophisticated investor, but you do have to have somebody that holds a Series 7 license to deal in stock. But the only way you can get a person that has a Series 7 license is if they're attached to a major a stock related business or a bank. And then
Okay, yeah.
those people won't allow them to do business outside of their structure. And then if you're a Series 7 holder, which the Wall Street people forced down the throats to get this legislation passed, then if they want to be independent, the cost of holding a Series 7 license annually is so prohibitive that you as an individual can't keep paying those costs to hold your license. So it's a they defeated that, but that's the way you do it. Now you can create businesses and ask family, friends, and what have you. I'll give you another interesting story. When I was in college, there was this thing. Uh, you used to be able to get money from people who made money in the street, right? And they could invest the money, that kind of thing. Well, when I was in college, it became illegal for you to pay your attorney with ill-gotten means if you're a criminal defense attorney, right? But that was only really enforced selectively. It was enforced in Detroit, Baltimore, Chicago, in black urban areas. But you go down to Miami right now, and that Coke money is still the money that's behind all the building that's going on in Miami, right? So you can still raise money. You have to be creative in the way you do it. So also my grandfather was a numbers guy, and he funded so many black businesses in his area of Detroit, right? They were called the bank. They were actually called the bank, right? And so you can still do those things, but you have to create an organization so that you can get around all of these laws, because there's money out there. You just have to go out and you have to be the one to talk to the people that you think can do this thing. And when I say it was done in Detroit, I actually got of my sector. I was the chair of my sector when this was created by the then mayor, right? Now they moved it in a different direction, but like I said, that Livernois area from 8 Mile to 6 Mile to Puritan and Finkel is the fastest growing black entrepreneurial area in the country. So you can do it, but Cato, I just don't know that you can do anything right now on the day to day that's going to get this knucklehead. But let me say this: I call him a knucklehead because he is a knucklehead. But the other thing that when the reason Bush lost and Clinton won, and I'm going back maybe before you guys were born. I don't know. I don't think I'm going back that far. But
No, not that.
But there was this guy named Ross Perot. When I was in college studying finance, I did a comparative analysis of producing goods in 3 countries. China wasn't even in the conversation. I think it was Philippines, Mexico, and somewhere else. China wasn't even in the conversation.
What year was that?
1983.
83?
1982, 83, I was taking finance 301 or whatever it was. And that's when I did this comparative thing. In 1991 is when Clinton came along, because before then we had things called maquiladoras. If you put your corporate factory along the border of Mexico, you could get a tax break, right? No taxes. Then when you got NAFTA, right? NAFTA was actually brought into existence by President Clinton.
Yeah.
It was, so Ross Perot, who was the independent then, he says, if you do this, you are going to hear a giant sucking sound of all the jobs leaving America. Yeah. That is because Canada and Mexico, all these corporations are going to move their jobs to those 2 countries. And sure enough, over the next 5, 10, 15 years, it hollowed out Gary, Indiana. It hollowed out Youngstown, Ohio. It hollowed out Detroit. It hollowed out Indianapolis. It hollowed out every manufacturing town in the Midwest. And now Trump comes along now and says, oh no, we're going to reverse that through tariffs. You're a day late and a dollar short.
Yeah.
You know how you get around it though?
What's that?
And this is just a theory or a hypothesis, right? Is demystifying big brands. Because I
Yes.
think tariffs are today, right? But what tariffs have been is the profits, the markup of Chinese goods by the big brands.
Absolutely.
So
Walmart.
if you demystify the big brands and you stigmatize actual buying directly from Chinese suppliers, right? You probably at least keep prices where they are that you
No.
Well,
paying for with big
No, not
brands,
at
right?
all. Not
I
at
don't
all.
think so, because still you have to go through the shipping and
It's
delivery. It's like I'm down here in the Dominican Republic right now,
mhm.
and there are a couple of things going on where the VP was just down here because they just found out that the DR has 100 million tons of rare earths, right? So you know what they're doing. They're down here talking to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are exploring mining down here for the rare earths that China is restricting the U.S. or has put taxes or tariffs on, right? So America is looking all over for a new place to get their rare earths. So you move around from country to country. Now, what I thought you were going to say, Theo, was the fact that Walmart, they took over the mom and pop.
Right.
And
No,
so
right.
No, you're right.
I
No,
thought
no.
He can
Let
express
me finish
himself.
what my point so you understand where I was coming from.
Yeah, but
okay.
guys,
I believe
we gotta close out.
that the quality of products, right? We there was this mantra that went on maybe over the last
Hey,
it's
guys,
slowed down,
I gotta
right?
close out, y'all. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Peace.